Vixen, my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time.
Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day you disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething torment they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep vaping with my mills, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your face now. Let me show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello. It is so good to see all of you. Redux, not redo. Redux said, who else likes the new starting screen? I really like it. I had Ethan make this. I drew up a mock-up concept, hey, can you redo the little art thing like this? And he did a really good job. He popped off. I really like this sort of aesthetic. The black box with the white text and the white outer glow kind of fits with my branding of black and white. And sometimes gray. Black and white, and sometimes gray. So good to see all of you. Welcome. Hey there, TSW, the Shadow Wolf, War Penguin, Astronaut Lad 172, Alex Wooten, Green Moon 2040, Snake Lover, Zero Gravity 23, Stella, Alice Hanjad, Scrumpled Milkskin, Takumi Nightcore, Perry Icefire, Cute Bunny Chan 98, Somera, Soap Eater, Straw Hat Monty 97. How are you guys doing? Lefty Jenna, what's up? Meow Wixen, how are you doing? Shelly Giny, how are you doing? Jill S, what's up? Ferb Micah, how are you? Sir Goose, how are you doing? Welcome. Wild Rose, good to see ya. Welcome. Spice the Goblin, how are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Scrumpled Milkskin in both chats. Oh boy, that's what I like to see. Talking in both my chats, hopping around. That's what I call a real Zan chatter, for sure. Doing well, working on some Minecraft train stuff. Oh, are you playing with the Create mod? I love me some Create mod, it's fun. I'm not? Could've sworn I just read your name in website chat, Scrumpled Milkskin. Maybe someone's impersonating you in my website chat. That's weird. Well, Trans Daughter of Water's in both. Playing RDR2. I hope you have fun, Tommy Brunel. It's a really good game. I hope that my commentary provides you with a real nice bit of background noise while you play the game, while you're like hunting 3-star bucks and stuff. Have I seen the new episode of From? Oh yeah, I did. Oh my lord, that was peak. Very good. I am literally jittering and shaking with excitement for next week's episode. Driving home from work and I'm stuck in an hour and a half of traffic. Oh, Sir Gaglor, you're in hell right now. I'm really sorry to hear that, but hopefully my stream entertains you and makes that awful rush hour traffic a little bit more tolerable. I assume you're probably a little bit further east. So it's maybe like 4 p.m. for you? Oh, that's rough. Alright. YouTube Shorts have forced my hand to play that game again. It is a really good one, to be fair. Sometimes that happens with movies, too. Movies and TV shows where I see a clip of a movie I've seen, but not for a long time in YouTube Shorts. I'm like, fuck it, I gotta go watch that movie again. I gotta go rewatch it. Tate is spending the rest of his life in prison. Someone should tell people that Romania isn't the US. They don't know. They don't know. Remember, they're literally children. They don't know the difference. They don't know that they don't know that Joe Biden wasn't the president of Romania. And I'm only half joking. Congrats on 92.4k subs, by the way, Zan. Yes, thank you, Green Moon 2040. Have you guys been stalking my sub growth? I definitely appreciate all the support lately, guys. Something I've noticed is that it seems like when I upload a video around noon, the video has a higher likelihood of popping off. Since that, like, YouTube 3-minute shorts bug that happened. I talked to YouTube creator support, and they said that they're aware of the bug and working on it. So hopefully they fix it soon, and all the videos, not just the one uploaded at noon, can pop off to tens of thousands of views instead of, like, 10k after 24 hours. That would be pretty nice. We would grow way faster. It would be very cool. But at least we're building up a pretty big backlog for when that does happen. They said they'll update... They'll, like, add a little notification in the YouTube, like, channel analytics dashboard thing when they fixed the impressions bug. That just makes me happy. I gave a really good review to the YouTube service representative that I spoke to through the little chat box. They were very helpful and, like, very nice and very, like, they didn't... Usually when I speak to YouTube support, like, especially through Twitter, they hand wave you with some, like, bot-sounding response. It felt like I was speaking to a person who was like, oh yeah, let me go check on that for you. Oh, yep, yeah, you're right. You are affected by this bug. Yeah, we're aware of it. It was a good convo. And I gave them the highest of high possible recommendations, and I even added a little message saying, you should promote him. His name was Ed, and I hope they promote him. Xander Hall, I think I got targeted by a kidnapper for the 3rd time. What do I do, Xander? Okay, so for starters, there's a lot to unpack there. For the 3rd time. Alright, so for starters, presuming you don't have a Liam Neeson around, you're going to need a gun. Okay, I assume you're American, Samsung Simp. I hope you are. If you're American or anywhere where you can do that and get one of those, get yourself a gun. Just get yourself a gun, straight up. Restraining order? Nah, it's really hard to get those, and even then that doesn't really protect you from some insane person who wants to kidnap you. If you're genuinely scared your life is threatened, get a gun. Stop with your lefty, go to the police if you think you're they're just gonna tell you, oh, well, have they done anything to you? No? Well, let us know when they do. So get a gun. And if they do something to you, do call the police, but also don't let them do something to you. Have a gun. Wait, is Zan really advocating for that? Super disappointing if true? Wait, what? Is Zan really advocating you buy a gun for self-defense? Super disappointing if true. From Arthur Morgan? An account called Arthur Morgan Against Guns. Really? That's crazy. Listen, if you're an anti-gun cuck, you're welcome here, but if you're gonna bitch about it and be judgmental about it, just know you're not in any way doing anything for anybody. Being anti-gun loses Dems elections. Yeah. No, someone said you were turning anti-gay. Who said I was turning anti-gay? Is there a troll in chat? It's sad to see Zan becoming anti-gay. Oh, it's a no profile picture spam account. We just watched it as a fan fell for a no profile picture spam troll account named John saying it's sad to see Zan become anti-gay. Jesus Christ. This is why I constantly have drama about me. It's because people hear, like, some random shit from, like, throwaway 4578, and they're like, it must be true. I smell psyop. They might be a Demon Mama troll. I highly doubt it. Demon Mama hasn't been online for quite some time. I cannot believe you're advising people to protect themselves with firearms. How could you? I don't think... That wasn't what they were upset about. They were believing a troll comment in chat about how I'm somehow anti-gay or something. That's funny. It seems like the dead internet theory becomes more of a thing every day. Oh yeah, that has been long confirmed, especially on Twitter, where more than half of the posts are bots. Listen, as much as I find guns icky, if you are a minority, you need to get a gun and defend yourself now. I mean, you need to get one regardless, because, like, if you're in America, just exercise your Second Amendment rights, you know? Get a gun. You know, go to the range, have fun with it. It's nice. It's cool. They aren't as scary as you assume they are. At least shoot a gun at a range, and then make your decision. I'm in Canada. You can get guns in Canada as long as you got a clean criminal record. Pretty much the same thing here in America. As long as you have a pretty clean record, you can get a gun too. It's the same deal in Canada. They just have more restrictions than what you can possibly get your hands on, no matter what. Oh, Zan's biggest meat rider is here. What would we have done without you? Thank you. Your moral support will be very valuable today. Thank you. Welcome. Yeah, hit that spike like. That's what I like to hear. You already have 400 million guns? You need more? Well, the guns are already getting made. When you buy a gun, you're buying it from a retailer that already bought a stock of guns from a manufacturer, or probably a middleman that bought the guns from, or receives the guns from a manufacturer. So you're not creating new guns. They don't make a gun to order when you buy one. Yeah. Also, gun sales have been skyrocketing every year, especially after COVID. Gun sales have skyrocketed, especially among Dem-leaning, like, demographics. Like, left-leaning Democrat voting demographics, women especially, have been buying more guns. The guns aren't going anywhere. There's more guns getting out in the street every single year. More than the year before it. Sai, we should all just agree to go back to fighting with sticks and pebbles / J. That is true. We should. We should have to go back to swords and shields and bows and arrows. That would go hard as fuck. Imagine modern war with like hundreds of thousands of soldiers, except they're all using like medieval knight tactics, like medieval cavalry and bows and swords and shields and pikes. But we have modern tech, so you can have like drone footage recording the battle. Dude, Live Leak would go crazy. I don't think I'd ever close the Live Leak tab, and it certainly would have never shut down. The right has been bragging about being armed. If it makes sense for us to be as well, yes, that as well. The right should absolutely not have a monopoly on the ability to, like, defend or offend physically. You know what I mean? Like, why would you do that? Why would you let them have that? Why would you let them know that they could totally just wipe every lefty out if they wanted to, because they're the ones with all the guns? Don't let that be true. Don't let them have that. Anyway, PepperT21, thank you so much for the $5 donation on my website. That means so much. Thank you. You are so kind. Said YouTube Shorts recommended me this cringe. Let me check this out. Alright, let's see. It does seem a little bit like it could be cringe. Perhaps. Maybe. Maybe it could be a little cringe. Possibly. Possibly. It's definitely possible. Anyway, thank you for the $5, PepperT21. Let me update the dono goal really fast to reflect your generosity. Thank you, thank you. And of course, I do want to say, right now we're having a lot of discussion within, like, the left-wing media space. I think you guys can all admit that outside of a few outliers, for the most part, the online left has been an extremely niche little community online, you know? Like, even those, especially those of you who've been here for a while, can admit that even at its greatest size, where things looked like it was all optimistic that it might grow beyond that point into something that's on par with, say, the commentary community, or like the workout community, or the podcast community, or the gun community on YouTube. Like, there are a lot of definable, massive communities on YouTube that, like, centralized around certain types of content, and I think a lot of people hoped in 2019 when BreadTube started to rise, get it? Because bread. I think a lot of people hoped that that would mean that lefty content and, like, not just a, like, one figure or like Hassan or Vosh or whatever would blow up in size, but that the entire community would rise and that everybody would blow up and get really big. And that there'd be far more reach and that it might have a genuine impact on sort of just the space of politics online, and maybe broader internet culture as well, which is a big thing that the right has kind of monopolized as well. Like, even outside of hard politics stuff, you just get this vibe of right-wing culture in a lot of internet-related things, you know? And BreadTube had a lot of negative side effects for the left. Some of the worst of the left rose out of it, and I feel like while we got some really good creators that came from it, they did not exactly explode. It's just a very small handful of people that really reached a large audience, and even then, it wasn't that large, you know? And so, that's something we're trying to change. There's been a lot of conversation in the alternate media space of progressive content about how this can be changed. And obviously it's going to involve a lot more diligent work from your favorite content creators that try to fight back against the misinformation war waged by the right. Myself included. Me and Ethan are going to be grinding like fucking machines, dog. Just genuine fucking machines. He is hyped. He's loving this. But, man, it's going to be something. It's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot. But hey, that's what it's all about. We gotta grow, we gotta reach people, and there's never a point where we're gonna stop trying to reach more people. That is how things fall flat, and that is how political movements die. And of course, if you want to help with that, then please consider, I'm glad Ethan is in good spirits besides everything. I'm not referring to Ethan Klein, by the way. I'm referring to my buddy. Anyway, just go ahead and drop support on the videos and streams if you want to help with this. I say this because, as PepperT21 donated before, I do not want you guys to think that donations equal more eyes on lefty content. There are a lot of other lefty streamers and YouTubers I've seen recently saying, like, come on, send in the donations, send in the memberships, and it's like, that does help. That is, you know, you need money to reinvest in the content to expand, don't get me wrong, but I do think that might give a false assumption that financial support is more necessary than it is. It's really not. If we're trying to, like, expand outward and reach a lot more people, all that's necessary is a completely free like and comment on my streams and my newer content. It really does help a lot, and don't just do it for me, please. Make sure you're doing it for all of your favorite progressive content, and, well, if you want to really make it a good habit, do it for all your favorite content. You know, your favorite content creators, even the ones who make gaming or crafts or whatever type content, will thank you for it too. But if you guys can encourage that type of behavior, that is ideal. That is what we need right now. Not just for, like, in my channel, but every lefty progressive channel that's not, you know, spewing insanity, ideally. Like, that is what needs to go on right now. Speaking of which, I think he's called me out before, but frankly, I'm not... Listen, I don't take people calling me out over internet drama all that seriously. I'm 25 years old. It's, doesn't really matter to me as much as it did when I was, like, 21, you know? I've been doing YouTube a surprisingly long time. You can kind of tell how much, the age has hit me. But, I recommend you check out Westside Tyler. He's done some pretty interesting content, particularly taking down, people in the left that are not exactly able to get on board with the progressive candidate and actually, like, mobilize against the, you know, fascist motherfucker who's trying to take over the government. I've liked his stuff. I thought it's been quite good. I've checked out a few of his videos. I love how he roasted your room. Yeah, it's pretty roastable, to be fair. I've yet to get any furniture going. God, I've got an eyelash bothering me right now. It burns. Hey Zan, for a more light-hearted topic, Call of Duty or Battlefield? I would have to say I'm more of a Battlefield guy. Definitely more of a Battlefield guy. I also really like Shark and Dylan. Yes, they're pretty awesome. Get a stripper pole? That would go hard. That would go hard if I had a stripper pole. Yep, I have to admit. Balder, thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it. It says, everyone needs to watch DEF CON 32, talk counter-deception and read information operations FM 313 and field manual 353 psychological operations. Yeah, make sure to do that, guys. You heard it, right? You heard what that was, I hope. Anyway, thank you, Balder. I really appreciate it. That's very kind of you. But yeah, as I was saying, leave a like on the stream, comment on the new videos, and subscribe and ring the bell icon if you haven't already, and don't just do it for me. Do it for all your favorite progressive figures. We need to encourage a culture of cyclical support for progressive content, the same as, like, the right has going on. They've been doing it for a decade now, so we've got a lot of catching up to do. We've got, like, a lot of catching up to do. Yeah, Ride the Rails. I do not recommend backing anti-Democrat content creators. I think that's actually a massive blunder in the online left. I do not think that is... Like, I hope that in the future we're really going to build a culture of... You know how, like, on the right, if you are anti-Trump, you will get demolished for it. They will bully the fuck out of you for being anti-Trump. It's actually a cult centered around their candidate. And it makes them so powerful. It makes their turnout so high. The left does not have this, but the right loves accusing the left of having it. In reality, there's about, like, 60 or more % of progressive people who feel that, like, the Dems don't go far enough, but then there's, like, another 40 to 50% in between that are like, if the Dems go any further left, they're gonna vote third party or Republican. It's like, yeah. I don't think that we should be encouraging that division. I think we need to be basically we need to nothing, I guess would be the term, content creators that are kind of naysayers and push against the progressive candidate running against the Republican, and start encouraging a lot more of, like, yeah, okay, we're in the last year up until the election, we know who our candidate is, let's lock in and make sure America knows why they should be excited to vote for this person. Do you guys want to know what I spent? And, you know, there's not much I need to do to change my content to do this, by the way. Like, I think I did a pretty good job. I think I did as much as I possibly fucking could to back Biden. And Kamala. Let's see how many videos I've done talking about Biden's policy. Biden is better than they say. Republicans gave up the border to own Biden. Biden's new bill actually helps veterans and chuds seethe. Biden smashes the banks on overdraft fees. Biden's good and I'm tired of pretending he's not. This one I got a lot of hate for. Michigan's primary shows Biden's chances are better than expected. Biden and Kamala are going after the Supreme Court's anti-trans ruling. Biden and Kamala are the most pro-union admin ever. Good news, Biden did something based. Biden fights for legal weed. Don't trust headlines. Biden's border reform is actually based. And it was. That was them, like, actively trying to win over the American people who really wanted the border reform. Oh, wrong screen? Oh, no! No, hold on, there we go. My bad. My bad, I'm sorry. I was on the be right back. I'm sorry. Biden fights for legal weed. Don't trust the headlines. Biden's border reform is actually based. Biden versus Trump polling starts massive fight. Biden destroys garbage fees on apps and websites. Bidenomics just keeps winning. Biden's State of the Union was absolutely unfiltered. Did Trump incite violence with this Biden meme? The new Biden oil trading rules prove he's a better businessman than Trump. Biden derangement syndrome is a problem. Biden protecting trans kids has the right furious. Biden brings freedom to Houthi pirates in Yemen. Biden claims of Biden losing his memories were lies. Biden and Dems push DEA to deschedule weed. Is Biden doomed after his debate with Trump? Based Biden saves us from another government shutdown. Trump is so much worse than Biden on Israel. Liberals abandoned Me Too to defend Joe Biden. This was actually me criticizing Joe Biden 4 years ago because, yeah, there's some cringe stuff with Joe Biden in his past, and there were a lot of people being like, that didn't happen. Biden just saved a ton of Alaskan wilderness. Possible Gaza possible Gaza ceasefire coming according to Biden. Biden pushes for permanent ceasefire in Gaza. Now we know that didn't happen because, Donald Trump has been telling Netanyahu, I can't speak today, Netanyahu not to accept any ceasefire arrangements. Hunter Biden guilty of being American. Biden pushes for permanent ceasefire in Gaza. Joe Biden canceled for loving his son. Talking about Biden in the 2020 election while hiking. This was me making my video about Biden winning, by the way. Skibbity Biden's permanently in my life force forever. TYT declare war on Biden. Trent can't make any arguments. Biden cooks Trump in takedown speech. I voted for Biden live on stream. Everyone hates mainstream media for helping Trump win. Well, now we're getting into more recent videos because I guess it's just not working. But, I feel like I did a really good job of trying to explain to people and reach as many people as possible with, guys, this administration has been really good. Do not hate this incumbent. Do not, hate Kamala because you have this perception that Biden and Kamala did nothing, Did you see the new Kurzgesagt video on weed? Yeah, I did. Yeah, my friend Ethan sent it to me, and he said, man, weed might be worse than we ever thought. And I was like, of course it is. What do you mean? It may be less bad per puff, but if people are doing it all day, which they tend to do when they smoke weed, wake and bake and just get stoned from the morning all the way into the evening, then yeah, there's a good chance that you're going to end up in the long term basically at the same or a quicker rate doing a ton of damage to your body. Plus, people get dependent on that stuff. I can tell you, as someone who used to smoke a lot of weed, or I guess vape a lot of weed, yeah. Is Progressive Victory dismantling? I heard rumors about that. Well, we're not in an election season right now, so Progressive Victory is going on hiatus until the next one. Probably the midterms. Probably, next year, midway through or towards the beginning of the year, they'll start doing more operations. Did you quit vaping? No, not vaping as a whole, but just weed. But we're currently after the election. Unfortunately, we did not take the W. But yeah, Progressive Victory, I will certainly be working with them for the midterms if they'll be operating during that. And I certainly plan to work with them during the general election because, man, I really, especially next election, want to get super duper involved with, talking to politicians and candidates and stuff like that. That is going to be a big lean. We need to grow a lot in the next 4 years. Like we're on a fucking timer, we need to grow in the next 4 years so we can reach and talk with a lot of politicians. I want to be able to coordinate with AOC's campaign to help her set up regular Twitch live streams where she can stream gaming and just answer chat questions. But because she already streams on Instagram Live, if she was streaming on Twitch or dual streaming to Twitch, YouTube, and Instagram Live and TikTok and a couple other platforms, dude, if she streamed once a week doing that, the influence could be insane. She could go giga-viral in the Twitch sphere, especially if she appeared on those Twitch shows the Austin Show type things, or the I don't know, just the random big clouded Twitch streamer shows where they're all in little panels talking to each other. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can use some of my knowledge about content creation online to see if I can, I don't know, train the Democrats. I don't know, if I could be some sort of training position Like, especially if I could get paid for that, that would go hard. If I could get paid to be in some, like, training position where I taught the Democrat politicians how to operate as content creators, like to have, like, a side content thing going so that they could reach, like, sort of a broader, more, you know, normie demographic, that would go so hard. Holy shit, I would love that. That would go so hard. Zan, your growth after the Who Is Up Zanning their haul is crazy. Yeah, we really need to start just having everybody comment that as a meme on every new video because it really works. Holy shit. Comment Who Up Zanning they haul on every new video, I promise you. It works. So instead of media training, it would be alt media training? Holy crap, you're kind of right. I guess that job already exists. It's just existed for mainstream media, like just training politicians to be able to handle those speaking engagements with a potentially hostile audience. Yeah, I guess that's just kind of already existed, but not for being on the internet where the standards and the expectations are kind of different. And you kind of, like, the decorum online is different than the decorum on TV, for example. Zan and AOC collab? Would love for that. Deck the halls, more like Zan the halls. Exactly, and Christmas is coming up, so it's super fitting. Really nice for Christmas. That's what I like to see. Zan, how do we get anywhere when the American people can't agree on truth? Man, I really don't know. I really don't know. What we have to do, though, if we're going to start anywhere, is reach as many people as possible. By the way, Ethan forgot to post the link on your newest video. Oh no! Oh no! Hold on, let me check. Oh no! Wait. Yeah, here, I'll message him. Alrighty. Sent pictures of my cat to Zanimals on the Xander Hall Discord. Her name is Willow. Yo, go check out Snake Lover's cat. Xander Hall, the thing I always say is we must agree on truth. We must agree on what we must agree on what the truth means, but we can disagree on what the truth means. We can't function like that. We can't function if we can't agree on truth. Well, that's the thing, though. The only way we're going to achieve a point where we agree on truth is to reach as many people as possible. So, you know how to do that. You know how to do that. Start making content yourself, even. Anyway, let's check out this this thing I was donated, but after I read these super chats. Maiko Moran, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. It says, two that come to mind, Crowder and Shapiro. Neither was enthusiastically pro-Trump until they saw how much money they could make. Exactly. But nowadays, if you go anti-Trump as a right-wing pundit, you're gonna get dogpiled. They will not like you. And then Balder with the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It says, libs and lefties content creators should be talking about what we would like to see the Dem Party platform be now instead of waiting last minute. Unfortunately, it's not really something fully in our control. It's mostly in the control of the voters, which is probably for the best. If there was a 500k liked tweet posting my address, I wouldn't exactly be welcoming to random people turning up at my door. Yeah, no, Schizo Sam, I don't really disagree. I assume you're talking about the Nick Fuentes thing? You guys might be surprised what my take is with that situation. Like, on a legal level, I have a legal level take, a pragmatic level take, and a moral level take. And on the legal and pragmatic level, like, yeah, if you show up at someone's house and you, like, trespass on their property after, like, seeing their personal info on the internet, and you're, like, there, like, to fuck with them, there's a pretty decent, like, likelihood you're probably in the, like, in the clear to assault the person if they won't leave. But then I've got my moral take, which is it's Nick Fuentes, and I don't care what happens to him. It would be funny. That's some Sniper Wolf level shit? Yeah. Yeah, don't do that kind of stuff. Don't, like, I'll save it for the segment, okay? I'll save it for the segment. Don't you guys worry. I'll save it for the segment. Save it for the segment. All right, let's check out this video that I was donated. What is this?
One of the biggest reasons why Kamala lost the election was because she ran a bad campaign that utterly repulsed the working class and progressives and failed to properly address many apolitical people's concerns over.
No, it didn't fail to do so. The Kamala Harris campaign, it became such a meme that Kamala Harris would talk about how she was fighting for the working class that, like, it became a meme that MAGA people would make fun of her with the whole, I grew up in a working class family. That did not work. Like, lefties do not understand that when inflation happened in America, it happened globally. And globally, we have seen the right dominate in elections because of it. The left were the incumbents across the Western world when they were holding the hot potato. When war started between Ukraine and Russia, because Russia invaded Ukraine, fucked up all the supply lines, COVID didn't make it all that, stable to begin with, and Biden had to be the incumbent through all of it. He was holding the hot potato, the Dems, so to say, with Kamala as VP during all of that. And so, yeah, Republicans and normies and even some Dems came out in droves to vote for Trump. Some even voted for Trump and AOC, which we'll be talking about a little later in the stream. But listen, this guy's got like the Hassan Orbiter mustache. I can already tell this guy is just a Hassan watcher.
The economy.
I'm so close to cracking this. Millions of votes were stolen from Kamala. I saw the evidence on X.com. No, it's actually because of trans people.
No, this is fair. There are a lot of weird, like, insane conspiracies about how Trump totally stole the election. Trump did not steal the election. Sure, there's foreign interference, but there has been in all of our elections for at least the last 4 cycles, particularly with Russia having a very vested interest in getting Trump and or Republicans into power. But there's been no evidence of wide-scale voter fraud or like a stealing of an election, not in 2020 and not in 2024, right? Trump won fair and square. Well, I mean, obviously there's some voter suppression and stuff, but no fuckery with the actual votes, right? Trump won fair and square, Biden won fair and square, Trump won fair and square in the first one, assuming you consider the Electoral College fair, and then Obama won fair and square twice in a row as well. I don't like the whole, like, questioning the election. We can question the results of the election if behind the scenes there is some really fishy evidence that's become made clear to some, like, federal investigation committee or something. They want to go in and check it out, and they find some really fishy stuff happened with, like, Elon or Starlink or whatever the shit they're talking about, and that comes out as, like, an actual real thing and not just allegations from Twitter, then we can talk about it. But for now, I think it's important you take the L with grace and recognize, damn, I guess our rhetoric wasn't perfect. We didn't reach enough people. We didn't have the perfect arguments, or we didn't have the ideal situation to tell people what they needed to hear. We fucked up. That was our mistake. You can't just blame your failures on things that are out of your control, because then you learn nothing from your failures. And the left is like, half the left, or maybe even less, is willing to actually look at this failure of an election and think about how we can adapt and learn from it in the future. And the other half is looking at it like, well, I guess we failed. It's over. Time to throw in the towel. It's all Jover. We did absolutely nothing wrong, and it's Jover. No, I think to a degree, the Dems could have advocated and reached out more on alternate platforms. I think Harris could have pushed way harder publicly for going on Joe Rogan, for example. That would have been huge, but yeah. Hey Zan, YouTube didn't tell me you were streaming? Yeah, Glamorous Frog, it's been very hit or miss lately. Most of my uploads, YouTube does not tell most of my subs I uploaded or recommended to new people. Some uploads do, like my Trump voters are regretting video, performed as normal. It's just been due to a bug that's been going on, but don't worry, I've already spoken to YouTube support and they're working on fixing it. It's been going on for about a month now. Or almost a month now.
And immigrants and Palestinians, they're the ones that fought. Oh, I'm so close to cracking this. I just taste it.
Yeah, I think that one of the biggest reasons why Kamala lost the election was because she ran a...
Okay. Well, I mean, the overall point of it is fine, but his argument is like, well, Kamala ran a really bad campaign. she didn't run a bad campaign. No, I'd say she actually ran a pretty damn good campaign. Better than Hillary, better than Biden's even. Especially considering it was so fast, like 100 days, right? I really hate that these were the same people celebrating when Biden got ousted too, you know, and now they're like, Harris ran an awful campaign in 100 days, that thing that everyone warned would happen if she only had 100 days to run a campaign. It might not be as good as ideal. It's like, good lord. Trump picked Kristi Noem, the dog killer, to be Secretary of Homeland Security. Sounds about right. We really need to crack down on Hassan's rhetoric on the left. Republican lawmakers are eventually going to look into him and blame the entire left. They already have been, but it's not even just that. It's just they're poisoning the minds of people who are progressive. Because, like, you might, like, get somebody into left-leaning content from the right, but then they get sucked into Hassan's community, potentially, and then they get, like, into anti-voting, like, every Dem is a genocidal maniac equal to the Republicans. Yeah. Do you realistically think anything will actually happen in the next 4 years, or is it nothing ever happens? I think a lot's going to happen in the next 4 years. A lot happened in Trump's first 4 years, and now we're no doubt going to be in a way more interesting situation. I also think that campaigning, to a degree, doesn't matter as much as the stuff outside of what the actual candidate is saying. Like, the candidate needs to be saying okay stuff at least, but it needs to be getting spun well by the media. And the media that is spinning it needs to be reaching a lot of people. And that's where Kamala did not have an advantage at all. The media was very harsh to Biden. All right. Alrighty then. Let me get the first segment of the day started then. How about I do that now? I don't know why I'm so southern right now, but I guess that's what we're gonna do. All right. I hope you guys are ready for some politics. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, guys, we've been really focused on the results of the 2024 election here in America, but I think we also need to talk about the fact that due to global inflation, not just America's, or what was, you know, the inflation wasn't just in America, it was global. And due to that fact, there was a lot of unhappiness with the left-leaning incumbents over the last 4 years. And because of that, across the world, we have seen the far-right parties in respective countries dominating in their elections, particularly this year. And America is obviously a great example of this, as you might imagine, but believe it or not, the Dems in America performed the best of any progressive party in most elections, or I think maybe any election, of any Western country this year. This has been a global failure for progressive politics, not just in America. And because of that, there are not just like American YouTubers making videos about these election results. There are also, well, in this case, Russian ones making videos about it, talking about the fact that Gen Z is entering a world in some parts of their own making. You got to consider Gen Z did sway a little for Trump, particularly Gen Z men, but overall is not of their making. That Gen Z is basically trapped and somewhat fucked. Now, maybe I'll disagree with some points made in the video, but overall I think it's going to be a pretty good one. Nfuckers here, NFKRZ, very good name, is a Russian YouTuber, pretty progressive. He's debated Nazis. He's made videos calling out Russia's, politics and its, like, very nationalist side, calling out, like, Putin and stuff like that. Because once again, even though I do a lot of discussion about how, quote-unquote, Russia is bad, I want to make very clear that I'm not, like, monolithizing Russia into some, like, evil boogeyman. Russia is a country, it's got a population of people, and there are plenty of people living in Russia who are Russians that drive to work in the morning passing those Z flags hanging up on people's houses, and they roll their eyes and think fucking ignorant assholes. Just like we do when we see a Trump sign in someone's yard. So, with that said, let's go ahead and let's hop in and watch this video, The Powerless Generation. Go ahead and comment on this video, by the way, if my editor forgets to leave a link to it in the description, and I'll go ahead and pin a comment after the fact. It happens. Sometimes it gets forgotten. I want to make sure we're crediting the video, so just let me know if I forget, or if my editor forgets, I should say, and I'll get to it as soon as possible. But let's check this out. The Powerless Generation, Gen Z.
We are currently living in a pretty tumultuous time in world history. There are quite a few huge conflicts happening in the world, and also huge elections, including of course the US election, which the entirety of the world is always looking at. And overall there's a lot of stress, anxiety in the air, a lot of emotions. And among those emotions, something that I feel like a lot of you guys can relate to is feeling powerless, or in particular feeling powerless against your own government, or like an authoritarian system of power, which just does whatever it wants with no repercussions, and you cannot really do anything to combat it or to change it, even though you—
Correct me if I'm wrong, by the way, I think Nafuckers has had to flee Russia. Not like had to, as far as I'm aware, but like could not stand being there after, well, A, the sanctions, but also all of the far-right politics that have been taking over. I think he literally left, and he's in Europe now. He may be back, though, because, like, immigration rules, he might have had to come back. But I know he was, like, in Georgia for a while, I believe.
You might live in a seemingly democratic country.
The country, Georgia.
And especially in the United States, a lot of people are feeling like they're annoyed of the American two-party system, and they're annoyed of having to essentially choose between the lesser of two evils every single time. Americans and people in tons of other countries in the world.
Alright. Like I said, there might be some things about this video I disagree with, and this is one of them. I think we have to kill this concept of voting for a lesser of two evils. I am going to be completely honest, that mindset is one held primarily by people who are too lazy to educate themselves and, like, the Dem administration. Even I fell into this trap when I was a younger and less skilled and knowledgeable content creator than I was. You saw earlier when I was scrolling through my old catalog of videos, I had some videos shitting on Biden during the primaries back in the day, on, like, pretty unfounded claims, you know? Like, they were mostly just, like, on tier with, like, the Biden sniffing hair stuff that the right blew up during his presidency. There's just this, like, especially with young progressives, and I used to be like this tendency to default jump to hating this, like, seemingly establishment Democrat. But covering the presidency of Biden and the vice presidency of Harris, it really would not be a lesser of two evils situation. I really have found that more often than not, progressives I speak to that don't like Biden or don't like Harris tend to not know a lot about what they did in office or their policies. And I don't know if that's necessarily their fault, because the media does not give a lot of attention to how good of a job the sitting Dem is doing. Like, how many of you guys knew how much Obama recovered our country while he was president? If you're, like, an older person who watched the media a lot, like, the media was probably one of, like, the most favorable to Obama out of any Dem president I can imagine. And I don't really remember. I remember the Dem media constantly picking and prodding at Obama, trying to find weaknesses and calling out shortcomings. And maybe that's a positive of the left. Don't get me wrong. It is good that we hold our progressive candidates accountable. You know, 3 years out of a Dem term, we should be protesting and calling for change. But we can't protest and call for change and actually get anything out of it under a Republican. They don't care what we're protesting for. Dems want to win over our votes, and they will move their platform in order to try and do that. And that is what Biden did. Biden's actual presidency was so much more progressive than what he ran on. And I really don't think we're ever going to be able to motivate enough turnout to reliably win elections and keep Republicans out of power if we are going to push this idea that it's a lesser of two evils vote. It's just not. It's just not. It's just an underinformed take. Or an uninformed take, I guess I should say. Like, don't get me wrong, I have plenty of criticisms for the Dems, but, like, dog, it's so night and day, and not even like the Republicans are so bad that it makes the Dems look like angels by comparison, but distill the conversation and look at the policies Biden passed. Like, hell, Biden literally, had Harris been elected, we would not have a coal industry in America by 2030. If you don't know, coal was 80% of America's carbon footprint every year. We would have literally taken out 80% of America's carbon footprint by 2030 with one single signed order by Biden. How many of you didn't even know Biden did that? How many of you knew that didn't even know Biden protected thousands of acres of land in Alaska from mining and drilling and turned it into federal protected land? How many of you knew that Biden has like heavily invested in American oil in areas that are not negatively affected by the oil drilling to the same extent, like up in Alaska and in the Gulf, where it like fucks shit up, or buying oil from overseas where we end up, kind of being reliant on other countries? Like, but how many of you guys know about this stuff? It's too boring for most of you guys to have known about it unless you were watching my content. Or Biden capping the price of insulin at $35, something that was like one of the most popular talking points on the left for a while. The Dems can actually be moved over with protest, but if we don't spend the year leading up to the election putting our all into explaining to the American people what a good job they've done representing us for the 3 years before, then we are not going to win. And then for the next 4 to 8 years, when the conservatives are in power, you can protest and do your direct action as much as you like, but no one's listening. You're just doing it to waste your own breath. No one's fucking listening unless you've got progressive candidates in power. I don't like this mindset. Well, to be fair, maybe for Nafuckers in his country, it's a lesser of two evils thing, but here in America, we really got to kill that mindset. In the UK, that mindset needs to be killed. That's the mindset that made the Brexit vote won on, okay? That's the mindset that Hillary lost from. The mindset that won Trump the election this time. We have to stop enforcing this idea unless you can really genuinely substantiate why you consider the Dem candidate an evil.
Feel like they cannot really do anything about their country or their governments and where it's going. And in this video, I, Roman, your favorite neighborhood Russian, I'd like to try to relate to you guys a little bit because, being from Russia, I do know a thing or so about feeling powerless against your own governments. That's kind of our entire history, you know what I'm saying? I want to talk about how a lot of people today, and especially Gen Z, feels very powerless and feel like they have no impact and they're very insignificant in the grand scheme of things and in the system of their country. So, what am I talking about? I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys are aware the election in America is happening. The entirety of the world is tuning in and watching it as a TV show. It's Russians' favorite pastime, actually, to check out what is happening in American elections because you guys actually have elections that kind of matter. Barely, though. Let's be real, that's what we're talking about.
I do love this. I do love how, like, as an American, the whole rest of the world watches us, and we're like the main characters. Like, y'all foreigners are all biting your nails. Like, down to the fucking flesh, scared of what decision the almighty American people will make next. Who will we elect? And how bad is it going to crash your country's economy because it relies on the US dollar too? Man. Well, maybe not Russia, but like, man. I don't know if Nafuckers is back in Russia. I genuinely don't know.
In this video. Yes, everybody's going crazy. Trump visited McDonald's. They just released the Trump versus Kamala epic rap battle of history. For me as an outsider who's looking at what America...
Hold on, did the Trump epic rap battle of history predict the election outcome? Because doesn't the loser always go first, and in that one Kamala Harris went first? No, it got it wrong. Trump went first? Oh, okay, never mind. Man, they got it wrong for the first time.
Americans are saying on social media, it almost feels like barely anybody who wants to vote for Trump or Kamala actually likes them. And everybody's like, yes, sure, they're not great, but... And that's kind of how it goes for a lot of...
There's a failure of communication, pretty much entirely. This is why the left has to build out, like, actually reasonable creators to have a massive platform. such that, like, granted, I don't expect the fuckers to know how good of a candidate Kamala or Biden really were, and I don't expect, but I do expect a lot of, like, lefties in America to know. I expect them to try to find out, and it is so frustrating to me how little interest there was in finding out. I know because I did a lot of content about it, and how angry and, like, repulsed people on the left would get if you said, hey, did you know about Biden's, like, pro-union? No, what are you doing? He's pro-genocide. It's like, well, he's actually, like, put forward, like, 10 ceasefire proposals to Netanyahu, who keeps rejecting them because Trump tells him to keep refusing. Like, how can you let the guy who is telling Netanyahu to never accept a ceasefire deal from Biden get elected and perceive it as though Biden is equally bad? The fact is, many of them didn't even know that, because this information is locked behind content that they, I guess, find quite boring. We've got, like, an information war we've got to win within the left and broadly. It's actually insane how much work we have to do.
People. Or also, a lot of people in America feel like they're not even represented in this election because, for example, a big deal breaker for them is that Kamala, just like Trump, is pretty much very pro-Israel. And it's the same on the conservative side. Like, a lot of people are not necessarily huge.
So America as a whole is pro-Israel, and what does he mean by pro-Israel? Like, Israel is a country that has a right to exist. You can unsub for me if you think I'm wrong there, but there are people born in Israel that should not be, like, deported to, like, I don't know, wherever their parents went and have the, like, country dissolved or whatever. I do not think that should happen. That is a borderline genocidal argument, in fact, I would actually suggest. On par with Vosh saying that Israel should be carpet bombed, which is genuinely what a lot of lefties believe. Vosh Fed posting and saying he wants Israel carpet bombed or nuked or whatever back in the day, what got him banned from Twitch, that was him accidentally dropping the mask on what he truly wants for Israel and its people as retaliation for an ideological bent of, like, preferring Palestinians to live over Israelis. So when I tell you guys that, like, the mindset of hating Israel as much as a lot of lefties do is it's gone beyond the reasonable point of opposing the IDF and Netanyahu's nationalist, genocidal, and war crime actions against the Palestinian civilians, that shit is a real problem. Like, she's pro-Israel. What the fuck do you mean? Yeah, it's a country we're allied with that we gain a lot from being allied with. Like, what? I'm predicting Xander Hall is going to be pro-Zionism by March 2025. Well, if being anti-Zionism means you believe that all Israeli civilians should have to either be deported from that land or killed, then I guess so. Also, mind you, this response comes out when I talk about people being opposed to carpet bombing Israel. So yeah, like, you got to, like, to be very clear right now, there are genuinely a lot of lefties who are just, like, they want to kill all the Israelis. Like, they want to see all the Israelis dead. What flavor is your chapstick? Mint. It comes from my dentist. It's just, like, part of my little go bag during my, I get after my little dentist appointment. Yeah, anyway, like, seriously, the criticisms of Israel should be criticisms of a country's foreign policy. Not criticisms of it as, like, an illegitimate state full of a people that are all, like, a monolithic, like, army of nationalistic demons or whatever that deserve to die. That is how lefties talk about this shit. Like, the far left that are, like, advocating for not voting for Biden and stuff. Like, yeah. It's a really bizarre mindset. I genuinely wonder if it's just straight up anti-Semitism. A lot of Jewish people are, like, massively opposed to leftist content online, and publicly so, because they see it as anti-Semitism. So, yeah. Israel is a colony. Colonies should not exist in the modern world. Rhodesia was dissolved as a state. Okay, so yeah, you guys actually want to kill these people. Okay, yeah. So yeah, we're probably going to be dropping mass bans on the people that are like, Israel as a state needs to be dissolved, because these are actually anti-Semites. Like, these people actually just want to genocide Jews, but from the left. Which is, to be fair, makes sense considering Hassan backs the Houthis who have death to the Jews in their flag and stuff. So I think this is just a bunch of the left throwing in with, like, Islamic extremist anti-Semitism. Because, like, clearly you guys are not concerned about, like, Palestinian civilians getting bombed when you hear someone, like, talk about how that's the problem, but then it's not enough for you, or it's like, you still have a problem. Like, clearly that isn't your issue. Yeah, these people are letting the mask slip. I think it's bad when the civilians get bombed, regardless of what country or people they hail from, actually. I think they're just innocent kids and civilians and shouldn't get bombed, even if they're Israeli, especially if they are fucking children. Wait, I already said children. Redundant. I said civilians should not get bombed, especially if they are children. So, yeah. Pretty consistent take. Just ban the Hassan dumb fucks? Exactly, Grazatridon. But, like I said, this is a poison spreading through the left. And like I said, Nafuckers, not even an American progressive, not immune to it.
Fans of Trump either. And again, looking at what Americans are saying, it feels like a lot of Americans are actually questioning whether this really is a democracy at this point. Basically, a lot of people are feeling like they don't matter right now, and, you know, I'm kind of a pro-Western Russian, but still, inside of me, there is a bit of a, you know, desire to almost make fun of it, because, well guys, I don't mean it in any bad way, but the thing is, I've actually received quite a lot of shit from Westerners online, from America and many other different countries, especially after the war of Russia and Ukraine started, the full-on conflict in 2022 in February. I've gotten comments and personal messages with like the most unhinged stuff possible, where most people would just insult me, say that Russians are like oh.
Wait, Funatic? Why would you ban Funatic? Their take was fine, Redux. The take of Israel being a colony is pretty cringe, because Israel is a country, but it does have colonies, and they do expand out with settlements which are genuinely evil. Israel's settlement building is literally just claiming more land from people, moving settlers in, prompting the locals that got their land taken to attack the settlers, so that the IDF can justify military response wiping out all of the remaining people on the land that they can allege had anything to do with the attacks on settlers. The settlement building is absolutely evil, and a completely, like, Israel has no right to expand its borders whatsoever. Israel has the right to exist with whatever borders it holds at like a moment. I don't think it, like, although it should give up some of that settlement land for sure. Yeah, a lot of it actually. That's like been like freshly claimed, you know. But outside of that, like Israel as a area that exists should be allowed to exist, and as a country and people that exist should be allowed to exist, because it has for decades now. There are countless people that have been born there and grown up there. Obviously. I hate that we're getting, like, into fucking, like, Israel shit right now, because it got brought up for a second and people in chat are arguing. But, like I said, unban Funatic, their take was good, the settlement stuff is evil. Yeah, that is there's no defending the Israeli settlement expansion. So you think it's an Israel leadership issue then? Israel's a country! Yes! Just like Russia or China. Yes, Israel's a country. They have elected shitty nationalist politicians. They have a population that is both anti-war. You realize they have riots and massive protests there against the genocide in Gaza, right? Because there are people there that love their country but do not love what their country is doing to innocent people, just like in America. Like, America isn't evil because a bunch of people here decide to line their own pockets and vote for Trump. It doesn't make every American pro-Trump and thus make it an invalid state. Good God, people. Think with some nuance. Yes, literally every problem in the world is a leadership problem. Exactly. The people are not to blame. Even the people who elect the shitty leadership. The problem that is usually to blame is bad education, ignorance, and propaganda.
Slaves that want to bow down to the Tsar or whatever, and that if actually I was a decent person, then I would be out on the streets, like, overthrowing Putin right this very moment, with my own bare hands, by myself. Once again, I'm supposed to overthrow the entire government and stop the war by myself. And if I don't do that, then I'm a slave or whatever. And the thing is, right, you know, to send those messages...
How hard would it be to take out Putin, though? Like, legit, like, if you really had no care about your own life, how hard would it be to take out Putin? Do you think he's, like, more guarded than, like, other world leaders? Or do you think it's, like, relatively... You think you could challenge him to a 1v1 and he'd accept? I feel like if you challenged him to a 1v1 in front of the crowd and he didn't accept, or he'd have to accept, right? Like, just a full-on pistol duel, like in the fucking Moscow square, surrounded by, like, 1 million Russians just all watching as their world leader engages in a Wild West, like, pistol duel. That would go hard as fuck. That should be how Putin has to maintain his leadership. He has to stay strong-looking by accepting every fight he is challenged to in front of the town square. He'd fight unfairly? Well, Putin wouldn't need to fight unfairly. Like, Putin's got a lot of training. Putin's a really good shot, I have no doubt. He was, like, some kind of, like, super special forces assassin, like, SEAL Team 6 of Russia type shit, right? So, yeah, he was like a spy. So he wouldn't need to cheat. Yeah, he was like KGB. So yeah, he wouldn't need to cheat. It would be like, you would just send in some, like, CIA dude who's, like, top of the line and go have him challenge Putin in the middle of Moscow to a pistol duel. That would go so hard.
You kind of have to think kind of highly of yourself, to think that you are actually able to stand up against the tyrannical governments and...
Hold on, Snake Lover, only 164 likes on the stream? Really? Really, we got 328 people watching right now and only 164 likes in the stream. Damn, no wonder YouTube's not telling people that I've gone live. Hit that like button if you haven't already. You're not doing your part if you haven't. Make sure you do your part. Do it like the Starship Troopers meme. I'm doing my part, and hit that like button. Never forget. It's very important. It takes half a second and it's totally free. Hit that thumbs up.
Do something that will make a very big difference. That is going to change everything. However, once again, as we're seeing for most people, for most regular people in America or in any other country that I would, be talking about today, when you take a regular person, it's almost like they have no agency and no input, and people are feeling very powerless. And yes, in America you can do way more than you can do in Russia. It may be a flawed democracy, but it is a democracy nevertheless. Russia, I'm not really so sure, it pretends to be one. And I'm not trying to say that Russia and America are basically the same. They're not, but a lot of regular people from either country at the end of the day kind of feel the same. Like, they have absolutely zero say in what is going on. Another reason why I wanted to make this video also is because there's also actually currently an election happening in the country of Georgia, the post-Soviet country in the Caucasus region where I actually lived for 2 years.
Let's see if it ends up swinging right as well. Remember, it's global inflation, and Georgia doesn't have high wages to begin with, so if the inflation's gone up there as well, it could really harm any progressive incumbent that was in that country as well. We could see a red swing, or I guess a conservative swing in Georgia as well in its upcoming election, no doubt.
Myself, and it actually was the country that I left to after I left Russia. I lived in the city of Tbilisi for 2 years. I absolutely fell in love with the country and the people and the culture. It's great.
Pretty.
And that place is in my heart forever for sure. You guys see this little hat right here? Gift from Gatsu. Very nice, very nice. I like it.
Georgia's
Anyway,
election
if
was
you guys
rich.
follow what is going on in post-Soviet countries and kind of that entire region of the world, Eastern Europe in general, you might know that the country of Georgia since about 2004 had a very strong pro-Western, pro-European sort of strategy. But actually, the current ruling party of Georgia, that is called Georgian
Russia.
Dream, is essentially being described by a ton of people as like a puppet party of Russia. And what's been going on recently is that Georgia's sort of movements towards possibly joining the European Union and so on, they've been kind of stifled by the government because they've actually signed a few laws recently that are basically kind of the same laws we have in Russia, like the
So I've heard this stuff about this, like Russia rigging the Georgian election in order to get sympathetic politicians in power that want to bring Georgia back into the fold with Russia. There was ballot stuffing literally caught on camera. That's wild, dude. Man, listen, I'm not playing into any of the conspiracies, but I'm curious to see if in the coming months anything actually concrete from any genuinely reputable source comes out about fuckery that happened in this election, because even though the results make sense in hindsight, they also seem a little odd, like, I think people are still kind of trying to believe the results. Like, even if the results make sense, they're still trying to believe them, because it's like, man, really? I guess so, but really?
foreign agent law, and also they recently banned LGBT propaganda in media, just like Russia did in like 2013, and recently they banned it for all ages. So and a lot of Georgians, and especially young Georgians, they're actually very invested and very interested in Georgia possibly joining European Union and having more cooperation with Europe. But what's happening right now is that Georgia is kind of steering more towards Russia as opposed to Europe, which many Georgian people obviously are not fans of, because Russia literally went to war with Georgia in 2008. So there's always constant protests in Tbilisi. For example, when I lived there was some very big protests actually related to this exact foreign agent law, sort of against this like Russian influence. And Georgia just now had the parliamentary election, and what happened is that this, ruling party, Georgian Dream, won. And obviously this kind of shattered the, the hopes and dreams of a lot of young Georgian people right now, and a lot of people are feeling also pretty powerless right now about the situation in their country, and I'm sure there are going to be huge protests and so on, right? Only time will tell what's going to happen.
Dude, it really is a scary situation globally. Like, the world follows America. In this case, it seems more like America followed the world. Man, we really need to know now in the future how much of a predictive factor an incumbent presiding over any turmoil globally really is. Like, it's such an easy predictor for election results, I guess. I would have never thought so. I didn't think enough people cared enough. I don't think they did in 2016. I think it's more of a recent thing, like the last two elections, where the vibes are massively impactful on who gets elected. And I think we've only had 2 elections to feel it and understand that this is the new status quo, is that elections are won and lost by vibes. And, we're going to have to work to make the vibes go to our favor. And to some extent, it's out of our control, and to a degree, we just need to be able to learn to read the vibes and predict what's coming before it arrives. Because we just weren't good at reading the vibe that Trump was gonna win this time around. I had the vibe that he would lose pretty hard, actually, legendarily hard. Clearly, my vibe-o-meter was off.
There, but yes, this is also another place in the world right now where people are kind of feeling powerless and quite frustrated with where the country is going, and they feel like they almost can't affect it. It's something that's been going on for quite a few years, right? And actually the truth is that a lot of the times, protests or certain attempts of the people to speak out against the governments, a lot of the times they fail, and they end up in...
We've got a genocide. We got another anti-Semite genocider in chat, but this time they donated to me. Zan, why do you pretend that wanting Israel to not exist means that you want all Israelis dead, Zan? Is it that hard for you to imagine a single Palestinian state where everyone's equal? Okay, so you either want the state of Israel dissolved and for it to all be one big Palestinian state where now Jews of Israel, ex-Israeli citizens, live as citizens in a state controlled by a people that they just got done colonizing and genociding. Okay. I'm sure that won't go well, as it historically, it always goes well for the Jews when they're a population in a country where a group that does not like them wants to control. Also, you understand that the current ruling leadership in Gaza are Hamas, who are allied with the Houthis, both parties having the term "death to the Jews" in their catchphrase slogan. I know it's not in English, so you don't know what the fuck you're supporting, but that is what they stand for. You cannot make the Israelis be citizens of a country that is probably going to be operated by leaders from Hamas or even allies of the Houthis. So on top of that, let's say you want to dissolve Israel as a country and then send the Israelis elsewhere. When exactly were lefties in favor of deporting people from the land they were born in? Why do you have to throw the allegation of being in favor of a colonialist state when you're doing the same thing that Hassan's community does to Ethan Klein, where he says, "Yeah, I'm really not in favor of what the IDF is doing. I don't like this guy in particular, but at least he was a moderating voice trying to de-escalate and stop the war in Israel. But Netanyahu fired him because he doesn't like dissonant voices. Wait, you think that guy was good? You know, he was a war criminal, right? It's like, well, I just said I don't like him or the IDF or what it's doing. I said that I liked that he was trying to de-escalate and stop the war, and I don't like that Netanyahu fired him because Netanyahu is a war criminal and a maniac who doesn't want anyone who's even slightly less radical than him in his way and his government, and that's something worth criticizing. Instead, it has to be like, you're actually in favor of that person? Like, dude, we're purging these people, dude. We're purging these people. Yeah, no, the horseshoe theory stuff has been obviously real for years now, Ride the Rails. I'm definitely starting to see how much of, like, the anti-Israel left are just, like, lefty anti-Semites. Which makes sense. Like, anti-Semitism is the most popular bigotry in the world. It would make sense that there is, like, a brand of it for the left.
Nothing, or worse than that, a lot of the times if these processes fail, they actually end up making the situation quite worse and quite more harsh and strict. Because also in this context, a lot of people always compare the 2013-2014 revolution in Ukraine, which was a huge event, of course, but, you know, a ton of people are comparing Ukraine in 2014 to modern Russia, essentially, and saying how, you know, Russians, specifically, you know, slaves or whatever, who just want to bow down to the Tsar because they're not able to create like a process as good as the Ukrainians did to, you know, actually topple the government or whatever. But there are a lot of things that happened in Ukraine that, you know, just made everything go right for the protesters, so to say, right? Ukraine is still way more of a free country than Russia, way less of a police state than Russia, and also the anti-government forces in Ukraine kind of all joined powers against the president and the government, so, you know, it was just an epic win. But it didn't happen that way in Russia, and it didn't happen that way in Belarus, for example, even though it seemed like, you know, something crazy was going on, because a lot of people are not aware of this. A lot of people are saying that Russians never protest and they never tried to rebel or whatever, but there's been some very, very huge protests in Russia over the years, even during Putin's time in power, that actually...
I love this. Like, the entire theme of this video is like, hey, it turns out that every country has a population of, like, civilians that are, their positions on what their country's foreign policy is differs massively.
Kind of low-key had the government on the edge of their seats. For example, the biggest one by far was around 2011. The protests were absolutely massive, but they were essentially squashed and mismanaged, and, you know, there's just a lot of bad stuff. And, you know, people in Russia have been protesting for decades and decades and decades. And they've always been met with, you know, police brutality and the police becoming only harsher on free speech and so on, right? So, a more recent example is, once again, the country of Belarus, also a country that is post-Soviet, that borders Russia, that is currently heavily influenced by Russia, and, you know, is kind of considered by many people
Wait, no shot. Ethan Ralph might have died live on stream. Nick Curves, if that's true, I've got somebody who would absolutely know. Absolutely. No. She's not posted anything about it. She would know ASAP. I've got a friend who would be like, Yo! Ethan Ralph just died on stream! I would know immediately.
To be kind of almost a
I would have 500 pings in my Discord.
State of Russia in its current status. In 2020, a presidential election took place in Belarus. It was essentially an election that was very, very fraudulent, and the amount of people that went out outside on the streets to protest was actually absolutely insane. I was looking at those protests and just like not believing what I'm seeing. The magnitude and just the fact that this is happening in Belarus was unbelievable, because Belarus has always been considered by many people as a country that is just like the happiest with its government. Even though it's authoritarian, they never protest, ever, so like Belarus and Lukashenko are just the greatest goated leader, you know what I'm saying? But in 2020, the protests were insane. And the amount of people that I've met, people from Belarus who left there, because essentially they were participating in the process and, well, the process got squashed and now they have like a, you know, like a life sentence or something. It is absolutely unbelievable. It feels like, you know, half of the youth of Belarus left the country or something because of those protests. And yes, once again, the people rised up.
This is actually something I worry about having a really negative effect on the ability for progressives to win into the future. See, like, something you gotta understand is that when you just give up and you migrate out and you just give up and you just throw in the towel and you're just like, yeah, I guess I'm gonna leave, I'm gonna flee. Unless you're directly threatened, it's kind of pointless. Like, I've been hearing a lot of people who are straight, white, and cis, and men talking about how they want to flee to blue states. It's like, man, I guess I understand why, because red states suck. But if you're able to stick it out, you're not going to be a substantial target in any way, shape, or form for what these red states are going to be doing. We need people who are willing to vote blue that are not directly threatened, at least, by the policies in that state or region to stay there and vote out the people who are in control there. I know for a fact that, like, one day I might, like, if my channel blows up immensely, I might move to a red state. Genuinely. Like, if I get tired of living in Seattle and my channel's blown up and I've got the finances to do that, I might consider, like, moving to, like, rural ass Florida on the coast. Maybe even to the part of Florida where I grew up in. And, like, running for office there. Holy shit, that would be crazy. That would be fucking wild. But yeah, like, I would consider doing that because my identity is not threatened, but I would absolutely love to provide my vote to a red state, and rather than just having it get, you know, basically evaporated into the wall of blue of an already blue state. So yeah, like, personally, I would love to be able to live that, but I currently live in Seattle. The current issue is that people on the left who are not affected are absolutely dipping out. And this mindset expands everywhere, like even online. There was this big wave. It didn't affect me as much, obviously, but like there was this big wave of big content creators that made progressive content, like David Pakman and Sam Cedar, who just got like massive sub drops for like days straight after Trump won the election, because so many progressive content viewers were just dipping out and retiring from watching progressive content after Trump won. And it's like, wow, this is the opposite of what the left needs to do if we're ever going to win again. We're like the left's instincts are the most counterproductive thing that we could possibly do at every single turn. It's like every progressive has like a machine that can with 100% certainty tell you exactly what you need to do to win a political movement at any given time. And whenever a choice needs to be made, every progressive like rolls that machine, like they run that machine, and they get the result of like, here's what you need to do to guaranteed win, and then they do the exact opposite. That's what it feels like.
They were ready to sacrifice everything, and many people did sacrifice everything, but it failed, and that just happens, you know what I mean? It doesn't mean that these people deserve to be in an authoritarian country. It doesn't mean that these people deserve to be ruled by maniacs, right? It doesn't mean that they're genetic slaves or whatever. That, once again, I never question an authority because it's like in their genetic...
Yeah, I've actually considered looking into moving to PA. I've got some friends there too, and PA is pretty nice if you live in like a nice like little rural town. Like a little bit inland, where that is where my friends there live. I've thought about it. Some, like, I don't know. It's just sort of like an idea. I really like it here, so it's hard to convince me to move. I'd have to visit and really enjoy it and be like, man, this mogs Seattle. And then I'd want to move, but, I mean, I've always wanted to live in the Pacific Northwest, so it's going to take a lot to convince me to move from here. Yeah, that's the point. I would want to move to a swing state ideally, and the only swing state I can imagine moving to would be Pennsylvania.
Code or something, you know. No. There's also Hong Kong, for example, right? That also failed. And there's an endless amount of these examples because, unfortunately, real life is not a Marvel movie. It's not a comic book. It's not a story. It's not a Hollywood film. A lot of people are basing their expectations on what they see in movies. No, the good guys don't always win. And they don't always magically get the one-up over the bad guys at the very end of the story. That doesn't always happen. And right now I feel like a lot of us in the world are collectively feeling like we've all essentially kind of failed at certain stages, and we've basically answered the worst timeline, and now we feel collectively powerless about
I genuinely think like 2000 might have been the point where we entered the worst timeline. I think we actually died when Y2K happened, and we're in hell. Do you get, like, think about it. Y2K. This thing, it's like, oh my god, the year 2000, we're all gonna die. The apocalypse doesn't happen, alright? Everything stays normal, right? I was born in 2003. Yeah, you're just a construct of hell. You're not real. And so, like, what happens? Al Gore loses, right? 9/11 happens. The Patriot Act goes down. Iraq War goes down. We then continue to have fuckery and fuckery after fuckery up until the financial crash of 2007, 2008. We get a little bit of stability and chill times under Obama. But even at the end of that, things are already getting crazy. You know, Obama's last term or last year was 2016 after all. So we got a little brief reprise with Obama. And then we enter 2016 and, you know the rest. Dude, Harambe died too on top of that. So I think we've just been in hell since we all died in the year 2000 at midnight. Yeah, no, this is a really lame hell, Noct, I gotta say. It is quite the lame hell.
Essentially not being able to do for this world what we want to do, to solve the problems that we'd like to solve, to stop the genocide.
I was born in 1999.
We feel powerless. And this applies basically to most citizens of most countries, right? But also, once again, because I'm Gen Z, I want to talk about us in particular. Gen Z, in my opinion, is kind of the ultimate powerless generation. And I feel like instead of bringing each other down and saying that, you guys suck because you didn't manage to overthrow, your tyrannical emperor or whatever, or, saying these guys actually deserve to be ruled by, once again, tyrannical authoritarian maniacs because they just don't know any better and they've never, had an opportunity to live any other leader, so they just don't have a chance. Please try to be kinder and stop doing that and just realize that all of us are in it together and all of
That is a good message, because literally it applies to every group involved in the discussion we've had throughout this entire segment. From the Israelis to the Palestinians to the Russians, it is just, there are a shitload of, normal, fine people who are just civilians that are not in favor of, or frankly, even if they were, they should not be subject to the, violence of war. And there are awful leaders, both. You've got Hamas and its leaders, which are awful. Their allies, the Houthis, and their leaders, which are awful. And Hezbollah, which is also awful. You've got Israel, who's got its awful leaders. And then you've the civilians are caught in between. And people on either side of the issue, if they have a preference for one side, or they're just loyalists to one side of this issue, the same reasons why they argue their side is right, they don't apply that same standard to the other side. They don't apply the standard to children born in Israel that they had no control or bearing over the fact that their country's leadership is evil. They don't apply that same standard. Zionists don't apply that standard to the Palestinians in Gaza, who weren't even born when Hamas took power. Or even give any leeway to the fact that Hamas's taking power in the first place was already of strenuous argument of popularity among the Palestinian people. And then on the other end of things, you've got people who, mostly white American, college kids here in America, who argue that, obviously the same point that I just argued, but then they don't apply that standard to the kids born in Israel. It's so frustrating. The same goes for Russia, right? Russia has awful leadership, evil oligarchs running things, but there are plenty of good people in Russia. When we talk about Russia interfering with our politics and Russia is bad, Russia is a authoritarian country, we're not talking about its people, we're talking about the people controlling its people. Good lord, it's pretty straightforward stuff. I do think we need to encourage a lot more empathy within the left to that degree, where it's stop monolithicizing, or whatever term there is for this practice, countries. They're just like the country you live in, which you may hate, but you would never want it to be bombed because the majority or a significant amount of it has politics you disagree with, right? And nor would you want your country dissolved and everybody in it deported to, I don't know, wherever their family history goes back to. It's such a bizarre thing. I don't know how we got from the powerless generation to talking about genocide, but we did it, guys. We made it through. We made it through the segment. We did it, guys. We did it. If you enjoyed this segment, which to be honest, because there are a lot of Hassan cucks in the audience, there are a good few people who probably didn't. Make sure you leave a dislike if you're one of those people. And leave a like if you enjoyed it, as every single thumbs up helps to push my content in the algorithm, like casting a blue ballot, forcing YouTube to show my stuff to more people. I really do appreciate it, every single one of you who go out of your way to do that. It means so much on my videos and streams, as does commenting as well, which boosts the effects of likes, as does subscribing and ringing the bell icon to turn on all notifications so that YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And of course, make sure if you have not already that you follow my social medias linked down below and join my fan Discord, where once a week on Fridays I host all sorts of events like call-in streams, watch parties, and gaming events. And of course, if you want to get announcements for everything, even when YouTube is glitching, my Discord's good for that too. Finally, though, if you want to support me directly and you can afford it and you feel like it, most importantly, then consider helping me keep the lights on and a roof above my head here at the Xander Hall studio by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch through the Streamlabs link down below. Regardless of how you support the stream, though, I really do appreciate it. And as always, have a good one. All right. How do you guys like that segment? Mamma mia. War Penguin, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Scrumpled Milk Skin. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. You are so based for that. It means a lot. Said, new GOP stalling strategy just dropped. Let's check this out. What is this? Taiwanese parliament member reportedly stole a bill and ran away with it to stop it from being passed. Holy shit, that goes crazy. We're gonna watch that in a second. Thank you. I love that. Still driving, Sir Gaglor? I'm sorry, you're stuck in traffic. See, I told you, we all died in 2000. Now we're in hell. Mike O'Moran, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, like with Russia, I wish the best for the people of the country and the worst for the people in charge. True. And Balder, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, we need to start calling out the media for being unfair and unbalanced. Yeah, that's true. We do need to start calling out mainstream media, like, especially for stuff like refusing to give proper airtime to issues that actually educate the people about the current administration. Like, now that it's going to be Trump, the media is going to do just fine talking about how bad the current administration is and what they're doing and everything that's going on. But during Biden's administration, there was nary a whisper of what Biden was up to. So much so to the point that it fueled conspiracies that Biden was just, like, gone, dead, absent, hadn't been seen in days, when in reality he had just signed a bill the day before that was, like, revolutionary for American politics. Can someone please get that Earth simulator fucking restarted quickly before more of these damn sinners? Lauren, this man's always been a problem with the... I have no clue what you're doing right now. TSW Shadow Wolf. Your message in whatever bit it's part of is it's too long. It's too long. So here's how we can potentially stop bad bills from getting elected or getting signed. He's running away with the bill to keep it from getting signed. Listen, it'll take him forever to print a new one. So it's actually pretty smart. Like, they really wanted that thing out of his hands. It's very clear that they needed that. Otherwise, it would really delay the signing. Dude, that goes crazy. That's what the Dems need to start doing. If the Dems started doing that, I feel like the videos would go viral and people would start supporting them. Like, holy shit, that goes hard. I don't remember who made the take, but the idea is that media like CNN wanted Trump elected because there would be a lot more content and a lot more views compared to Biden. I made the take, Fanatic. That was me. That was me. Xander Hall, how come tankies wanted the Israeli Jews to go back to Europe so bad? The hilarious thing is a lot of them are literally, like, Trump supporters. They're arguing that, like, what, a bunch of 15-year-olds should have to go back? Like, how long has Israel been around now? Like, 60 years? Israel age. Established in 1948. Yeah, so there are quite a few people in Israel, perhaps the vast majority, who were not, who are born there or were not alive when it was founded. And so, yeah, this argument that, like, the people are responsible for it, like the people in Palestine are responsible for Hamas, it's just genocide speak. pegging the crimes of previous generations onto the current generation is just genocide speak. Like, that's just genocidal. Like, we have we not watched Attack on Titan? You know what? You know what, guys? We're watching Attack on Titan in my Discord. We're gonna finish up Rings of Power, and then we're watching Attack on Titan. Maybe next watch party we do Attack on Titan. That could go hard as fuck. Biden is older than Israel? He might be. He might actually be. If I lived in Gaza, I would probably support them too. Well, I don't even know if the, like, Hamas has all that much support in Gaza. Is Rings of Power good? Should I watch it? Yeah, you should watch, like, the first episode yourself and decide whether or not you liked it. Generally speaking, I think just watch the first episode of a show. If you like it, then keep watching. Simple as that. You don't even have to watch the whole first episode if you can't get through it. I really like Rings of Power. Some people don't. Most of the people who say they don't are right-leaning, but a lot of people who say they don't aren't right-leaning. So maybe you'll like it, maybe you won't. I really like it, though. And I'm like a book nerd for Tolkien stuff, so, you know, you'd think I'd be a giga purist about every single minor change they make. But I think most of the changes they make to the story, they're kind of necessary for the format, you know? Similar to how Peter Jackson had to change stuff for what he wanted to do. Yeah. Joe Biden is 4 years older than Israel. Okay, so Israel was founded when he was 4. Man, dude. How could he fight to keep a country going that has only existed since he was 4? I do love that. I do love, like, white 19-year-olds saying that a country that's existed, like, 3 times longer than they've been alive is like a colonialist state that needs to be dissolved, though. That is very funny stuff. That is quite hilarious. As if it's like they just built it yesterday. No, Glamorous Frog. Rings of Power is the most early adaptation of any story in the Lord of the Rings timeline. Like, if you wanted to watch everything in order, as it's been adapted to screen, you would go Rings of Power, The Hobbit, Lord of the Rings. Of course, if you haven't seen any of the others, you won't get a lot of the references and callbacks in Rings of Power, which has a lot of fan service, but you can still appreciate it as that when you watch the original things they were referencing when they show up in, like, Lord of the Rings at the end of your final, like, hey, listen, you got to admit, if someone's never seen anything Lord of the Rings related and they watch the Rings of Power and then The Hobbit and then all of Lord of the Rings for the first time in, like, a giga marathon, that is an insanely cool experience, and I wish I could do that. But I have unfortunately seen all of it a million times. Israel's the definition of a colonial state. Again, the U.S. also fits this definition. Yes. But no one serious is advocating for the dissolution of America. Maybe the Republicans. In terms of countries, Israel's very young. It is, but it's not even close to the youngest around. Hassan, what is going on? Is Hassan posting cringe? Matter of fact, let's see what Hassan's up to. Twitch.tv/Hassan. Or actually, it would be Hassanabi. Wait, that's the wrong link. Hassanabi Twitch. I'm realizing now how bad I am at typing. It's actually, like, terminally bad. Oh my god, he's eating. Wait, I think he's muted while he eats. Wait, oh, he was eating into the mic. Okay. Oh my god, this content is riveting, dude. How many viewers does he have right now?
He's dropping ethnic groups like
37,000.
Liberal and not a Nazi. Yes.
Dude, is this what I have to do to have 37,000 viewers? Dude, yeah. Bro, this guy's a Nazi. Yeah, man, like, this dude's just in favor of ethnic cleansing, man. Bro can't eat. Yeah, man, that's totally the problem with Hassan, is that he can't, he's eating on stream. That's the only issue anybody has with Hassan, because everybody who hates Hassan, Rockstar, as you know, as Hassan told you, is deranged and a fan of Destiny. Yeah, I need to eat on stream while just reacting to shit all day, dude. Like, what is that all you gotta do all day? Lean flare, what are you even referring to? Don't copy Hassan. Alright, Lean flare. When you start spamming messages in chat that have nothing to do with what I'm talking about, I just assume you're a bot that's been programmed to spam random chats. Seriously, when I tell you AOT bit everything from Full Metal Alchemist, I will watch Full Metal Alchemist one day, and we'll watch it, but Wingo, your media takes are not great, so I don't trust you at all when you say that. We're definitely watch partying AOT in the Discord, by the way. It goes hard as fuck. I'm due for a rewatch of AOT. Xander Hall, is it bad to be a fan of Destiny? Like, a lot of people is said he has bad takes, which he... Okay, the main thing that people genuinely have a problem with Destiny for are three big things. And two of those things have aged quite badly as far as criticisms of Destiny go. Destiny has a lot of... for one, Destiny's an asshole. And if you agree with Destiny, you'll love that he's an asshole. And if you don't agree with Destiny on a thing, you'll hate it. And... like, he's had a lot of, like, spite arcs where he's really hated, like, lefties and says shit to intentionally piss them off. And so that gets people really upset. He said shit like, the rednecks mowing down dipshit protesters quote, that kind of stuff. People do not like him because of it. The other two things, though, the other two reasons why people do not like him were because of his falling out with Vosh and Hassan, which in hindsight, like, damn, Destiny kind of came out looking way cleaner than them. After all, you know, in hindsight. And then the other thing was his, the stuff with Demon Mama. Demon Mama did a really good job of framing Destiny as transphobic, something that Demon Mama is apparently very good at, and I learned from firsthand experience, is she's very good at twisting the narrative and making herself look like a victim. And she did that with Destiny, and people saw it as, like, transphobic. Despite the fact that Destiny practically popularized trans debates online, pro-trans debates, people were convinced that he is transphobic. So, yeah, people have a lot of problems with him there. I generally just think he's kind of dickish. I'll tune into his stuff from time to time. I've spoken to him in real life and hung out with him in real life, and he's, like, pretty much the exact same in real life, you know? Like... He's just kind of like a very snarky, sort of sarcastic guy, you know? I wouldn't hang out with him, like, outside of a, like, an official context. Like, if I could pick and choose who I would be friends with, I probably wouldn't, like, befriend Destiny on a personal level, just because I don't like having friends that are that kind of personality type. But that's just for me. But I'll tune into his stuff, especially when it's a debate. I really like his debates. They're really good. There was also that time where he was being slandered by Mr. Girl and Lav and had a lot of Orbiter drama going on, and I was watching him then. Yeah, I wonder how much of that shit comes from Lav and Mr. Girl, because Lav's insane. I dodged the bullet with Lav, dude. Holy fuck. Lav, like, randomly messaged me years before that drama. Some shit like... oh my god, I'm fangirling. She had, like, followed me, and I saw she had a lot of followers, too, so I followed her back. And then she DM'd me saying, OMG, I'm fangirling out right now, in a heart. And I said, I'm glad you enjoy the content. And nothing else. And she hearted my message reply, but I did not... I think it was supposed to be like, yeah, I'm gonna get him to, like... start DMing me and shit, or whatever, you know, what she pulled with Destiny, but I just said, I'm glad you enjoy the content, and then never spoke to her again, and then 3 years later, there was this big drama with Destiny, and I saw she's fucking insane, and I was like, yep, there you go. Don't message back random women that DM you. It's never a good sign. Anyway. Really quick chat. I'm gonna run upstairs and grab myself a Monster Energy to boost my energy and get myself a little awakened, because I woke up really early this morning after staying up really late. I have a confession to make to you guys. My buddy Ethan got me into Valorant. We've been having a lot of fun, and I am surprisingly good at it. Yesterday was my second day of playing the game, and I've had a pretty surprising amount of success in the game. Like, I've actually been winning a pretty ridiculous amount of games and getting a lot of kills. I top fragged quite a few times, and that was pretty surprising. Who's your main? Phoenix. I just liked Phoenix firepower, so I picked him the first time, and I like his voice lines, and I just figure I might as well try and master playing Phoenix, and then I can play other characters as I unlock them. Or if, like, Phoenix gets taken, I'll play someone else. Random women don't just DM dudes for no reason, lol. Yeah, Blister, that is a pretty good rule to live by. Listen now. Alright, hold on. Red pill arc time, okay? We gotta go, we gotta have a red pill arc so we can get the like, dudes on board with the left. Right. Young men out there, I'm gonna tell you a valuable lesson, right? If a woman messages you out of nowhere, it's a red flag, alright? No woman is scrolling around on social media and sees a guy and thinks, oh, he's cute, I'm gonna message him and start a relationship. This never happens, alright? This never happens. It is always a red flag. Do not reply. Move on with your day and forget about it. I promise you, you will be better off. That's my Andrew Tate impression. But that is genuinely true. I do legitimately think that is a pretty good rule to live by. You should have been in Peaky Blinders. 10 out of 10 needs more Sigma TikTok music. Hold on, I got this. Hold on, chat. Let me get this going. Sigma TikTok music. Oh no, this is workout music. No, what's that? What's that one, like, meme? Yeah, I can't find it. Never mind. Never mind. I need 100 girls huddled around me? That's true. You become the very thing you swore to destroy. True. True. I'm Andrew Tate now. I'm gonna become the Andrew Tate of the left. It's gonna happen, mate. I'm gonna be investing in crypto. No. No, I'm not gonna invest in crypto. Yeah, I need the TikTok conspiracy music. That's true. Yeah, I need, like, a cigar that I'm just, like, not even smoking. It's just, like, I'm randomly sucking on it occasionally, just like him. Where's my quote? You need to sign up for Hustlers University, right? Yeah. You gotta sign up for Hustlers University. Is it Peaky Blinders, the British attempt at a mafia show? Yeah, I heard about it. I heard it's alright. Dude, an hour ago you said it was easy to try shooting a gun at a range in Canada. False, you have to jump through hoops. I was one of the 3 persons a friend had to vouch for his sanity. Yeah, I'm very aware of the rules in Canada. I do think it's a little overreachy at times, but I also think it's fine, you know? I don't like the gun control laws that say, I don't care if you have a clean record, and if you're allowed to own a gun, like, full stop, legally, you're not allowed to own these certain guns. You're not allowed to own things that go full auto or semi-auto and have a barrel past this length, or you're not allowed to shoulder this type of thing if it can do that. I don't like those arbitrary, stupid rules that say you're not allowed to have something, period. I like there to be some, even if it's a lot of hoops you have to jump through, some path to being able to get, like, even, I don't know, like a full auto AK should be something you can get in every state in the US if you are able to prove that you are not a danger. You know, like, it should be possible. You know your shit, Xander? I appreciate it. I don't know everything about gun stuff, but I have my concealed carry permit in, like, most of the country, so, you know, I've had to take quite a few tests and pass them in order to get that permit, so I know a decent amount. But yeah, I don't like the laws that say, you can't have this. Full stop. I like the laws that say you can have this unless. And if you're a gun owner in America, if you're like me and you're like a super pro 2A guy, then one of your least favorite things is when a shooting happens that's like super in the media. Like, every time, if you're a gun guy, if a shooting happens and it's, like, big in the media and everyone's talking about it, you've got your fingers crossed and you are hoping the gun was acquired illegally. Like, stolen from a parent or something, or acquired through, like, you know, under-the-table sale type deal, or a straw purchase type thing, not a 100% by-the-books legal sale that the Dems will be able to point to and say, see, like, yeah. That you always hope it was some illegally acquired gun used when a big crime with guns goes viral, because you want it to be harder for legally acquired guns to be used for crimes, because then they have no ground to stand on. It's like, well, what laws are going to fix the fact that all these illegally acquired and owned guns are being used for homicide, right? That's kind of what we want to try and aim for, right? With Trump as president, will school shooters' families still be charged? Probably scapegoat. But as your name references, there will no doubt be a scapegoat for why the shooting happened, to divert it from a discussion of why'd this kid have access to guns, right? Like usually if a school shooting happens, it was done by a kid who, there's more often than not a lot of reasons why those parents should be responsible for that kid having ever been able to access the guns. Like, unless the kid used, like, thermite to, like, burn through or melt through their parents' safe, the parents probably did something wrong, you know? Would giving teachers shotguns help stop school shootings? Man, I honestly want to say yes. Like, to be completely honest with you, if teachers were carrying guns and were trained to use them, like, it's such a grim thought that is, like, a thing that would be necessary, but on an objective level, it would probably be better, yeah. Like, if a kid came into school and every teacher was, like, locked and loaded and trained, then chances are most school shootings would be stopped before the cops could even get there. There wouldn't be Uvalde situations, right? Then again, it depends how many teachers would even be willing to do anything, right? But if it comes down to it, when, you know, like, what the teachers are supposed to do is lock down their classroom, right? They wouldn't be, like, patrolling the school looking for the school shooter. So it'd be probably a situation of, like, yeah, if the school shooter is, like, busting down the door into one of the classrooms and it's just the teacher and a bunch of kids huddled up in, like, the corner, then yeah, it would probably be better. But then there's still a lot of situations where, like, you gotta consider, what if the teachers have guns, but then the kids steal the guns and use them to do shootings, right? Damn, didn't know Zan was so bought into all the cringe pro 2A arguments. Damn, I didn't know I had so many fans that were retarded cucks. Enjoy your band, Blister. When they come for you, I'm glad to know you won't be able to defend yourself, because guess what? I will be. I'm not going down without a fight. You're gonna go down like a bitch. Anyway. Damn, I just joined. What happened? Don't worry about it, Swords of Sing Helios. I like your Halo username. It's a good reference. Republicans want to give the guns to kids. That is pretty stupid. Yeah, I think it's probably overall pretty dumb to give teachers guns, but at the same time, like, if you were to distill it down to, like, a simple situation of, like, a school shooting has happened, and every teacher in the school is locked and loaded. It's like, well, I don't know if you could say that would be a worse situation than if the teachers were all unarmed. I'm just saying. Like, do you really think the teachers being armed and trained wouldn't be more ideal than them being completely unarmed in that isolated circumstance? You'll eventually see Republicans openly argue for students to have guns. I think I've seen them do it, yeah. Are teachers law enforcement? No. Are you? Am I? Like, you're allowed to own a gun to protect yourself and the people you care about. That's kind of written into the law. Then no guns. Alright, enjoy your band, buddy.
Are teachers law enforcement? Then no guns, because I make all the rules, because I'm No One's Home 2025.
Good lord. Yeah, we also need to purge the anti-gun people from the left pretty hard as well, because, like, it's just a losing point in America. Like, it just loses the Dems elections when they go anti-gun. Rockstar says, lol, what the fuck, then no one should have guns in that logic? They probably think that, Rockstar. That's why they're banned. American gun culture is fascinating watching from Australia. Australia is one of the most anti-gun countries there is. American gun culture, man, it's so hard to explain to people who haven't lived in it. The best way to put it is, since before I was born, and well before, like generations before, there have been, by magnitudes, more guns than people in this country. Like, if every American tomorrow decided they hated guns and wanted to destroy them, they would essentially, like, it would take decades to pull this off. Like, there are so many guns in this country. Like, even if the sentiment was anti-gun here. But the sentiment is, in fact, so pro-gun, and continues to strengthen to pro-gun, that it's like arguing that it's like arguing against rain, right? It's like, well, it's guns in America are as certain as death and taxes at this point, right? Guns aren't going anywhere. In fact, there are so many people who own so many guns that it's like, we do not need the right to have the monopoly on owning, like, all the guns in the country. We're seeing record rises in gun sales, primarily among left-leaning demographics, and so it's very clear that the boundary is already breaking. Progressives and Dems are getting super into buying guns. So, yeah, it's just that's the situation. And they have no school shootings now. School shootings are awful, but you can't stop them by legislating against guns. Like, they'll just continue to happen. You realize that we can literally 3D print guns now, right? Like, so much so to the point that they make polymers that can withstand several, like, magazines worth of shots, so you don't have to use metal parts. It's insane. You can actually 3D print a whole gun now. Just straight up, you can 3D print a whole ass gun. Yeah, like, when people talk about school shootings, they talk about them on an emotional level, but then they're also talking about them on a statistical level. But when you talk about mass shootings in America, the majority of them are like 4 people were shot, which is horrible, but that's not a mass shooting, let's be real. When you say, oh, like, 36,000 mass shootings happened, people are like, oh my god, really? And you're like, yeah, but most of them, like, 3 people got shot and 1 person might have died, but most of the time no one dies. You're like, oh. Well, that's still pretty bad, but, like, when you hear 36,000 mass shootings per year, I mean, you know, that makes your mind jump to some pretty insane conclusions, you know? Not to mention metal 3D printing. Oh yeah, I didn't even know you could 3D print metal. That's cool. Meow Wixen, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Said, she's zanning my dur till I haul. Please read some of Tobuscus's tweets. Oh yeah, Tobuscus is insane now. Donald Trump screaming and celebrating that Trump won.
Trump won! I'm done!
Oh, he's making fun of people mad.
No! No! Donald J. Trump won! No! The guy from Home Alone!
He hit his head on the tile. I love when, like, conservatives roll around on the ground like retards and say, this is you guys. Like, they shit and piss themselves, and then they rub it all over their face, and they say, this is what you guys do. Mockery and satire are the lowest form of humor. Anyway, thank you for the $5, Meowixen. And Red Scare, thank you for the $5 reduce. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Says, yep, anti-2A is a loser shit. True! True, true, true. Very true. Very, very true. It's never Americans either. And sometimes it is, but, like, even the anti-2A Americans are like, yeah, it's a bit of a Sisyphusian task, but I would like to see all the guns gone. But, like, the Europeans are like, your gun culture is evil. It's like, okay. I'm not letting a European tell me my culture is evil. You're getting banned if you do that. I didn't know Tobuscus was still around. Yeah, he does insane conservative car rants now, believe it or not. Anyway, I will be right back, guys. I'm gonna go use the restroom and grab myself a Monster Energy, and then we've got some more topic arenas to cover. Quite a few, in fact, we got to cover today. And then we're, of course, gonna be doing a little bit of Subnautica after politics. Don't worry, I hope you guys are hyped for that. But stick around. I'll be right back. a lot more to cover today, so stay tuned. Alrighty. I got myself my Monster Energy. And man, the second it passed my lips, I feel awake. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to make my dope-ass mass gainer milkshake before stream today. And so I'll have to settle for a Monster to wake my ass up. But, for now, it will do. I'll have my shake tonight. I'll make it for myself tonight, and I'll drink it while I am playing Valorant with Ethan. It'll be a good time. It'll be fun. Zan, do you think there's any possibility in enforcing mandatory gun insurance, similar to car insurance? I mean, it could be a popular policy. Republicans are surprisingly amenable to the idea of gun reform, but not gun control, which itself is a super dirty word. Yeah, gun reform is very popular even among Republicans. Like, even 2A Republicans don't want criminals getting their hands on guns through legal means. And so, yeah, that's why, like, DeSantis had a lot of support for his law in Florida, where he banned anyone who is younger than 21 from buying handguns, because that policy, like, massively caused a drop in gun homicides in Florida, and it's just a simple age limit. Like, they looked at a statistic, like, oh, men under 21 are the majority of people responsible for gun crimes, and they are mostly handguns. All right, let's restrict sales till you're 21. Oh, look at that. The crime drops massively. And so, yeah, like, even Republicans, like, pretty bad Republicans, like DeSantis, are pretty in favor of gun reform policy. It just has to be reasonable. I always thought Nick Fuentes lived in Florida. That's what I had heard, Cute Bunny Chan 98, but apparently he lives in, like, I don't know, somewhere up north. I forget the state. Yeah, that's some real flyover bullshit, Meowix, and I'm not gonna lie, Illinois. I completely forget that Illinois exists until people mention it. And I frankly, like, Chicago? That's literally all I associate with that state. Hot dogs, Chicago. Big-ass lake. Flat, I'm pretty sure. Illinois is based as fuck, though. Listen, the Great Lakes region I've never been there, so it doesn't exist. I haven't rendered it in yet, guys. Like, I haven't rendered in that area. It's not real. It's not in render distance. Alright. Subnautica is a great choice. Are you going in blind? Mostly, from this point on, Snake Lover. I bought Subnautica back in 2014 on Steam when it was in early access, because I saw Frankie on PC and 1080p playing it, and I thought it was super dope. But I only ever got, like, to the point where the ship gets shot down, and then I'd go and explore the Aurora, and I'd get lost, and I'd fall off, but then I'd try to come back to the game, and then I'd do the same thing over and over and over. Now, in my playthrough on stream, we're at the point where the Sunbeam has been blown up by the alien gun, and it's time to explore the Aurora and the alien gun facility, and I'm just a little bit away from basically being fully blind on the game. I know there's like a virus on the planet, and I got like a fish that has an enzyme that chat tells me is the cure, so I'm keeping it in a fish tank, and I need to get a thing to breed it so I can have more enzyme fish. I found it near my house in a little like kelp patch. I really do love Subnautica. It's a great game. All right. Let me get the next segmentarino ready. All right, guys. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. I think we're all wondering right now, after the results of the election we're reeling from, how did this happen? What went wrong? Am I right about it just being a vibes-based vote, or did the Harris campaign truly fail? I think there's a lot of cases we made that it was a combination of factors, and that perhaps if Biden had been switched out like 200 to 300 days earlier, then perhaps Harris would have had much better of a chance of winning. Maybe she would always have been doomed with so little time to do her campaign. Maybe she was always doomed no matter how much time she had because of anti-incumbent bias that's been so popular in the last 4 years. It's hard to say. But there's apparently a new report that has come out going over why Harris lost. And I'm genuinely curious to find out what it says, because I have no clue what it says. I'm wondering if I have already kind of figured it out myself, or if I'm totally off the money. Let's see what this report claims.
New insights from inside the campaign for Kamala Harris as Democrats continue their infighting over her defeat in the presidential election. New reporting from Notus, N-O-T-U-S, a great website, suggests that there's finger-pointing and blame-gaming at all levels of the Harris campaign over the campaign strategy or lack thereof, decision-making or lack thereof, mismanagement or management of funds. Let's bring in Jasmine Wright.
You know what's rough about this? The possibility that this is literally just unlucky. You know what I mean? It's possible the Harris campaign did literally nothing wrong. Like, were there areas to get improved? Sure. But overall, totally could have won if it weren't for the vibes. You know how, like, you ever watch, like, a Roadrunner cartoon? Like, the cartoon where the coyote and the Roadrunner? And you see the coyote attempts something to catch the Roadrunner, and it fails because of, like, a coincidence. Like, a very bizarre, circumstantial coincidence. But it was actually a really good plan. And you watch it as a kid and you're like, okay, I know that plan failed, and I know that the definition of insanity is to try the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result, but I feel like you'd be crazy to expect the same result if you attempted that plan again, because that was a solid plan. I think you just got fucking unlucky and you gotta try again, and you'll get it next time. This is the same feeling I have about the Dems and the Harris campaign. I think the policies were definitely not bad. Like, this has been, I really hope the Dems don't see this as a reason to start moving right, because this has been the most far left the Dems have ever been, particularly the Biden administration. Its policies have actually been, like, radically far left, the most radically far left. And I really worry the Dems are going to start de-escalating or reversing off that direction because they assume that's what failed them. Because the policies are great. The policies are ideal, and they need to keep moving to the left. It's just like, I worry that they're going to assume, like, oh, did we make a mistake by trying to appeal too much to people online or not? Like, I worry that they're going to see their positives, their triumphs as failures, and not lean heavier into things that were actually good ideas. I don't know if there was any way for them to win here. So throwing the entire campaign out with the bathwater seems like a bad idea, because there's a genuine chance that, like, they could have ran the best campaign possible and lost. Genuinely. I disagree slightly. I think they should be further left, but they're going too far of right. Now it's not time yet. Too far as of right now, it's not time yet. No, I don't think so. Their rhetoric is very moderate, but their policy is very left-leaning. But the people don't know the policy. They just feel the vibes. I actually don't think the American people actually have a reality-based opinion on the Dems in regards to their radical left-wingness. I think they believe the Dems are as radical as the Republicans tell them they are, right? And so, like, the Dems having, like, an extremely radically left-leaning last 4 years, while their rhetoric remains super milquetoast, it goes to show who's paying attention and who's not, right? Like, if all you do is listen to these people speak, it's easy to push the idea that they're just milquetoast libs. If you actually follow their policy, it's pretty hard to deny that, like, this has been the most progressive administration ever by a lot.
Right, who's covering this story for Notice. Also with us, CNN's chief national affairs correspondent, Jeff Zeleny. So, Jasmine, per usual, great reporting. You have this great story.
Wait, the Dems fumbled the election because of trans people? Okay, I keep hearing this talking point. The Dems fumbled the election because of trans people. What are you talking about? Because of being too pro-trans? Because I assure you, the American people do not flip because they're anti-trans. Is it for being too anti-trans? I assure you, the American people do not flip their result because Harris was not pro-trans enough. It's like, yeah, it's just, I don't know. It could have been a bunch of different factors, but I think it was primarily like there's like a political game of hot potato, and the Dems got caught holding the hot potato. It just feels like that's what happened.
Describing the Harris campaign as a disorganized operation that was more reflective of Joe Biden than of Kamala Harris. She was unable to capitalize on that initial voter enthusiasm. She was
Wait, okay, we can't continue to blame Biden. Come on, you got to get off this man's dick, all right? The dude is just quietly continuing to, like, dude, you know what he did? Hold on. These people are continuing to try to shit on Biden because someone has to be the scapegoat. And I imagine people want to run Harris again. If you're going to scapegoat someone, scapegoat the actual candidate who ran and failed, not the, like, candidate who didn't even run because you didn't let them. Mind you, who did not fail you last time. You just assumed they would this time and got out in front of it. Here's what Biden's been up to. Here's a video from Washington Post YouTube channel. I really love these little shorts they do.
You have around 70 days until Trump becomes president. I made this hourglass to help demonstrate that. What can we do to maintain your climate policies that Trump has threatened to dismantle many times?
Remember our plan to limit oil drilling in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge? Finalize it.
Done.
Now, how can we help California's transition to electric vehicles?
The EPA could give them a waiver to set even tougher vehicle emission rules than that of the federal government.
Send the waiver.
You got it.
Also, get the EPA to finalize the rules restricting the release of these toxic chemicals.
Done. Sir, your time as a lame duck president is running out. Speaking of birds, what about restricting drilling, mining, and livestock?
The crazy thing as well is he's not wrong. A lame duck president means that the president was elected, sure, but there's not enough votes in the House and Senate to actually get things done. And so Biden was a lame duck president, and yet he got all this shit done. Could you imagine if Biden had a blue House and Senate his entire 4 years and it wasn't getting blocked at every turn? The kind of shit he would have been able to achieve?
stock grazing over 65 million acres of 10 western states.
How are we justifying?
To save this bird's habitat.
What in the Tim Burton? Holy Okay, fine.
Sir, you have around...
Yeah, very good stuff. So Biden is currently like in a mad rush to finalize and make permanent as much as possible, particularly a lot of his climate policies, which is actually like really goated of him. There are a lot of really high level like issues that he needs to like ensure we're okay on after he leaves, but prioritizing climate change as existential of a topic as it is shows that he's with the program and really gets what's going on. Biden really got screwed over. Yeah. I'm excited for like everyone to get guilty in a couple years, like as the history, like as Biden stops being current and starts to become history, people are going to start to realize like, man, we gave that motherfucker a hard-ass time. Still angry at Vosh. I am angry Vosh is still blaming Biden. Someone's got to take the rap. They kick him out and say, we're not going back. Finally, we're free of what came before. Yeah, yeah. And then they fail. And then they say, well, it was still Biden's fault. It's like, okay, dude. All right. Like, this is how much they cannot get behind the candidate. Like, even when they got behind the candidate, they weren't really behind the candidate. You know what I mean? Like, it was this, like, way of still attacking the party. And, like they backed Kamala Harris to hurt the DNC because they considered Biden representative of what they hate in the DNC. It's just weird shit. And then, of course, obviously didn't turn out to vote for Kamala anyway.
Unable to make a clear distinction between herself and Joe Biden. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of examples into this piece about how the initial campaign under Joe Biden was put together. The fact that it was based off of the fact that, you know, they may not have a lot of voter enthusiasm, not a lot of volunteers, maybe even not a lot of donor money. And so they were kind of scrappy, but that meant that it was difficult for people once Harris replaced Biden to scale up and really capture that enthusiasm and capture all that money. We know when Biden was on the ticket, it was difficult for them to staff up. People didn't want to work for Joe Biden and people didn't want to move to Wilmington. And so that left in people's minds that we talked to, people in these really key senior roles, potentially 4 or 8 years too junior for that very specific role. And so when it came to the vice president being on top, they were having problems fundraising. We reported that they missed a fundraising deadline in September after revising that a couple times based off of the projections that they made.
That doesn't surprise me. The campaign didn't have a lot of money. We need to start killing this mindset that the Dems and the Republicans are equally backed by large money interests. The Dems' primary source of funding are donors. They do massive grassroots funding campaigns where a massive amount of their funds come from. They also get massive donations from large billionaires, yes, but it's usually CEOs of companies that do it as a political statement. You got to remember, contrary to what Go Woke, Go Broke tells you, the ideas of progressive politics tend to do pretty well, and a lot of companies have donated to the DNC just to like look clean, to look nice, to a generally more Dem voting market. It's just a marketing strategy. But like the way that Republicans have been desperate to equate the Democratic Party and Trump getting backed by like Elon and all these billionaires who are celebrating his victory, it's so far from reality. Dem campaigns more often than not are desperate for money and finances because like they just don't have enough funding to run a campaign the same way the Republicans can. The Republicans are fighting for the interests of the wealthy. It is very straightforward and obvious that the Dems, who, you know, obviously they're not fighting to impoverish every wealthy person, but like clearly the Dems' policies hurt the Republicans more, or not the Republicans, the billionaires more. That is why the billionaires buy out the Republicans as much as they can.
Made when she made a lot of money coming into it, but also some of the problems with the culture, particularly around folks. One person said that they kind of had a gallows humor, a 9-to-5 work mentality, and that they were very hesitant to take advice from Harris aides that the vice president brought in once she topped the ticket. And of course, there was just a lot of criticism over the campaign leadership and what the data and analytics team were doing and what research that they were actually looking.
Holy shit. Everything I thought that could be a problem is going on. You know how I talked about how the DNC is working too much with people that are not, like, with the program? Like Hassan, who, at the last big DNC event before the election, went out to interview the protesters of the people protesting Kamala, saying that she's a genocider and not to vote for her and advocating to abstain from voting for her. He was interviewing them outside for hours and he got kicked out. He lost his place there. But, like, the fact that after his years of shitting on the DNC and the Democrat candidate, no matter who it is, that they would bring him in to cover the event to his massive audience, the DNC clearly has, like, this idea of, like, oh, is this a popular progressive-leaning figure? Yeah, bring them in. They've got an audience. Who cares if they've got a history of shitting on our party, calling it, like, anti-American, anti-working class, genocidal, whatever. Like, I don't know. As an American, dude, I get the whole, like, lefty, we gotta criticize the Dem Party, it's not left enough or whatever, but I'm an American, all right? I'm not European. I wish that the Overton window in America was where it was in Europe, but I'm an American, okay? And we've got our own Overton window. Our politics are crazier. We got to focus on what's going to win us elections, because that's how we don't all die horribly on a global scale. Because, yeah, by the way, just because you're European or, I don't know, like, fucking Australian or African or whatever, like, you could fucking live in South Africa, the opposite side of the goddamn Atlantic Ocean from America, and you're still going to feel it when Trump takes office. You're gonna feel that shit economically, okay? Like, you're gonna be wishing that he hadn't won just as much as we are.
Looking at to form their analysis of the race.
So a lot of the aides you spoke to blamed the campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, who wanted to own all decision making, they say, for the campaign. At Biden's request, you write, Harris largely kept.
The Dems were supposed to bring Vaush on for something, but at the last second they decided to do background checks one time. Why couldn't they do that with Hassan this time? They really need to get on top of the background checks always. Yeah, that's good that they blocked Vaush from doing that. That would have been a massive scandal for the DNC, especially with, like, the porn folder stuff. Because, like, I don't know how many of you guys have, like, fallen for the PSYOP shit that Vaush's community did, but, like, man, that folder had an image in there of two drawn underage girls eating a horse's ass. So yeah, it would have been really bad if the DNC worked with Vaush, and because, like, the whole rest of the internet knows about that and what was in that folder, and so, like, yeah, it would have been a massive fucking problem had the DNC decided to work with Vaush. I think Destiny has gone on record saying he has got contacts with the DNC now and is going to be working with them to get Hassan, Vaush, and any other, like, super hyper lefty creators that go anti-Dem candidate, like, that are, like, anti-voting type lefties, to get them blacklisted from speaking to any Dem politicians, from Bernie to AOC to, like Ro Khanna, anything like that. Just, like, working with the DNC to blacklist all of them, and I'm fully on board with that. That is massively based. The DNC needs to choke out any ability for figures like Hassan to exist within, like, the mainstream progressive space. I think that's actually a very healthy move. It's like a controlled burn, kinda. Will you be affected by that because doesn't Destiny hate you or something? I don't really think so. Destiny doesn't hate me, for one. Destiny, I think, probably would have hated me a lot more back when I was friends with Vaush, but I don't think he would have much of a negative opinion of me now. Especially because, like, I've worked on Progressive Victory with him, right? Like, we literally both worked with, like, a group that is actively trying to get the Dems elected, you know? So I think he'd probably be like, oh yeah, you worked at PV? Yeah, you're clearly on the program, okay. You're clearly not an anti-voting lefty, so I doubt I'm gonna get blacklisted from talking to politicians. I think I'm probably fine. Especially when you consider where my catalog of content and what 90% of my controversies lately have been about.
His pre-existing campaign infrastructure, as you just noted, including keeping O'Malley Dillon instead of bringing in her own campaign manager. And aides that you spoke with said she created a bottleneck, resisted advice, even withheld key polling information. Is there unanimity that it's her fault, per se?
Well, I think ultimately what I talked to is that people blame Joe Biden. They blame Joe Biden for staying on the ticket too long. They blame Joe Biden in his initial campaign for being unable to recognize just how deeply upset Americans were about the economy, about immigration, and about some of these other larger issues.
You can't blame it on Joe Biden then. If people are mad about the economy, putting the VP presiding over that shit economy that Biden had no like control or effect on. Well, he did have control over it. He improved it. Mind you, like, it just sucks that like Biden decreased unemployment and raised wages to match the prices rather than just throwing all those ideas that actually help Americans out of the window and just desperately trying to lower inflation or like lower prices. So it looks like the economy has healed. Like I don't know, like price gouging or something like that. It's just, it's this bizarre, like, everybody had the vibe that the current administration was off. Switching out for Harris sooner probably wouldn't have changed that aspect if you acknowledge that, like, people were mad at the current incumbent.
But they say that these issues...
Harris basically was the incumbent.
Issues under the hood at the campaign, right? It's kind of like death by 1,000 cuts. They may have not lost the race for them, but they certainly did not help. And they feel very, very seriously that it did not put the vice president in the best position to win when she changed over in July.
Certainly not. You only have 107 days to run for president. Jeff, House Speaker, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi certainly sounds like she is blaming a lot of this on Joe Biden for not getting out of the race back in 2022, 2023, when he could have like allowed a thriving Democratic process, a strong primary and caucus process, somebody who could separate themselves from Joe Biden.
Look, this was always going to be difficult given the...
It could never have been, like, Harris that won that primary, mind you. I do agree with this, by the way. Ideally, well, it's hard to say. I don't think that any of the evidence we had at the time was actually a very strong indication that Biden would have lost. I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. You can call me crazy here, but you guys remember that, like, Donald Trump had, like, record low approval ratings, but still got as many votes in 2020 as he did this time and won off of? Like, Donald Trump had, like, record low approval rating. Biden had record low approval rating. Everybody has record low approval rating now. It's just that is the case. I don't know if, like, approval ratings and that kind of attempts at predictive stuff can be that reliable, because, like, people hated Trump, but they all still came out and voted for him, you know? I think a lot of people who voted Trump don't like him, and they still voted for him. Man, it just seems like the idea that Biden wasn't popular enough to win is crazy, especially when the only evidence that you can look at is the past, which is Biden bringing out the most votes ever by a margin of 10 million. Biden brought out so many votes that Republicans are still claiming it was fishy how big Biden's turnout was, and that the low turnout of this election compared to the insane turnout of 2020 is evidence that Biden cheated. They literally point to that massive turnout, and the only explanation they have is the cope that the Dems had to have cheated for Biden to have performed that well, because it blows them out of the water that much. I know it sounds insane because, like, it's old crusty Joe where everyone was complaining the whole time, but everyone was complaining from the media to, like, the approval ratings about Trump too, and he still had massive, like, turnout. If it weren't for Biden's insane turnout in 2020, he would, like, I think the Dem would have lost. I don't know, like, it's either COVID's fault, which is not the control, or COVID and the war that affected the global inflation's fault, which isn't the fault of Biden or Kamala, mind you. It's just they got fucked. They got unlucky. They were holding the hot potato when it was their turn, or the people's turn, to decide who is in trouble. They were holding the potato. And then, like, I don't know. The idea that Biden needed to drop out, if he was going to drop out, I do agree he needed to have done it back in 2022, though. That is true. But this is the thing. If they wanted to boot him, which they ended up doing, they should have done it in 2022 or 2023. They should have given Harris a year if they wanted to oust him. If they knew, like, oh, it's getting too late, it's been like 2 years out from the election, Biden's not dropped out, why didn't they oust him then? Why did they wait and go through the whole process 107 days out and then put themselves in this situation? We lost regardless. So why? I don't know. It just seems like we probably should have stuck with what was, like, evidentiarily known to work. We don't know if it was COVID that really caused the results. If it was, then we would have lost either way. But at least we knew that Biden can bring out like so much voter turnout for Dems that the Republicans cope by calling it cheating. So maybe we should have stuck with him in hindsight. This like trying to find like and blame him for this now, it's just so cringe. I think the Democrats were going to lose anyway, so instead of tarnishing Biden's record, they threw Kamala under the bus. But now they're trying to, well, I guess this is just a campaign person talking about blaming Biden. Yeah, maybe. Maybe they just didn't want to tarnish Biden's record, and they did. Yeah, because, like, in 4 years, Biden's record is going to, like, be history and not, like, debated current politics. And then it's going to be like, hey, don't you guys want to go back to Biden's, like, look at the chart for U.S. GDP when Biden started his presidency compared to when it ended. See, he completely repaired the economy through his entire term. Don't you guys want to go back to that and not what Trump did in the last 4 years? That's probably going to be what they're playing for, I guess. Trump announced a Fox News host as Secretary of Defense. Jesus.
The inflation.
Wait, has he? Wait, no, not Tulsi. No, it's not Tulsi, is it? Wait. He did not make Tulsi Secretary of Defense, did he? Oh no, Elements, don't tell me he did that. It's Tulsi. That's the only Fox News host that makes sense. Oh no, he totally made Tulsi. Are you memeing? Not Tulsi, some other douchebag? Oh, okay. Not great, but man, I was dreading the potential Tulsi Secretary of Defense position. Oh, that shit had me scared. I've been dreading the possibility of a Tulsi appointment for that position. You know, her and her like cringe ass like anti-America, no war with Russia, let Russia have Ukraine politics, right?
Headwinds, but many people agree with.
She's bought out by
Pelosi.
Russia.
If you look back to
like
the
hard.
midterms of 2022, that is something that emboldened President Biden. That he thought the message from the midterms, where Democrats did not get blown out, that they thought that was a sign that there was some sort of need or market for him. So that was one thing. That there's no question the timing and his decisions really affected everything. Also, an over-reliance on abortion rights. That was also a lesson mislearned. A variety of people we've talked to said because it was so successful in 2022, they thought that this was the thing that would really overtake inflation in the economy. It simply didn't. But with young voters in particular, that remains kind of a mystery to this.
Why? It's not a mystery. Are you unaware of what the birth rates are for Gen Z, dog? Gen Z's not having kids or sex. Why would Gen Z consider abortion a high polling issue when Gen Z's famously biggest issue is finances? Gen Z doesn't make enough money to be concerned about relationships, sex, kids, or that any of that, right? Like it's getting to the point where much of Gen Z is so busy and so focused on just trying to grind and make ends meet, that's probably a big contributor of the male loneliness epidemic. I can say that as a Gen Z man, I oftentimes neglect seeking out relationships just because it's like, dog, if I was dating someone right now, like, I would be streaming for like 8 hours straight, and that would be 8 straight hours that I am spending neglecting my partner, and that's just cruel, right? And so a lot of Gen Z is getting to be like that mindset, you know? Like when you can barely get by and your entire life is work and die, work till you die, why would you vote based on issues that have no bearing on your life? Only like generations that came before that had the luxury of caring about that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's probably why Gen Z did not care that much about the abortion issue. Can't afford shit, you know?
Just 1%.
Can't even afford to fuck.
In each of the 3 blue wall states, if you will, in some of these college towns would have made a difference and did not appeal to young voters. So look, this failure has 1,000 fathers. There's no doubt. You have to give some of the blame to Vice President Harris, but certainly much more.
Streaming is your job, though? Well, that's what I'm saying, though, right? Like, everybody has a job. My job is honestly one of the easiest that you could have as a Gen... I'm lucky as a Gen Z guy to have a job like this, because otherwise I would be working in, like, some awful area of work a ridiculous amount of time just to make enough to get by, right? Like, yeah, even I, in my situation, which is pretty okay, am like, man, I'd feel cruel being in a relationship because of the amount of time I would be neglecting to spend with my partner. And I think a lot of people who aren't even like in that weird incel area, a lot of Gen Z men are in that area too, and a lot of Gen Z women are like, I don't even want to risk it. I don't want to, like, I'm focused on my own thing. It's just Gen Z's just got too much on their plate for like that issue to be something that can overtake the economy. It's a simple answer
to President Biden.
But you also know Jasmine writes in her reporting some of the aides say Harris was unable to capture and channel voters' anger. And it's the same point that Bernie Sanders raised. He was on with Dana Bash yesterday. He says working class voters have been abandoned by the Democratic Party. And Nancy Pelosi.
This is true. I think the Dems probably need to lean a lot heavier rhetorically into working class populist rhetoric, like on par with Bernie's. The problem is, like, I don't know. Like, the Dems are pretty progressive, but they're not Bernie progressive. Like, I don't know if they're willing to go that far. Especially because when they do that, they basically lose the last of their corporate donors. If they go full Bernie Sanders. Like, the DNC will lose the last of its corporate donors and will be operating on pennies compared to the Republican Party's billions, you know? It would be a pretty rough switch, but I do think rhetorically that has to happen. Like, it has to. Trump won primarily based on economic populism this election, and it actually crossed the partisan lines with voters. I do think that if the Dems try to appeal to that sense of working class anxiety way more and explicitly in like a populist way, not this like brand safe way of I'm a middle class person, we're trying to fight for the middle class. No. You got to talk about the working class. You got to talk about the working man and how these people are taking money from you. They're getting bailouts from the government. Meanwhile, you're going bankrupt. You know, like that's the rhetoric that is going to sit with people. And now's the time to play it, because we're about to enter an incumbent of Republicans that are going to destroy the economy. Now's the time for the Dems to lean heavy into populist economic rhetoric to hard win back all these seats and the presidency in 2024. And maybe even by 2022 in the midterms. Not 2022. Oh, man, I'm talking like it's 2020. Oh, man, I'm in the past. I mean 2026 and 2028. My bad.
By that, but what are you hearing about that and Harris's inability to capture voters' anger?
It's the anger and also just understanding the economic realities of high housing costs. She talked about that, but appearing with the celebrities and others didn't necessarily reflect that.
In a really piecemeal way, not recognizing the fact that people's rents are so much higher than they were 4 years ago.
For sure, but very difficult to distance herself from it. But there's no doubt anger is part of it, but the celebrity culture. Yeah. It didn't end up playing so well.
All right, Jasmine, right? And
I agree with that, by the way. That was actually, I think, what really might have been enough to push the limit and lose Hillary the campaign, because that was such a close race on the state level. I do think that Hillary might have won had she relied less on celebrity endorsements. I think the celebrity endorsements they sound like a good idea. But I think, for one, a lot of these celebrities, your Taylor Swifts and whatnot, they're really likely to vote Dem to begin with, right? And so Hillary, in 2016, was like constantly endorsed by all these big celebrities, all these big Hollywood celebrities. And people mostly framed it as cringe because Obama was the president. It was the Dem incumbent for 8 straight years. And now this new Dem was coming along trying to get elected for a third Dem term and talking like it's just an easy path into the White House and like it's the red carpet's been rolled out for her. And there's all these celebrities telling her this is her future. It's like all already been set, like it's already a given, basically. And that's a little bit cringe to people, I think. Like, a lot of people consider that cringe when you are, for 8 years now, you are the establishment. Now you're like acting as though you're bringing in celebrities and talking like you're counterculture. It just doesn't play well. Now, though, like think back to 2020. You know how like everything from the Sacha Baron Cohen movie that came out right before the election in 2020 to just like all the talk shows and the nightly shows and the news and all that shit, like all of it was popping off, even though it was platforming a lot of mainstream Hollywood celebrities, and it wasn't seen as being like corporate and fake because the Republicans actually held power and they were speaking truth to power, not coming on to endorse the furtherance of the people in power. It plays so differently when you get those celebrity endorsements as the incumbent compared to when you're trying to gain power from the opposing side. One looks like counterculture, the other looks like using celebrities to keep power. It's just a different vibe.
Jeff Zeleny, the Stallion, we call him, Jeff.
Nice, okay. The Stallion. All right, guys. If you enjoyed this segment, if you thought that the points made were interesting, I think my points were the best, to be honest. I think I am the only person worth listening to. CNN is actually quite cringe these days, but that was a decent enough segment. I feel a little bit informed about what the discussion has been inside of the Democratic Party and the Harris campaign. Anyway, guys, if you enjoyed the segment, please consider leaving a like. Every single thumbs up goes a long way to boosting my channel, my streams, and my videos in the algorithm, so I really do appreciate it, as usual. Consider following my social medias linked down below in the description. Comment, subscribe, join my fan Discord if you haven't already, so you can be there for my watch parties, call-in streams, or gaming events that I host every Friday, every week in my Discord. And if you want to support me directly, if you can afford it and you feel like it, then consider helping me keep the lights on and a roof above my head here at the Xander Hall studio by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying merch through the Streamlabs link down below, because I do have merch, if you didn't know. Regardless, though, thank you for watching this segment, and as always, have a good one. I hope to see you again. Alrighty. I feel like that was a good segment. People in YouTube chat are talking about Popeyes. Thank you for streaming while I walk to go buy weed. No problem. I hope you like it. Is Popeyes good? Yeah, it's pretty good. All right. God, my neck. So stiff. That's what I get for streaming for so many hours a day. My neck just pipples and popples. Let me find this next segment.
We came all the way up to UC.
All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So guys, if you watch a lot of YouTube, then you've probably seen the cringe wave of right-wing content that has taken over the sphere of internet culture content online. You see, if you make political content on the internet, you're more likely than not going to be a conservative. That is just the state of things because, well, I really don't know why. It's probably just following the money. But yeah, like, most content creators online that talk politics are conservative. We've got to change that. We got to fight against it. But until then, that is the state of things. And because of that, every day, I discover a new massive conservative, pundit that I didn't even know existed. I'd never even heard of before. And yet they have an enormous audience. And today is one of those days. You see, one of the most popular brands of right-wing political content on YouTube is this, man on the street type content. And this guy, Sonny Faz, S-O-N-N-Y-F-A-Z, is clearly an Andrew Tate fan who has 592,000 subscribers. He's about to crest over to 600K. And this video is a bit old, but it came out after Andrew Tate was released from jail holding, because legally you can only be in jail for so long until your court date. And obviously Andrew Tate's community and him have sold the idea of him being released from jail holding as him being free. Like, the charges have been dropped and he's no longer in trouble. Like, he's not going to go to prison. Well, Andrew Tate is in even deeper shit now than he ever has been. They are constantly coming out with more charges to leverage on. The investigation is going strong. He's got multiple charges against minors coming out against him. It's a rough scene. It's a rough scene for Andrew Tate. However, this guy made a video called College NPCs Are Triggered. Tate is Free with Fat G. I guess Fat G is like his buddy. I don't know. Anyway, he's at UCF. So he's in my homeland, and he is, I believe, I think he's in Florida. He's at UCF, and he is fucking around and telling random college women that Andrew Tate, the famous rapist, is not in jail anymore, and then seeing their negative reaction, and then laughing about it. This is just kind of the content that, like, really far gone conservative incel types watch, because they need to find anything that is just women feeling bad or suffering to fulfill their desire to see women hurt. It's just this type of popular content. Same as like a less extreme version of the videos that are like equal fights type stuff. If you've ever seen that stuff, it's like, oh, here's a video where a woman hits a guy and then the guy just knocks her the fuck out in response, you know? Guys, like incel dudes love watching that because they feel morally righteous and they get to see a woman get hurt. So yeah, this is basically like a less extreme version of that kind of content. It's meant to serve the same purpose. Why are y'all talking about President Sunday? Is he watching the stream? That doesn't surprise me. He has been making a lot of content about me lately. He got really mad because he thought, I think initially he assumed that I didn't like him, like when he first entered the like sphere of making content. I just never talked to him. And then he was like shit talking me, and then he found out that I had no opinion on him, and then he took it back, and then I forget what happened, but he jumped on me, and I decided, oh, he's cringe, and now he hates me a lot. He seems like the kind of person who I don't want to be mean. I'm punching down.
We're on a mission to free the slave minds. We got a little bit of a special guest here.
The slave minds.
The misogynist are here.
Let's get it done, Fat G.
Fat G in the building.
Here,
I need you guys to know these are the dudes celebrating the election results right now.
UCF.
Yep, we out.
I'm sure you heard, but Andrew Tate just got out of prison. So what are your thoughts?
Why did I know it was?
No, he got out of jail because when you get arrested, they take you to jail and they hold you until your court date because you get charged with a crime and then you get a court date. And there is, in Romania, a legal amount of time where you're allowed to be held in jail before your court date, and they held him for that amount of time, and now he's on house arrest. So yeah, he's not out of prison. See, it's going to be a really big wake-up call when Andrew Tate goes to prison for like 40 years, and they're like, what? But he got out of prison 2 years ago. They dropped the charges.
It's going to be a question about Andrew Tate.
I mean, we got Fat G here, so maybe that's how you know.
It's a freaking G, dude.
You like him?
I do not.
Why don't you like Andrew Tate?
I feel like no one really does, you know? I feel like it kind of goes without saying.
I like him.
You seem like a special guy, you know?
Like a special woman.
Why don't you like him?
Just, I feel like...
I need you to know they're laughing and smiling like they're epically owning her here. They've just found a random college girl to talk about how they're fans of a rapist guy. And she's like, yeah, you guys seem really special. And they're like, yeah, well, you're the idiot. Listen, man, like, you're not owning anybody by going out and recording yourself making women uncomfortable with your presence, all right? I promise you, no one's impressed by this. You are making us cringe.
It goes without saying. I don't really want to get into it.
Do you have a reason?
Just because he's
probably
kind of
the rape.
an asshole, you know?
You know what you remind me of? A misandrist.
You know what a misandrist is?
Wow, how ironic. The people who call him a fucking misogynist can't even know what a misandrist is. How ironic.
This channel is about to hit 600,000 subscribers. Just thought I'd remind you of all that. This channel is about to hit 600,000 subscribers, probably today. These are the people these are the voices of a generation. Please hit the like button, not just for me, but also, well, it's also for me, but so that I can happily know that channels like this, there's a chance of outpacing them and making them irrelevant one day, because holy fuck, dude. Like, the bar is so low.
Ironic.
I don't really know what to say. He looks like a beast, though. He's very scary now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you're indifferent?
I mean, I don't listen to him, so I don't really care. I did not know he got released from prison, so.
You like him?
No.
Why not?
He's just not a good person.
Like, is there something that he said that you don't like?
There's a lot of things he said, but like, I mean, I don't remember anything specifically, but he's just like very disrespectful towards women, so.
What do you think?
I don't know. I don't really care, to be honest. I mean, he's pretty cool. I don't know.
He's a good guy. It's Top G. We got Fat G here with
I
us.
kind of like when she said he's pretty cool. Her eyes kind of looked at her for like instant approval, but then she just went back.
Is this guy's whole thing just like random quips? I don't want to be mean, but the dude's literally got like the most snaggled teeth I've ever seen. It's like, I don't like looking at him. It's really upsetting when he leans into the camera frame. You think this misogynist is misogynistic? Only a misandrist would say that. I know. Guys, this is the type of shit that the Zoomers are watching. Once again, this channel's about to hit 600k subs today.
Like, he has a very interesting worldview that a lot of people disagree with, and I don't agree with it either. I hold to the Christian worldview, which is that people are made in the image of God, and that everybody should be treated with dignity. And unfortunately, he does say things that implies that women shouldn't be treated with dignity in certain situations, which
I love how when a woman's talking, even in the editing, they have to like interrupt it. Even when editing a video, men can't help but interrupt a woman.
Is also
when she's talking.
Incorrect, because everyone's made in the image of God, including women. It's a long story, but somebody sent me a reel on Instagram. It was basically, there was like a woman who was interviewing him who was like, how do you feel if like the person you're dating has an OnlyFans? And he was like, well, it's okay as long as I get the money, or at least like 80% of it. And he was like saying like, it's because, oh, like it's my product. But the thing is, it's a human being. And I also am in the field of social work, and one of our...
That's sex trafficking, by the way. That is literally one of the forms of sex trafficking that Andrew Tate's being charged with. And Andrew Tate's defense is that what he did should not be categorized legally as sex trafficking. You gotta understand, Andrew Tate does not argue that he's innocent of the crimes he is charged with. He's actually very open about the fact that he did the Loverboy method, only he argues that it shouldn't be considered sex trafficking and that he'll be found innocent because, as he says, it's what every woman does. That the Loverboy method is what women do, because they go to men, they say they love them, and then they just want to get money and stuff from them, and to use them as their work as a way to hold themselves up. And so technically every woman in the world, as he said, should go to prison for sex trafficking, because they all do the massive self-report of him not being able to conceive of a woman caring about him unless she's just going for his money, by the way. Like, I need you guys to understand, this type of content, it appeals so much to young men. Primarily because young men, you gotta understand this, until they have learned not to be, are genuinely little fucking babies, okay? Like, I need you to understand, men are little fucking babies, and if they get rejected, they take it giga personally, like so personally that like they'll be on their deathbed and they'll still beat themselves up over it like 80 years later, okay? They take it giga personally. They beat themselves up about it. They internalize it like it's an insult, not a woman rejecting them because she didn't have interest in her opinion and her wants and needs are completely valid. Instead, it's an attack on the man. It's a wrongdoing, a slight upon the man. I want to say every guy internalizes it this way, unless they're like explicitly raised not to. But like this is basically the immediate like mindset of most young men. I used to think like this too. You get to a point where you grow out of it if you are a good person who does not get locked into incel shit. But you can understand how just taking it so personally and letting it bruise your ego so much can lead you into this like hateful content, right? Because you aren't able to see women as people. You see them as an object that is a step to fulfilling your perception of who you think you ought to be. I used to be a sexist TBH. I look back on those years with pure shame. Same. Yeah, I used to be like a chuddy little shithead. I was a teenage boy once. I can tell you how I thought. If I liked a girl, then like I would like want to ask her out for weeks and weeks and weeks and build myself up. And then if she didn't like me back, I would take it super personally, get super bitter and sad about it. I would beat myself up over it, get super self-pity, read a bunch of incel forums about how much women suck to, like, blow off the steam. Like, this is what guys do now and have done since the internet started being a thing starting at a young age as well. Like that experience and what it leads to is going to happen no matter what. If we don't provide some sort of outlet to be like, hey, by the way, no, we should not hate women because of that stuff. We got to be there for that. I mean, most girls I rejected didn't take it very well either. Emotional immaturity is not exclusive to guys, but it certainly is more common among conservatives. Yeah, don't get me wrong, but let's be real. Women are not socialized to take a rejection from a guy as a sign that they are worthless. For men, if you go like a year without a girl indicating interest in you, you're taught from a young age that means you're part of a category of men that will die alone and miserable and is literally worth nothing to society, nothing but a drain on society. You will have no kids, you will have no wife, you will have no girlfriend, you will experience no happiness. You are nothing but a waste of space. That is the implication that is taught to you as a young guy. There are two types of men who are sexually successful. They either have tons of hookups or find the right one and get married and have a family, or there are guys that are lonely, miserable, and no one likes them because in whatever like list of categories, they do not measure up enough. And you're trained to that is the dichotomy of the two types of men from a very young age. And if you get rejected as a guy, it feels like you've just been put into that second category that you've always been trained to dread. Every movie, every TV show, every bit of pop culture, the memes, the jokes, just the general vibes around other dudes. You have felt that you've been pigeonholed by a woman. That's the perception of it for a lot of guys, that a woman has taken you and put you into the loser box of men because you put your heart out there. Now, that's obviously not how it's actually going. That's how a lot of young men feel. And when a lot of young men feel this way, who do you think they're going to go to? The lefties telling them that their feelings are stupid and they don't matter and they're invalid, and that is true. Or are they going to go to the people telling them they're correct and that their feelings are leading them to correct conclusions and validate everything that they're feeling, validate all their emotions? I don't know. Maybe this helped to make that phenomenon more understandable, particularly for a female audience that has never experienced like the way that males are socialized basically from the moment they can understand a social situation, like what the expectations are for you as a guy in regards to like success in the dating world. That is what is driving Andrew Tate's success.
Our core values is the dignity and worth of the person, and that type of thinking doesn't align with that.
At least you like have a point. A lot of people don't know why they don't like him. What do you think? What do you think, Fatchi?
It's very interesting because, it's the internet. People only see a certain portion, but they don't actually see the whole truth of it, actually. And
mind you, the guy who they're like defending here is literally charged with raping underage girls. That's who they're defending right now. Just, Trump too, but also like Andrew Tate's gonna go to prison for it soon. So I just thought I'd just remind you guys who they're defending and talking up here.
And in fact, what you're saying, like, you have to understand too, as a man, if we're providing, we're protecting, we're giving you everything you need, but then you're out here on OnlyFans basically showing your pussy for $3, what value do you really have? And then you want to...
What value do you really have? There you go. And, enough of that, like, bitterness towards women. You eventually get to that, where it's like, what value do you have if you're a slut? Just sort of completely neglecting the idea that a woman is a person. It's just like, what value do you have as an object, as a tool, as a trophy?
Want to treat people with dignity, but then what about all the women that take advantage of all these men in the world where they use it for their resources, time, money, attention, all...
This is where the left tends to fall flat in their rhetoric. Let's be real. The term gold digger has existed for a long time for good reason. The patriarchy, as the feminists say, is the expectation that men are to be providers, they're to work, they're to go to war and die for their country, they're to do, like, all the masculine expectations. That is what men must do. While the patriarchy also insists that women should be housewives, dainty, all the traditional stuff, right? The problem is, a lot of these men, they see what the expectations of the patriarchy are for women, and they like it. They see what the expectations are of the patriarchy for men, and they have a problem with it. Now, a lot of these men notice something that is actually a very good thing to notice about the patriarchy. They only recognize it when it comes to the part that affects men negatively, but they still recognize it. That women enforce it just as much, if not more, than men. I would actually argue that without a single woman on the planet validating the patriarchal expectations of our society, they would fall flat. I think it is the core block of women who continue to play into and validate patriarchy that keep it alive. At the end of the day, do you guys really think that these guys would go down this path if they knew for a fact that they would never touch a woman again? The fact is, as much as we talk a big game about it, women flock to guys like this. The 4B movement is gonna fail. Like, as much as I think it's based, it's gonna fail. Women are gonna go back to fucking conservatives and Trump supporters within a year. All will be forgiven and all will be forgotten, I promise you. Women have for a long time had every opportunity to refuse to even give the time of day to men who do not view them as people, and they have continued to do so. How many women do you know in your life who continue to... This is partially an insight that incels have, the nice guy incels, the women who constantly date shitty guys who only have... The only thing they have to offer in a relationship are things that the patriarchy tells you are valuable, like money or good looks or whatever, right? Like, or the standards that society tells you make you good looking. So incels recognize this, that women uphold the patriarchy, but instead of identifying the patriarchy, because it's like a dirty word that feminists use that they don't like, instead of identifying it as the patriarchy, a set of expectations for men and women that men and women fight to uphold because for some of them they benefit. For example, the women who fight to uphold the patriarchy where they gold dig off of men. They act as like they stay at home, they don't work, they heavily lean into the stay-at-home wife thing for no other reason than because they want to have an easier life than their husband who's going out and working. They take that as I'm fine having less autonomy and freedom if my life is easier. There are a lot of women who are willing to opt to use the patriarchy to get ahead. And those women who will still have sex with incel-type dudes like these guys, the women who will still date them, the women who will marry them, those are the women who, without their existence, the entire movement would fall apart. The fact that there are women who will voluntarily sit next to Andrew Tate in bikinis as he does his rants, if there were no images on the entire internet of Andrew Tate with a woman because none of them would go near him for any amount of money, how many guys do you think would be rallying to Andrew Tate? Not as many. He would look far less successful. But instead, there are women who are willing to get in bikinis or lingerie, and then 10 of them sit around him as if they all want to fuck him. Like they're his harem of sex slaves. Sure, some of them are literally sex trafficking victims, but they literally found this guy who is publicly who he is and came to see him in the first place. They flew out and went to live with him because he wooed them so effectively. Andrew Tate's way of talking to women and treating them like that worked so effectively, he had a whole compound of women he sex trafficked and is currently in a massive charge because there are countless women who will validate this behavior. And those women are the Stacys, quote unquote, that the incels fucking despise. And the incel movement turns these young men into soldiers fighting for the very thing that got them to where they were, that they hate so much, rather than allowing them to recognize the social expectations that have caused their anxieties, that those social expectations are upheld by men and women alike, not some easy, evil cabal of men, not all men are evil and stuff. It's not all just men. There are countless women just as complicit, if not more so, because their validation is so necessary. We got to get more real, I think, when it comes to the whole gender wars type deal. Discussion in America. Let's not pretend there aren't listen, it happened to me. Well, like, famously, it happened to me. Like, there are women out there that are absolutely willing to manipulate and lie to dudes to get, like, ahead for themselves, and they will use patriarchal expectations to do so, and their doing so validates the patriarchy in men's eyes. It's similar to how, Candace Owens is so popular among racists despite being a black woman, because if you're like a soft racist who like doesn't necessarily hate people of color, but you've fallen for a bunch of racist propaganda, hearing a black person tell you that all that propaganda is an unfortunate truth that the media isn't willing to accept, it's validating. It's like, wow, there are even black people who are willing to break from the monolith and tell us what's real, you know? And so it seems like, yeah, it's just an easy grift, right? And tons of women, like Just Pearly Things blew up off of the same concept, being a woman who validates these perspectives.
All that, you know, and then those women just go like, ha ha, ha, I broke his heart, fuck him, next one. So there's a big difference that you have to understand too. As a man and a woman, we have two different roles, and it's a big factor.
Fuck that, man.
In what universe, by the way, would any guy ever talk ever talk about how wrong it would be for a guy who sleeps around a shitload with a ton of women to be breaking all those women's hearts? How often do you ever hear any manosphere type talk about women's broken hearts after a guy fucks them over, leads them on, or does some really shitty stuff to them? Like, why is the idea of a woman's emotions or broken heart so much less valuable than that of a man's? It's a double standard, yeah.
And that man sucks. He's just super misogynistic. Oh no. Like,
no,
real
fuck that
misogynist.
You kind of sound misandrist, you know that? Can you define misandrist?
Misogynist?
A misandrist?
No.
So can you define misogynist?
Misogynist would be like masculine formats of feeling like they're superior to women.
Wrong!
Oh my god. I'm being a
So fucking cringe, dude. I get like a big part of these videos is also like, I don't know if you're aware, but Andrew Tate, Sphere, and these guys argue the 19th Amendment needs to be repealed. They don't want women voting. And so a big part of these videos are meant to be like, look how dumb women are. Ask them like a question like, name a country that starts with A. And if they stutter for a second, they'll like include that in the video. Because a big part of it is like pushing the idea without outright saying it. Sometimes they outright say it, but generally just upholding the idea that at large, women are not smart enough to have the right to vote. This was a big thing before the election, where you were seeing a lot of memes that were like, all of us men going off to die in a war with Russia because Taylor Swift told our stupid girlfriends to vote for Harris. I don't know if you guys saw those memes, but then it'll be like some Sigma music and a bunch of videos of like soldiers carrying their guns through like a burning battlefield. There were a lot of memes like that before the election.
No one's assaulting you. No one's assaulting you. But what do you think of being a misogynistic as a guy is?
I don't know. I'm a woman.
Okay, no.
This is where people underestimate like the fact that they're like, oh, you're just like saying that everything men do is wrong, and it's not that.
No,
it's just about having the same level of respect for each other. I don't think that they need to be like on the ground, like opening doors for me, like get on your knees and like.
Do you like it when guys open the doors for you and pay the bill?
Obviously, but I like it when anybody would do that for me. Like, it doesn't matter.
Obviously, yeah. If anybody was willing to do that for you, you would like it. So why this is of course just another example of the patriarchal expectations that many women do benefit from, and so they allow it to slide. They uphold it, right? Like, not obviously there's a lot of women out there that are not going to want to fight for the draft for women, right? That's a big talking point among incels. It's like, men have the draft, and it's like, of course we're never going to have another draft again, but for a lot of people, that would be a big step for equality in this country, is for women to also be able to be drafted. And the fact that men are the only ones that get drafted is a really, like, as a young guy, knowing that, it was like, the government could just decide to send all of us men off to war, and all the women get to stay behind, and they get to just, like, chill. They have nothing to worry about. And meanwhile, we're framed as though we're the evil ones in charge of everything. And yet the government can just decide to send us all out to war and send us to prison if we decide not to go. It's a very compelling argument when you're a young guy who isn't even 18 yet, and signing up for the draft is this like scary thing that's ahead of you, right? And you've heard about drafts in history, and so, yeah. You can't say, of course, anything anymore. Fair, but let's be real. America has the largest reserve force in the entire world by, like, magnitudes. We're not having another draft. Our reserves are insane, like, actually insane. Some of the most powerful foreign adversarial nations in the world could ally together into an axis, and like without any allies helping us, we wouldn't need a draft to have enough manpower to take them out and like hold our own in that war. Not to mention we have allies. We've got the Canada, the UK, just those two right there. The Canada and the UK have massive militaries and massive reserves. We'd be pretty good. Like the UK's military is like their navy is fucking insane. Canada's like I think it's army. Canada's like infantry. Like army infantry is fucking crazy. Like I think Canada's got some pretty good military. I joke about Canada a lot, but I think their military is pretty crazy.
No matter what gender you are.
I mean, in the relationship that I'm in, like we split pay, and like we go back and forth, like who drives, who pays, who opens each other's doors, like we each other all the time.
A big, you can see, you can't see his face, but he doesn't look happy with this answer because it's too reasonable. A big part of feminism getting more popular with younger women is that a lot of these younger women don't even want to uphold the things that men complain about as being a double standard. A lot of these women are like, yeah, I guess I appreciate when someone holds the door open for me, but if my boyfriend doesn't like hold the door open for me, I'm not going to freak out over it. I'm a grown person who is capable of opening a door, you know? That's still a somewhat recent thing. For example, like I was taught to always open the door for my mom. So like I still to this day run ahead to open the door for my mom because she's a woman, right? So like even if you're Gen X, you still probably keep up to those expectations that like men have certain for example, my mom will like, even as an adult, my mom will yell at me if I don't walk on the outside of the sidewalk, because men are supposed to walk on the outside of the sidewalk when walking with a woman. Didn't even know that was a thing, but apparently it is. So like, that's like a whole, there's like a bunch of those little weird rules that if you're Gen Z, you might not even know them, dude, because like a big part of dissolving the patriarchy is that a lot of these younger women don't even expect men to be chivalrous. Like, a lot of these incels even complain that chivalry is dead. And it's like, well, isn't chivalry just a bunch of expectations for how you have to go out of your way to, like, pamper and worship women? Like, if women aren't expecting you to be chivalrous anymore, I think they might just be legit about wanting to dismantle the patriarchy. Like, I think they're just legit about it, like, clearly. Like, yeah. You have to walk on the road? No, apparently it's, typically the manners are expected that you as a man would stand between the road and whatever, and any woman that you're walking with. Could be your sister, your mom, your girlfriend, your wife. That's like an old-timey chivalrous rule, is that you stand between, as a man, you stand between the road and the woman. And so when I walk with my mom, she makes sure I follow that rule still. I was raised that way. So yeah. But that's also part of the idea that men's lives are less valuable, right? Like, even when it's your son, the son is, even when it's your child, the man is expected to act as a literal human shield to protect the woman. And so that is another one of those, like, old school enforced chivalrous ideas that make men feel like their only value is, to some extent, to die to protect women.
Is that a man, with all due respect?
No, it's not. They're not.
Female? Oh, yeah, it explains.
Okay, man.
Well, awesome. Thank you guys so much for your time.
I think Ethan Ralph kind of like started it. Maybe I'm wrong, but there's this like phenotype of like fat bearded redneck man who hates women and minorities that is like really popular online. Like Ethan Ralph who got mentioned earlier in the stream, is a really good example. Yeah, just like really shitty, like you'd expect to see them like rotting on the side of like the road in a trailer park type looking dudes, you know, just famous off of hating minorities and women on the internet. He just kind of reminds me of that. Yeah, but like the pronouns guy, or who remembers that one guy? What was that? Yeah, here it is. Who remembers this guy? Warcorp 666. Who remembers this? Telling a little girl that feminism sucks. Warcorp 666. This guy was big back in 2019 to 2020. He was one of them up-and-coming anti-feminist YouTubers. He's a good example. There's like a demographic of like dudes who look like this, who just say exactly what you expect them to say about women, and they're massively famous because like they're representations of this type of guy, and so all the guys out there like them congregate, and they end up with massive platforms despite being like this. Why do they always look like this? Hate erodes your body. It does. Anyway, if you enjoyed this segment, if you thought that the dunking on the incel stuff, and even the sort of talking about why men are so foregone and down this like weird red pill incel pipeline, then consider leaving a like. Every single thumbs up on my streams and videos is like casting a blue ballot on YouTube to tell them you want YouTube to push my content in the algorithm to new and old viewers alike far more. So I really do appreciate it. I also appreciate the comments as well, basically forcing YouTube to push my content in the algorithm on top of that. It's like compounds. And then, of course, if you want to see more from me, make sure to subscribe and ring the bell icon so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And of course, if you want to follow my social medias that are linked down below, you can find more stuff from me on other platforms, including my fan Discord, which is totally free to join through the link down below. It is the main hub of my fan base and community, and on top of that, I host at least once a week on Fridays gaming events, call-in streams, and watch parties, and I announce all my new uploads and streams there, so do not miss that. Make sure you join my Discord. You want to be in there, trust. And of course, if you feel like it, if you can afford it, please consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch to the Streamlabs link down below, as any financial support you guys are able to offer helps to keep the lights on and the roof above my head here at the Xander Hall studio. Regardless, though, even if you're a lurker, no matter how you support the stream, thank you so much for watching, and as always, have a good one. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Alright guys, if you're curious to see why we're banning the Hassan fans from the community, here are the comments that I've gotten on the new video talking about Hassan lying about Ethan Klein. Banat Banata covered Ethan's video and really spit roasted him and Hila. And spelled Hila wrong as Hilda. Banat Banata, the guy who has threatened to rape Merrick and murder Merrick and has like tried to find their address and shit. I love how often people in my comment section in my community mention how they like the serfs or Banat Banata are like genuinely like awful humans, like people who are worse than trash that have like weaseled their way into the online left. Banat Banata did what? He's literally sends death threats like to people that he hates regularly. Like he's I think he sent like countless death threats to Vosh, Merrick, Socialism Done Left, I think his name is. SDL sent a lot of death threats to him. Dude, I know Banat Banata makes videos where he's like chill and he comes off as super vibey, but like he's on his before Elon bought Twitter, he was on his 20th Twitter alt because he kept on death threatening other YouTubers. He kept on saying, "I hope you die in a fire, yada yada, you capitalist scum." He's a full-on tanky. He's also fully in favor of China and Russia. Like, oh my god. So yeah, we're purging these people. As you can imagine, we purge these people. I've been thinking maybe I should make a video called Every Lefty Content Creator I Hate and Why. And it's just like Vosh. So he leaked his child porn on stream. If you don't believe it, here are several YouTubers who have confirmed the day it happened that is the real thing and posted about it when it went down. You don't want to see the images yourself, but you can believe me or not, but that is why. Every time I say this, I get a what in chat, as if it's the first time people are hearing about it. For real? Yep. It's gotten buried pretty hard, but it happened, I mean, go on Social Blade and look at the point where Vosh lost, like, 10,000 subscribers. And that's why it happened. He had, like, 10,000 viewers when he opened that up, and everyone who saw it left the channel because, you know, they couldn't get gaslit. But a lot of you guys obviously didn't know. I was there. Yeah, a lot of you guys in chat now were there, so you can't get gaslit. That's nice. Maybe with a different title, so it's more educational instead of, oh, that's Xander trying to start drama again. Yeah, but the people who, they wouldn't listen regardless. They won't listen to me. I just didn't encounter any Vosh content until you mentioned it, lol. Left needs to kick him out. Well, it's not going to happen. I mean, one thing you're going to notice is that, like, the left does not care either. Like, Andrew Callahan literally raped a friend of mine. They were public, the guy from Channel 4, Channel 5, whatever it's called, with Andrew Callahan, literally raped a friend of mine and a bunch of other people. It was all public. The friend of mine who was raped, that's not even public. That's private. I know that personally from a friend who never even made a big public thing, but was also one of Andrew Callahan's victims. That dude was in drama for about 3 months, and then now he's back to being one of the most large people watched by the left. Hassan's constantly reacting to his stuff, despite him publicly getting out, like, a ton of allegations from multiple women for rape, like full-on rape. I know personally he's guilty because a friend who never came out publicly to make allegations has told me in private. Yeah, he just went right back to posting. No one on the left cares. Vosh leaked his child porn on stream. No one cares. He's back to growing. Like, the online left has just as much of a problem with refusing to, like, I don't know. I try to talk about this stuff and people turn their brains off before I can even say it. So I don't even know, like, what the problem is. Is it, like, should they be expected to know these things? Probably not. But should they be expected to be willing to hear about it? Probably, yeah. What the fuck, dude? Why is this shit not more out there? Because I'm a small content creator, Izzy B studying. Because if you're like me and you're willing to call this stuff out, you will not get big. Because people will retaliatorily unsubscribe when you talk about the shit Hassan has done, when you talk about the shit that Andrew Callahan has done, what the Surfs has done, what Bad Empanada has done. People want to protect their faves, and this is kind of a sad reality, but I'm not a lot of people in lefty content viewing's favorite content creator. I'm far from it. And so when I call out another figure in this space, more often than not, regardless of my argument, I'm immediately the bad guy, the aggressor, the wrong one. Because more often than not, they've got a bias in favor of the person I'm calling out. And so in many cases, I've been proven right, undeniably, and things have flipped in my favor where people look back and they're like, Zan was right. It's happened a few times. But more often than not now, it's like I call these people out and I just lose subscribers for it. You know, I call out Vosh for the, like, the horse porn thing and the CP thing, and I lose followers for it. Like, people don't hear it and see what's going on and go, oh my god, really? They punish you for talking about it. I'm conflicted because I unfollowed Vosh for his weird-ass history, but he makes really good points politically. Well, there you go, right? Like, you know, he, like, jacks off to, like, pictures of little girls eating out a horse's ass, but you're still debating whether you keep watching his stuff. If he was, like, any other situation, even a mainstream content creator, if you found out they were into that stuff, you probably wouldn't debate supporting them. But on the left, I mean, some people here even know what he did, and they're still like, I don't know if I want to drop him. The left does... The left's got as much of a problem with pedophilia, sexism, and rape culture as the right does. Yo, Zan, you probably should actually make that video, mainly because there are people still who genuinely believe that shit, including the Demon Mama stuff. Yeah, maybe. It would also be a good opportunity, because I've just never made a video talking about the Cherry stuff, but I should probably just post the entire log of me paying Cherry back to, like, when they started working with me, because I can just filter for those payments. I should just, like, make a video just so there's somewhere where I posted the entire payment history with Cherry, because that lie, The only thing that came out of that I think was a solid, like, claim against me that could really hurt my reputation, the only, like, serious lie, was the lie that I didn't pay my editor, which, I mean, I hate YouTubers who don't pay their editors. The reason Sherry made that lie was particularly to hurt my feelings, because I don't know how many of you guys have watched me for a while, but my mindset has always been that after a certain threshold of success, a YouTube channel, if you have like an editor that does all the like production of content on the channel itself, which is the situation I have, should probably get at least like half of the ad revenue. And that's a situation I have going with my current editor, is that we're making enough now that we can split that shit straight down the middle. Didn't know about the Vosh child porn situation? Yeah, it was lolicon to be fair, but I consider that CP. Just clarifying, just in case you thought it was like Polaroids or some shit like that. I unfollowed because of a shitty attitude to anyone who disagrees, asks questions, tries to inform on some information he may or may not know was a total brat in the folder. The prior thing, I don't really give Vosh shit for getting over defensive when people like are correcting him, because as a content creator, more often than not, you'll just like say a thing and forget to mention something you already know, and someone snarkily tries to jump in to correct you on something you already knew, and it's genuinely the most infuriating thing in the world when someone's just like, they take advantage of you not using extra breath to explain every nitty-gritty detail of a thing you wanted to say, and they use that like gap to try and like say, oh, you're wrong, and correct you, quote unquote. It's so annoying when you're a streamer, and it's like a massive trigger. If you're ever trying to trigger a streamer, do that. Like, know what the streamer is trying to say, and then willfully misinterpret what they're saying, and then like try and correct them on something that they clearly already know. You will trigger the fuck out of that streamer and catch a ban immediately. If you're ever trying to do that. Trust. It will fail. It will never fail. So I don't really give Vosh a lot of shit for that. What I give Vosh shit for is the folder thing primarily, to be honest. Like, that's the main thing. I still remember the day when that happened, because while me and Vosh weren't exactly friends when that went down due to the Keffels drama, which had already kind of, like, I hadn't spoken to Vosh in, like, over half a year at that point. But I woke up, and I had a couple friends who were in VC, and I hopped in VC, and they had been watching Vosh's stream. And I entered VC, and the first thing I heard was, Vosh's porn folder got leaked on stream. He was live streaming. There was lolicon in it, and bestiality porn in it, and I was just like... Not what I wanted to hear first thing in the morning, the second I joined VC. Not what I wanted to hear. I just took a big, deep inhale and a big, deep exhale. Is it bad to cut ties with someone who has no problem with Trump's beliefs, even if they are co-workers? It's up to you, Agrotoki. Anyway. Man, Monster Energy making me burp. Alrighty. Let me mark this topic off the listorino. It's hard to choose who to watch. A lot of leftist YouTubers do deplorable shit too. Even Destiny was going off the deep end at a certain point, and there's this sense of self-righteousness. I think that what you need to do is just do your best to try and follow the line of logic, okay? Look at the consistency, right? Look into allegations that are made. Like, look into it to see if it's deep. Hear the counter arguments, and then like question the counter arguments. Just do your best, you know, to like actually not fall into audience capture, you know? Or not audience capture, reverse audience capture, I guess. I guess it's the opposite of audience capture. I have to avoid audience capture. I work at the Chud factory, sorry to say, but the next batch are extra incelific. Damn, we're so fucked, guys. All right.
Is the left...
Whoa, Philly D. All right, guys. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So, Donald Trump's victory has had a lot of rippling effects on our culture and our society. For a long time, there has been this weird gender battle online. I really think it blew up in 2015 with the anti-feminist era, but it really reached a fever pitch with this election, considering how big of a deal, how high importance the issue of women's bodily autonomy and women's rights was in this vote, especially when the opposition to the female Dem candidate is an openly sexist conservative with a history of rape and sexual assault against women, and of course just openly talking about, like, not really respecting women's autonomy or consent. And so him winning has empowered misogynists all around. They've gone from being kind of laid back and chill and like, yeah, we're just, keeping the mask on, just trying to play it off like they're memeing and joking. Now they're just fully mask off, screaming what they've always hinted and implied from the rooftops. And we've entered an era now where women online are experiencing record levels of harassment. This kind of culminated with, after the results coming out, famous neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes had tweeted, "Your body, my choice forever." This was, and then I think he also added like a smirking, smiling emoji. And of course, this is like directed at women because on one level, it's like, yes, your body, my choice, very literal, like in response to the my body, my choice thing, like, hi, you were fighting for your bodily autonomy. We won, and now you've lost it. We control your bodies. Aren't you mad? Because that's what the right does. They, like, take your rights away, and then they smugly smile about it. And when you get angry, they make a video about how you're triggered. And so Nick Fuentes does that. He pisses off a bunch of women. He gets doxxed. And then yesterday, in the evening, a woman came to his house, which is fucking insane. Don't go to people's houses when they get doxxed on the internet. That shit's cringe. She came onto his property, knocked on his door, and I don't know, like, how much fucking around she did, but, he ended up pepper spraying her. And, she called the cops on him, and unfortunately, Nick Fuentes was 100% legally in the right, because she was breaking the law, so when the cops asked what did he do, they basically just laughed her off and sent her away with the pepper spray in her eyes. And so Nick Fuentes certainly won that round. And got to pepper spray and harm a woman with the consent of a cop. So he's definitely quite happy about that. But I hope Nick Fuentes is now very scared, considering not only does everyone know where his house is, but someone's actually gone to his house now. So I just hope he's fucking terrified, because that's hilarious. And I hate Nick Fuentes, so anything bad happening to him is just funny. Now, Philip DeFranco actually did a whole segment talking about how there has been a harassment surge towards women on social media after Trump's win. And, well, I gotta say, the conservatives are doing a really good job of proving they were everything we said they were before they took power. Will them dropping the mask be enough to show a lot of middle-of-the-road people who are voters that they sided with the wrong side? Maybe, probably not. But I still think it's worth seeing that we were always right to call these people what they were.
Phil. But then, let's talk about how being a woman on the internet just seems consistently awesome. And if you can't tell, even though it is dripping with it, that is sarcasm. I know that a small percentage of people out there do not understand that. But I say that because since the election, sexist attacks and hate speech against women have dramatically increased on social media platforms. And if you happen to be active on TikTok in America, you may have at least seen some of this, or at least seen people responding to it. And in particular, it's the phrase, your body, my choice, that's getting thrown around a lot. Well, generally, as well as on videos posted by women discussing what the election means for them and their bodily autonomy. Right, and all of this really started to gain traction after the white nationalist Holocaust 9 podcaster Nick Fuentes posted this video on X.
The feel when you're totally not pressed. The feel when we control your bodies. Hey, If we control your bodies, guess what? Guys win again. Okay.
This is what I was talking about before, by the way. If you're a conservative pundit, you need to be able to do a really good real-life troll face, and you need to be really good at just... It's all about teasing minorities about taking their rights away. Teasing like them into the point where they react emotionally, as anyone would do when someone gloats about taking their rights away. And then when you react emotionally, you've given them all the validation they need to radicalize even more people against you. How many times have you seen a YouTube drama, mind you, where someone did something not really bad that started controversy, but then they responded to the drama, and then their response was used as justification to escalate the attacks? It's a bit like that, where they're trying to get you to look like you're engaging with them enough that it is justified to go even further with it.
Okay, men win again. And yes, we control your bodies. It's your body, my choice. And men, women again. Men win again. There will never, ever be a female president. Never. There will never be a female president, ever. We will keep you down forever. You will never control your own bodies. You will never.
This is him, mind you, he's also laughing over the fact that you guys won't hit the like button. just letting you know, the fact that this guy will continue to dominate 99.9% of progressive content creators until the audiences kick it into overdrive and start dropping those comments and those likes. That's also part of what the celebration is. Not only will they control women's bodies, but they'll make millions of dollars selling their ideology to young men everywhere as the left fails and struggles to reach a wide audience. Because we really do rely on you guys, the audience, to boost the content so it can reach more people. Otherwise, you better believe Nick Fuentes' fans, they're loyally boosting everything he provides. Hell, I put Nick Fuentes in my stream's title, and I've had to ban multiple Nick Fuentes fans brigading the stream. They're that dedicated to making sure you're not even allowed to shit talk him without getting brigaded as a content creator. If we do not bring out that level of dedication, we will fail. And yes, everything he's saying will be true. Men will control your bodies. Men will continue to win. You will be dominated. You will be put down. You will not have rights. And they will continue to win. We'll never have a female president. Women will never get any more rights. They will continue to lose rights. And in their politics, these guys will continue to make more money, become more popular, more influential, and will make no progress ever again. We'll only continue to regress. These people have made the reality that the right has fought for decades to achieve possible. And the only way we stop that is by building something similar to what they have going on. So when you hit that like button, do it with spite for this little shithead.
Never be the president of the global empire. Never gonna happen, sweetie. Your body, our choice.
Right now, as of recording, that video has gotten more than 19 million views, but also apparently Fuentes didn't feel like the message was clear enough, so he then went on to write another post saying, "Your body, my choice, forever." With that getting more than 90 million views, and since then, that exact phrase, "Your body, my choice, forever," it's been shared all over social media. Now, with all this, it's since been reported that Fuentes was doxxed and his address was leaked after making those posts. With, for example, Hacker Collective Anonymous tweeting over the weekend, "Nick Fuentes has been fully doxxed and is being shared to millions of women across every social media platform." You also have people on X saying that his house has been blurred on Google Maps, and some people claiming that he had to flee to his parents' house because of the doxing, but none of that has been verified. And this is Fuentes, for his part, has not addressed the doxing or anything else as of recording, but he did retweet a post by Candace Owens that referenced another story that's been circulating X about Fuentes pepper spraying a woman who showed up at his house. And regarding that story, we've also seen a 57-year-old woman who goes by the name Marla Rose on Facebook claiming that she was the person Fuentes pepper sprayed, claiming she rung his doorbell after another woman showed up in front of Fuentes' house and egged her on, adding there, "I cannot back down from anything that even smacks of a dare," and adding, "So I rang the doorbell, he immediately swung the door open like he was at a damn Waco, sprayed me with a burning liquid, pepper spray, mace, and pushed me down the stairs onto his sidewalk."
I found this really interesting trend, and there's something funny and ironic about it. Incels pepper spraying women is a really long-standing thing. I don't know if you guys have seen it. Incels pepper spraying women. Usually it's not like this, because in this situation, Nick Fuentes would have a somewhat decent argument for self-defense, because it was someone like on his property. Obviously, ideally, it wouldn't be Nick Fuentes. If it was anyone else but Nick Fuentes, but still, like legally. But Let me see, can I find the video? It has been a long-standing trend.
Can I hang out with you?
For incels to ask out girls, and then when they reject them, they pepper spray them. And they usually record it and post it on 4chan. So here's a few examples.
That guy just stole my car, so he's
Where'd he go? Newport Coast? Huh? Can I hook up with you?
It's the shocking story of a man arrested and charged for harassing and pepper spraying women and then posting videos of these encounters online. Los Angeles County Public Defender Philip Dubé comes on to discuss.
Here's their... I think this is the video. Yeah, here's the video clip.
Why would you call the cops on me, bro? I'm just speaking.
That doesn't matter.
You little void. Oh, you little... Whoa, what's wrong with you? Chill out. Chill out. Hey. Chill out. Chill out.
I know I didn't show the full video, but he just stands over them for about 2 minutes, just berating them with insults and telling them he's gonna fuck them. And they finally get up, and then this is what he does.
Chill out. You just kicked me in the balls. You back up.
Now, Young is reportedly a self...
Oh, is that not where he pepper sprays them? Where's the rest of the video? Yeah, here it is. Here's the rest of the video.
He says, chill out. She hits him. And then he decides, not quite when the hitting's happening, but he decides to take out the pepper spray and spray her. It seemed unjustified. It seemed like a use of that.
So the reason why they use pepper spray is it's obviously very painful, and they can use it on women. The goal here, it's a very common incel thing, because legally, whether you're a man or a woman, if a woman hits you or assaults you, you've now got the grounds to defend yourself. And pepper spray is something really easy to argue in court that you were in the right. So their goal is to get women to attack them, to hit them with pepper spray, which is absolutely an escalation of force on what the woman would likely be able to do, and then to get away with it and for even the woman to end up getting in trouble. It didn't work out well for him, but this has been an incel thing for a while. They ask out girls, they get rejected, they get the girl to attack them, and then they assault the woman. And they record it all, and they get the girl in trouble. It's sort of like an incel's legal, law version of, a bully in school who bullies a student, gets the student to retaliate, and then gets the student who retaliates in trouble while the bully gets away with it. It's a bit like that, but in the real world, and it's basically just rapists going out and doing a different kind of victimizing. Yeah, it's really weird and fucked.
After that, according to her account, the cops showed up to question everyone, and throughout the post, Marla Rose really digs into Fuentes while also sharing what she said was his address. Now, notably here, that post has since been removed, presumably because it included the address. But also, as I was recording, Marla Rose posted a video on Facebook that appears to show the incident in question.
Hi. Oh my God, what are you doing?
Yeah, you can see, she clearly didn't do anything. She just said hi, and then he immediately just pepper sprays her without saying a word. Because, of course, he just wanted an opportunity to pepper spray a woman and took the opportunity as soon as he could.
Out of here.
Oh, he's got the camera.
But with all that said, right, this whole situation of sexist abuse and harassment online, it goes way beyond just Nick Fuentes. And this isn't just anecdotal. There's actually data to back it up. With, for example, research from the Institute of Strategic Dialogue, ISD, showing that during the 24-hour period between last Thursday and Friday, there was a 4,600% increase in the mentions of the terms "your body, my choice" and "get
before Ride the Rails.
Back in the Kitchen" on X. Also, during that time period, "Your Body, My Choice" started trending on Facebook with at least 52,000 posts. And then, to make shit extra concerning, the organization also reported that the phrase appears to have made its way offline, specifically into schools, saying young girls and parents have used social media to share instances of offline harassment. They include the phrase being directed at them within schools or chanted by young boys in classrooms.
Once again, I've got to tell you, young boys are not okay. On a base level, by default, you've got to actually, provide a path for young men to divert from the path that they default on. Men by default will get to awful incel positions because they will never be taught to see women as anything other than sex objects, okay? So you've got to teach men to see women as people, or you fail on this entire front. Men don't see women as people by default. I need you to understand this. This isn't I'm legit doing... I'm being absolutist here, and I need you to understand I'm serious. I actually had a video I showed on stream the other day that does a really good job of showcasing how innate this is in male psychology. Men on a basic level do not see women as people. I'm going to show you a really good example of this right now. Boop, 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 boop. It's going to take me a second to find, but I'll find it fast because I brought it up yesterday, so it won't take long. I just got to keep clicking. It's here any second, any second, any second, any second, any second, any second now, guys. I'm clicking through my YouTube Shorts history. I'm trying to oh, good, it's not there anymore. No shot. No shot. No shot. No shot. Did I show it the day before yesterday, maybe? No, I showed it yesterday, I swear. No shot. Oh yeah, I found it. Okay. Okay, I found it. This is a YouTube short. It is a recording of, it is like, you know those Ring doorbells? It is a Ring doorbell recording of 2 kids, okay? I'm just going to let the interaction play out, and I'm going to explain to you what we glean from this. Now, I'm not saying that any of the kids are awful here. I'm not, like, judging them super hard. These are just kids. It's a very adorable video. But I think this gives you a good insight into how, like, males, I guess, like, cis males, think, like, at the age of, like, what is this, 5 or whatever? Like, how they think and behave if they are not eventually taught that this type of mindset and behavior is unacceptable. Shown this already? Calico Callie, I need you to know, not every human being on Earth was at the last stream, and not every human being on Earth saw the other segment where I included this video. It's relevant. Let's watch.
No. Gee, you're mean. I don't want to. What? What?
All right. We're going to take this apart. We're going to do like a body language analysis, okay? Not really. So here's what happens. He clearly had a crush on her, made like a little like toy or little heart thing, like a little heart, went up to her and did like cute little kid thing like, oh, will you marry me? And then she said no, because she clearly doesn't like him. Sad, you know, sad. We've all been there. Oh, poor buddy. You'll get through it, little guy. You'll get through it. First, what? that's first of many, little buddy. You're getting started young. And so the kid, you know, gets rejected, and in response, he takes the heart, he throws it on the ground, he calls her mean, and then he walks away. He has a tantrum, but, you know, he's a kid.
No.
She says no, because mind you, kids have no, like, social inhibitions. They don't understand social anything. And so she just says no, because that's how she feels. She actually just says no, because no means no. Not like an excuse that adult women would typically provide, like, oh, I have a boyfriend, trying to find some way of shielding the man's feelings so they don't hurt. Because, like, the man's feelings matter more than their own. And so she just outright says how she feels and doesn't try to, like, soften it up for him and treat him with kid gloves. Ironically.
Gee, you're mean. I don't want to.
His response is, geez, you're mean. Not wanting to marry me or date me is mean. In the views of a young boy. When a girl does not want to date them, it is mean. And she says, but I don't want to. And his response is to stomp away. And here's a final little detail, very important detail. Watch him as he stomps away, especially when she yells out his name.
What?
He turns around and looks at her before he walks away, because he wants to see her sad and calling out for him to feel better as punishment for breaking his heart and making him feel bad. Obviously, these are like 5-year-olds or whatever, but like, you can't deny you haven't seen men behave exactly this way, but grown up. Rejected, respond with, oh, well, you're a bitch, stomping away, leaving an insult or a guilt trip to try and make the girl feel bad, and not just leaving and moving on with their lives, having to stick around just long enough to see how the woman reacts so they can remember how much they hurt the woman in retaliation for rejecting them. This is how boys think. This is how I thought. This is how every guy I've known thought. But I'm sure there's exceptions, but for the most part, this mindset that is I don't know if it's trained. I don't know if it's inherent. I don't have the qualifications to tell you, frankly, but I can tell you for a certainty, countless young men think this way. And they continue to think this way as they get older and older and older. And in this video, when he's 5, it's cute. When he turns 15, it's a lot less cute. When he turns 25, it's going to be so much less cute. So yeah, when I talk about what is motivating this shit, why men seem to just like default to the incel stuff so quickly, it's that. It's that the incel stuff is feeding into a mindset that they have had as long as they can remember. Young men have to be trained out of that. They cannot be taught well, and then they don't end up like that. They are like that until you teach them to not be that way. They have to be raised right. And unfortunately, a lot of dads and a lot of moms are really bad at training their sons out of that shit. I'm gonna be honest, especially moms. It is very hard for moms to find out that their son has been rejected and is crying and upset. My mom told me this as like a story of when she was raising me. I'd come home one day and I was in like 4th, 3rd grade maybe, like pretty young, really young. I barely remember this. And I came home crying because I had liked a girl and I told her that I liked her and she said she didn't like me. And I spent the whole night talking about how mean and how much I hated her and how awful she was and how much she hurt me and how I never wanted to see her again and I hated her. I was a little kid, and so I'm sure to a degree it was adorable to see how mad I was. But like at the same time, my mom told me that it was like really difficult for her because like she can see her son is hurting and in emotional pain, but at the same time she wants to say, you have no right to beat yourself up and throw a pity party over a woman not wanting to be with you. Like that's not acceptable. And it's this really difficult thing as a parent to say, no, my child, it is completely acceptable that you're not good enough for some people. It's effectively what it feels like you'd be saying to your kid. And it's so hard for parents to train their kids out of that and tell them you need to lock the fuck in and stop thinking this way. You're being pathetic. Because that's truly what it is. Like, I needed to have been told, ideally then, don't think this way, it's pathetic. And I think a lot of young boys need to be taught incessantly, whenever they display this type of behavior by their parents, do not think or behave this way, it is pathetic.
With the ISD also reporting increases in other similar misogynistic language.
Oh, and on top of that, when the parents reward or do not disincentivize this type of behavior, it trains men to throw tantrums in response to women not having feelings for them, which is, of course, like the entire no means yes mentality, is men not being able to handle hearing no. And so if they don't get trained from a young age that getting told no by a woman is completely normal and fine and something they need to just accept, then some really bad ideas become ingrained as they get older.
There have also been big increases calling for the repeal of the 19th Amendment, which of course gave women the right to vote. And all of this, as the ISD says, that the attacks that we're seeing right now are fundamentally different from similar harassment they documented after the 2020 and 2022 election cycles. With this report explaining that, while this content has kind of always flourished in the so-called manosphere, we're now seeing kind of an unprecedented magnitude and spread of this content. Something they say appears to be connected to bad actors emboldened by Trump's re-election, which they say is something they might view as a broad endorsement of their belief.
Calling kids' feelings pathetic is going to backfire in the long run big time, I promise. No, Clint Parsons, I don't think it will. I think that telling your kids from a young age that, like, being a sore loser is pathetic is actually a very good thing. Your kid loses at a soccer game and throws a tantrum. Do you, like, enable that, get them an ice cream to make them feel better and ingrain the bad behavior? Or do you, like, sit them down and tell them that type of behavior is embarrassing, no one likes it, and it's pathetic behavior that they need to avoid? They need to change their behavior. I get that they're kids, but it stops being cute when they stop being kids. They're going to be kids until they're not kids anymore. You have to teach them when they're young, or this shit stops being cute real fucking fast. I promise you. I'm not a parent, but I know enough about parenting to tell you that you can't wait until their kid's grown up to teach them how to be a good person, or you lost already. It has to start as soon as they can understand the concepts of treating others with, like, how is this a controversial take? How the fuck am I arguing with my chat about this? God, I hope the people arguing with me on this aren't parents.
And this, because of general things that he says, whether it be reportedly calling Kamala Harris a bitch or other things. As well as, just during this election cycle alone, he was indicted and convicted on charges of sexual abuse and defamation.
Not trying to whataboutism, but in what way do we train boys to not be affected socially because of the rejection of women? Example: a girl he likes says no, then lies to her friends, and now he's labeled a creep. Genuinely asking, not trying to argue the first point. Olympus Mons, the issue there is not rejection, right? Because the issue there, like, is like the behavior that followed the rejection. Like, it's if a guy likes a girl and the girl says no and the guy gets upset about it, that's a very different situation from a guy likes a girl, the girl leads the guy on, then says no, and then lies about the guy to her friends to make like a negative rumors about him. That shit happens, don't get me wrong, but that is very different than just like your son comes home from school crying because a girl rejected him and now he's upset and hates that girl, right? Like that's such a common experience, apparently, that a ton of, like, quote-unquote boy moms go through, is, like, tussling with that experience of, like, their son saying some really misogynistic shit after having their heart broken and trying to figure out how you handle that. And too many moms seem to just, like, enable the behavior and not, like, call it out.
And E. Jean Carroll's legal case against him. And I guess also because he won't stop bragging about appointing the 3 Supreme Court justices who overturned Roe v. Wade. Now, as far as what happens from here on social media, I mean, on X, it'll, I guess, kind of just continue forever. So this is, TikTok, meanwhile, has told reporters that multiple phrases flagged by the ISD reportedly violate their community guidelines for hate speech, with that including "your body, my choice," "get back to the kitchen," and "repeal the 19th," with a spokesperson saying that content that includes those phrases is removed from the platform unless they're speaking out against that kind of language. So I will say, while they're saying that, we just went to the site really quick and we easily found videos with "your body, my choice" comments on them. And that includes other videos defending and promoting the phrase. But it's also not just women fending off these attacks, because right now there's a nationwide campaign targeting countless numbers of Black Americans and telling them to get ready to become slaves. With people getting texts like this saying, "You have been selected to pick cotton at the nearest plantation."
I don't really know what I have to say about that because I have so much to say about it. Like, I have so much to say that I'm just gonna say nothing because we'll be here all night.
Be ready by 12 a.m. November 13th sharp with your belongings. Our executive slaves will come get you in a brown van. Be prepared to be searched down once you've entered the plantation. You are in Plantation Group D. And there are little differences here and there, usually with the date, the color of the van, or the plantation group. But one of the most disturbing things here is that a lot of these texts include the recipient's name at the top. Some of the senders even seeming to hint that they know the recipient's general locations because they list local sites where the recipient needs to report. And if all
that is a good way of putting it, Oxpecker. Yeah, be a good parent. You don't want to raise a weird Game of Thrones son who goes around biting girls who reject him. That does sound like some Game of Thrones character shit. A character who bites girls that reject him. That's legit. Maybe that's a character in the books. I haven't read the Game of Thrones books myself. I've just seen the show.
That wasn't freaky enough. These messages aren't just being sent out to adults. Reportedly, kids are even getting them. With, for example, this one mom who spoke to CBS Mornings furious after her 8th grade daughter got one of these texts.
They didn't say they're coming to get all of us. They're saying you talk about coming to get my child, right? Removing my child from me to bring her back to something that's not even legal, never going to happen. And how dare you even send it to her? How dare you even think that that's something that would be funny to anybody?
With then also one mom in Santa Monica, California, taking matters into her own hands, where they're saying that she's spent the last 5 days uncovering dozens of Black students in Santa Monica High School alone that have received the text. And so now she's calling for increased security for Black kids in Santa Monica schools. Meanwhile, activists from neighboring communities in LA are now even reportedly
right now, because Trump's not even elected yet, it's just this kind of stuff. The gloating and the celebrating and the empowering of hate, right? Now that Trump's gotten elected, it's going to escalate to real acts of violence when Trump takes office. The most deranged and mentally unwell of these people, of which there are millions of these people that are that deranged, mentally unwell, are going to think that they've won so hard that they're allowed to go grab their gun and start killing every brown person they see. There are going to be mass killings day, not mass killings, but there are going to be killings, racially motivated killings on the day of Trump's inauguration. There are going to be at least a dozen psycho, schizo conservatives that see Trump's inauguration, the moment he is now president, as the moment when it's time to take to the streets.
demanding that a state of emergency be called for black students. But then also, it turns out this is much more widespread than just LA, right? Because you have CBS News saying that black Americans across 32 states, as well as in DC, they have gotten these texts.
I've been wondering for the past few days exactly how these kids and young adults managed to have their contact information leaked in the first place. I'd say hackers, but hackers still need some kind of root in order to infiltrate such sensitive data, especially since it's coming from numerous states. I wouldn't be surprised if members of staff or someone with access to this information was the cause of this. Something you got to understand is that the right has an insane amount of money and resources at their disposal. It could have literally just been some millionaire Nazi YouTuber who did that, who just like funded a bunch of scammers to like fish as much data from POC as they could and like start sending out mass texts with bots. The right has so much money that there are people whose names you don't even know that could afford to do this. That's the big thing, that like the left has so little power that like maybe Hassan would have the funds to do something like this. There are countless people whose names you don't even know yet that have the money and power to pull something like this off on the right.
Since Wednesday last week, once it was clear Trump had won the election. And also at around the same time, the FBI released a statement saying it was aware of the texts and is working with the DOJ and federal authorities. But as far as where these texts are actually coming from, there seems to be a mix of opinions. Louisiana's attorney general saying some of the messages appear to have been sent from emails routed through VPNs in Poland. Though understand that doesn't mean that the senders are necessarily in Poland. Meanwhile, CBS is reporting that some of the numbers came from TextNow, which allows people to create free phone numbers, with TextNow also confirming with several outlets that have shut down accounts sending these messages. And a similar service, TechSpot, telling CNN its AI actually prevented at least one of these messages from getting out. You also had CBS claiming it spoke with the person who sent one of the texts, with that person reportedly telling the outlet that it was a prank before then quickly hanging up. And then, yeah, there's also likely a number of people who saw this as a trend and thought it would be funny to also send some texts as well. But then also with that, we've seen a software professor telling the AP that an initial more coordinated effort involving the relatively cheap purchase of heaps of personal data is likely to blame here, right? And explaining with that quote, when combined with other data such as place.
Oh no, they didn't catch him, pep talks. He hung up with the phone. They couldn't find him.
Of residents or past purchases, it can be easy to use machine learning algorithms to infer demographic information. And adding, all of this means it might be easier than most people realize to make a really good guess about the race or ethnicity of the person attached to that phone number. With then the thing being that unlike TextBot, for better or worse, the US doesn't have a filtering system in place that would have flagged any of these messages as suspicious or unwanted. You know, with all that said, I know we covered some different things there.
We allow spam and scam texts in this country, like, we allow it. Like, we could totally, like, enforce shit that would solve that problem. We choose not to for some reason. It's just not a thing that anyone's felt the desire to do.
I'd love to know your thoughts in those comments down below.
So yeah, guys, in the wake of Trump's win, the hateful people have been empowered. It's pretty rough. It's pretty rough. I'm looking at the comments right now. Irony that the Your Body, My Choice guy is currently at his mother's house. He ran to a woman for comfort. I can't help but shake my head. Nobody deserves to experience doxing and harassment, but if there was anyone who was trying their hardest to deserve it, it would be Nick Fuentes. Why do they call us weird, says the man who spent a live stream screaming about how he controls women's bodies. I love how Elon went to extreme lengths to make sure the name Twitter was removed, and yet everyone Twitter. Nick Fuentes, the alpha male blindsiding a nearly 60-year-old woman with mace at his doorstep, is the epitome of irony. Your Body, My Choice just shows that it was never about the life of the unborn. It's always been and always will be about control. Don't worry, next election, they'll get right back into talking about how you're a baby killer if you're in favor of abortion rights. They will pretend like they never said all of this, and they will smile smugly, just as he did in that clip, talking about how there will never be a woman president and they control your bodies. He'll do the same smile at you as he says he never said any of that, and it's just about protecting babies, and then he'll call you a baby killer. And then he'll do that smug IRL troll face smile at you. Anyway, if you enjoyed this segment, throw in a little bullying at Nick Fuentes, which he very much deserves, then please consider dropping a like on this segment. I assure you that every single like you drop not only boosts my content, getting it in front of more eyes, but it also spites these conservative pundits who are currently farming millions off of much larger platforms, reaching far more people. We really got to start fighting if we're going to counter this, and it's going to require you guys helping. Hit that like button, comment, subscribe, and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so that YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video, because believe me, if you don't, they won't. And of course, if you want to see more stuff from me on other platforms, make sure you follow my social medias linked down below in the description as well. And don't forget to join my fan Discord, which is totally free to join. And on top of that, I announce all my new uploads and streams there, and once a week host gaming events, call-in streams, or watch parties in the VC chat of my Discord. So if you don't want to miss anything, make sure you hop in the Discord server. There's a link in the description of all my videos and streams if you want to join. Finally, if you feel like it, if you want to support me directly, help me keep the lights on and the roof above my head here at the Xander Hall studio, then please consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch through the Streamlabs link down below. But regardless of how you support this channel, thank you so much for watching, and as always, have a good one. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out real good. Leave a comment saying Nick's pathetic once the segment gets posted as a video. That would be a good thing to comment. I won't lie. That would be good. Alright, chat. Really quickly. My bladder's full as hell. I gotta go empty it. So I will be right back. I still got one more topic to cover today. I gotta say, my head kind of hurts. I don't know if I'll feel better. I'm gonna drink some water right now, because that'll probably help. I don't know if I'll feel better by the end of the next segment. If I don't, I'll probably just wrap up a little earlier than I expected. I wanted to go for like 6 to 8 hours today, but I might end after like 4.5, 5 hours today. Depends on if my head feels better. I think it will, but I don't know. I'm just going to drink some water. Usually when my head hurts and I have a no reason migraine at 6 p.m., I haven't drank water in a few hours without realizing it. That's usually what does it. Tylenol? No, I don't need Tylenol or Advil. It's 99% of the time when I get like a headache at this time of night, I've forgotten to drink water for multiple hours. That happens to me. I will forget to drink water sometimes, and I've got to like, my head hurts. When was the last time I had water? And then I take a sip. And if my head hurts a little less, then I know I should have drank more water. Could be low blood sugar. No, I think it's just the top of my mouth. Like, the top, like the roof of my mouth gets dry, especially in the back of my throat. And then it hurts my sinuses, and the hurt in my sinuses, just, it feels like a headache. That's, if I'm being honest, that's probably what it is. Like, fully 100% what it is. Anyway, I'll be right back. I am going to use the restroom, so don't go anywhere, because I got another topic that I'm going to cover after this, and it's quite juicy. So stay tuned. Hey guys, I just remembered while using the bathroom, I've got a meme to show you guys. I've got a meme for all ya.
I got a meme for ya. I hope you're ready for this meme.
No. So Discord totally just did the worst change you can imagine. I think Discord did the worst change, like, anyone could imagine. Oh my god. It used to be... Let's say you posted a meme 5 days ago in your friend's Discord server. It would be impossible to find via scrolling. You don't know what chat you posted it in. Even if you did, you'd have to scroll for hours to find it. So what you could do before was click on the search bar in Discord, and you could type from, and then colon. And then you could type a name, and it would autofill. That feature has been removed. You can no longer search for posts by user in Discord, unless it's been specifically turned off in my friend's Discord, which I have no idea why it would be. Discord removed the feature. Thus, did you post something you wanted to dig back up later? Good luck. Get scrolling. See you in a few days. Man, I really hate this platform. I just checked it. You still can. How ride the rails? Have I forgotten? Because all I see is has, before, during, after, in, and pinned. Nothing else. Still there for me? Is it just disabled on this Discord? I'm gonna have to yell at my buddies if they've just turned it off for that Discord. No, it's not a thing for me on my Discord either. Wait, okay, chat. I used it recently. Try restarting? No. It's there for me too. It's still there? What? 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 How do I type it? Is it just from colon? Nothing happens when I do that. It's all blank. Nothing but blank when I do from. If I even type FR, everything goes blank. What do you mean you can still do it? What? Are you updated, Zan? Maybe my Discord's not updated. Ah, fucking hell. That's bullshit, dude. What the fuck? Alright, I'm rebooting Discord. Let's see if it's, like, out of date or something. I haven't been able to do it in a while, and it's getting really annoying, because I keep trying to find memes I've posted in my buddy's Discord server, and it's getting... Still! Wait, why? Why? No. Discord can't search from user. Can't seem to search for from user anymore. Discord app. This happened to me for both searching from and in. To fix it, I just had to restart my client with Control R. If it persists even after restarting your client, restart your computer? If it still doesn't work, reinstall! Oh, streamer mode. Okay, disable streamer mode, maybe. It might have been streamer mode is on. Hold on. Yes! Streamer mode! Oh my god. Once again, fuck Discord. They did an awful change. Streamer mode exists. Good god, I hate Discord as a company. Did you guys know that, like, Discord has as similar of a awful history as Reddit, with, like, just massive amounts of pedophilia in the company? For those that don't know, the head Reddit guy, the guy who's, like, the owner of Reddit, the CEO of Reddit, is a pedophile who would regularly post and use what was, at the time, the most popular subreddit on Reddit, jailbait. For those that don't know, jailbait is an American term for underage girls that pedophilic grown men want to have sex with and rape. And so it is bait to go to jail. So for one, massive pedophile, the guy who owns Reddit. And Reddit was just a pedo site for a long time. And then on top of that, Discord, like its head moderators from back in 2016 when it first started, were all caught in what are called cub servers. Cub is a variant of furry sex roleplay that is just pedophilic. cub referring to like a baby animal, I guess, like a baby bear, I guess. I think there are other animals that their offspring are called cubs, but I can only think of bears right now, bear cubs. But the term it's for pedophile furries. That's what cub is. It's like the community of pedophile furries. And so, like a bunch of the mods for Discord as a company, not like Discord servers, but Discord the company that moderate the servers as a whole and like the users of the site and impose the rules, back in 2017 were outed as cub porn addicts. They were in Discord cub roleplay servers, and this is where the term Discord moderator as a pejorative started. It didn't refer to moderating Discord servers, like being appointed moderator on a Discord server. It refers to Discord as a company's moderators, who are notoriously a bunch of weirdo pedophiles. And so, yeah, cub is like lollies, but lolly shit, but for furries. So yeah, like, Discord as a company, I hate it. I have always despised Discord as a company. Apparently they added streamer mode with a feature that makes it so you cannot use from user when you have streamer mode on, for no reason. I have no idea why that would make sense from a design perspective, what negative impact having from user enabled when you're streaming could have, but I guess they just decided not to. Fucking ridiculous. Anyway, here's the meme. I finally found it. I finally found the meme. This is how it's gonna go. When they finally finish counting all the votes, it's gonna turn out that Trump won the election by a single vote. By a single vote, and we're gonna wonder, who won? Who voted for Trump? Who is that one person who voted for Trump? Meanwhile, after all the shit talking. You gotta admit, that meme goes hard as fuck. You have to admit, you can see why I was so mad. I was trying to find that fucking meme. It goes so hard. I'll drop a link in chat for you guys. Biden turning around and smiling at the camera. Because the smile, like, the idea of that situation, that smile, it speaks a million words. It's so good. Biden forgot to vote, and that's how we lost, lol. That goes hard. It's so good. Oh, I love that meme. I had to find it after the whole, like, Biden getting fucked over by lefties shit-talking him thing. It's too good. It's too perfect, bro. Oh, my mom sent a photo of my doggy from across the country. Do you guys want to see? I'm so sad she's not here anymore and I can't pet my puppy. Here's her, laying on the bed. She's got a little fluffy tummy. She looks like a stuffed animal laying on the bed, doesn't she? She's literally like a living teddy bear. She's got nothing but... She lives just to, like, love all over you. Just, like, crawling all over you, giving you kisses, laying on top of you, snuggling up on you. Like, just, like, rolling around and rubbing up on you like a cat. Like, that's all she does all day. Is just try to get, like, love and attention from you. That's all she wants. She'll ignore her food to get love and attention from you. She just wants love. She is just such an amazing dog. I love that puppy. Please spread hashtag fight to the midterms. That is not a catchy hashtag that'll get anywhere. I'm sorry, Max Phoenix. Plus, we don't use Twitter, so we're not spreading a hashtag. What do you mean? All right. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, Action. All right, everybody. If I were to ask you what two candidates that were both on the ballot in New York would you never expect a voter to pick simultaneously? I'll tell you, one of those candidates is Trump. Who that would vote for Trump would you never expect to also vote for? I'm going to answer the question, because this is actually too broad for anyone to know. AOC. Yeah, actually, no, you got it right, the rails. Either you know exactly what I'm going to be talking about, which you might, but, well, I guess it is in the title, kind of. But yeah, AOC. Yeah, AOC had a massive split ballot where a bunch of people voted for her, and they voted for Donald Trump as president. That's huge. That suggests to us that it's not the hate or divisive rhetoric that won Trump the election, nor the fact that he's a rapist or that he's a criminal. Those things were just not deal breakers, which is definitely a big, black pill on the American, voter base. But I do think it's a little bit of a silver lining to recognize hate is not what won here. It was ignorance that won. Lack of education won. So I think it's important that we look at why people voted for AOC and Trump, and I'm sure you can guess the reasons already, if you know anything about both these candidates. But the fact that people are willing to vote Dem and vote Trump goes to show what they have in common is exactly what the Dems need to lean into more. I feel this alone tells you that AOC and Bernie's politics are genuinely what a lot of people in America want now. Maybe it wasn't popular enough to win in 2016, 2019, but hell, now it might be what the Dems need to win, period. It'd be a crazy flip of general sentiment, but crazy high inflation will do that to a country,
With just 4 days left to go, Vice President Harris is using the last few days to campaign through the critical swing states today.
Wait, what? Why? What? What? Why is this video the thing that's pinned, huh? Okay, so I'm assuming that MSNBC just puts that at the top of the article that has nothing to do with it. I don't even know. I don't even know, dude. I genuinely don't even know. Here's the thing
something
from
really
CNN.
interesting, guy.
Oh, God, I hate YouTube so much. Anyway, here's the same thing, but from CNN, but it's actually about the topic. God, I hate MSNBC. I'm not gonna lie. MSNBC might be my least favorite, mainstream media outlet.
Something really interesting, guys. Kevin, let me start with you. So, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, very progressive New Yorker, she went on Instagram to ask people, looking at the polls and realizing, hey, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of people that voted for me in my district and also voted for Donald Trump. Why? But she asked in a nice way to explain, and some of the response, she's posting the responses, some of them, quote, "It's real simple. Trump and you care for the working class." Quote, "I feel that you are both outsiders compared to the rest of DC and less establishment." Quote, "I support you and did this. Felt like I didn't have much of a choice."
I don't know what jittering effect is happening with all this stuff right now, but I'm guessing it's just an issue with CNN's upload. I've never had this problem before. I don't know what causes this.
After Biden's administration. What do you think?
Well, and some of those notes also struck a chord when...
Yeah. I mean, obviously, we are polling for a group of people who voted AOC, right? So obviously they care about the working class, but the fact that people would split the ballot with AOC and Trump, I mean, God, how willing as a progressive do you have to be to go back on your principles to vote Trump? Or how much do you have to be willing to vote for socialism, basically? If you're a Republican, like how willing are you to do that if this is the case? If this is a broader trend and it's not just the case for her voter base in New York, if these politics are truly what can reach across the aisle and pull voters away from the right, just a hard lean into pro-working class stuff, then, man, I hope the DNC and just the future Democrat candidates get the right message from this. I feel like Bernie's losses in the past have kind of done a really good job of giving this idea that the Dems don't need to move further left to the extent of Bernie, because it might not be well responded to by the American people. But it's possible that in 4 years that's completely changed. Inflation's high as fuck. People might be leaning more towards some radical, insane ideas now if it's something different than the status quo, because the status quo has just gotten so unbearable for a lot of Americans.
When it comes to authenticity, right? They talked about being authentic candidates for office. Listen, Donald Trump increased his share in that New York City district, AOC's district, by double digits. So you're seeing, and I think you're going to see a lot more of this analysis go on, especially in the states where you saw a high level of ticket splitting, whether it be Democratic senators holding their own in Wisconsin, electing obviously a Democratic governor in North Carolina, while losing the state to Donald Trump. You're going to see these Democrats, I think, now reassess what messaging kind of broke through and what Donald Trump was able to capture. The energy on the ground.
The ticket splitting so interesting, I think.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. I talked to Jamal Bowman the other day, outgoing member, also up there in the Bronx, and he said the same thing. He said, a lot of people who went for Donald Trump actually...
Wait, hold on. Okay, Popcorn is Life. It stretches belief to think that you don't know who AOC is, but in case there are more people like Popcorn is Life in chat that don't, I'll explain. AOC is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Those are her initials. She is a congresswoman who ran in New York and won. She is several terms in now. She's been quite popular for a while. She is part of a group of politicians in the Democratic Party called the Squad, quote unquote. The Squad are the most progressive politicians in America, and they are the most progressive politicians in the DNC. Their leader, quote unquote, if you want to call it, really their inspiration and the first of their political kind of circle was Bernie Sanders. And it's obviously not just Bernie and AOC, but all the politicians that enter Congress, for example, or just get elected into office that tend to lean more towards Bernie's politics, very working class oriented, very progressive. They tend to be included as part of the Squad, this sort of enclave of really progressive, Overton window pushing Dems in the party. And AOC is one of them. So she is about as socialist as you can be as an American politician. And yet those who voted Trump split the ballot and voted for her as well in her district. And that goes to show, and she won, so it goes to show that her rhetoric is quite popular. This really heavily pro-working class rhetoric is probably where the Dems need to start moving with their talking points if they want to start winning people over a lot more.
Voted for me in the primary. Isn't that interesting that the campaign didn't use me on the stump? Sure. Kind of taking shots. But I think he attributed it to him being just more relatable than than his opponent. And I thought that was also an interesting dynamic when you see, a lot of Latino voters changing their vote recently, going from Democrats to Republicans.
Yeah, I think it's really, obviously this is the billionaire who the working class identify with in Donald Trump. And I think the part...
Have you seen the groups, the Blacks for Trump groups, posting, the members of it posting about how, their friends, their neighbors who are MAGA won't talk to them anymore? They're like, Trump won, I don't want to talk to you. Because they're black and they were like, I don't think Trump is racist, but it breaks my heart that so many fellow MAGA people they're being racist towards me. This isn't a movement about racism, and I'm just sitting there chuckling as it's dude's getting his face eaten by leopards, and he's like, what do you mean? Leopards don't do this. What? It's man, he's still in denial as it's happening. That's crazy. As a black person, I was laughing at those videos. As a white person, I was also laughing at those videos. It's like the image from where you've got Arnold's arm, and I forget who the other guy is, but it's the muscular black and white arm, clasping hands in unity. That's us right now, laughing at the Blacks for Trump groups saying, what do you mean? Trump's movement is about racism. How could this ever happen? I'm so surprised and heartbroken. It's dude, we tried to tell you. We tried so hard to tell you. We did. You called us racist when we told you that they were racist. You can't. I'm laughing now, all right? Now we're the ones laughing.
Where they said they're both outsiders really struck with me because, A, I think it was the economy, and both AOC and Donald Trump fight for it. different ways, different policy prescriptions, but they talk about it. And then that ability to connect with people, especially for AOC being very close to the district, but Donald Trump obviously projecting it via social media during the national media, because he did spend some time in that area, but not a lot.
Senator-elect Andy Kim of New Jersey, he used to represent this congressional district.
I'm gonna make so much money reselling GPUs once the tariffs kick in. That's so fucking real, dude. That's so real. Oh, God. Oh, God. Building a new gaming PC is going to be, like, genuinely impossible for the next 4 years. Why does the 5090 have to release during Trump's presidency? Why? Why?
District that was a Trump district. And I remember talking to him, and I forget if this was on air or off air, but I said something like, do you know who these 50,000 people are who vote for you and vote for Donald Trump? And he knew. He knew who they were, and he knew why they voted for.
Is this panel going to point out that none of his policies are going to help the working class? I feel like at this point they probably have talked a lot about it. One thing you got to understand is that there are no experts anywhere in the world of economics that are saying Trump's policies are good for the economy. Everybody is unanimously preparing for massive economic crash except for the American voters. The American voters are all like getting ready, like they're buying shares in companies on the stock market. This is a big one. If you encounter a Trump supporter who is super confident that the economy is about to skyrocket in the next 4 years, ask them how much money they have in the stock market and tell them to show you. Ask them if they have spent like an insane amount the day after Trump got elected buying as much as they could on the stock market, as many shares of the S&P 500, for instance, as they could. Because presumably, if the economy is about to skyrocket and the stock market is going to be doing amazing under Trump, then every Trump supporter so confident in this should be buying as much as they possibly can before everything skyrockets, while we're still in the lowest point that any of these that the stock market's going to be in supposedly for the next 4 years. Why are they not putting their life savings into it? So the question is, are they confident enough that Trump's going to follow through, that they are doing that there'll be such a reckoning that when Trump starts tanking the stock market, that they're going to lose their money right away, just off the stock market because they gambled it on Trump's success? Or, are they not confident enough to put their, to go all in on the stock market when they're so confident that we're about to experience economic, what's the term for it? Heaven. I have money in the stock market. I am not pulling out, but not putting in. No, I sold. I managed to sell at a profit. I'm happy to say, not like an insane. I don't have a ton of money in stock market, only a few $100s. But I sold and made profit, and I'm just keeping the money sitting there in my account until I see what things look like into Trump's presidency. Because, dude, why would I buy now when I'm pretty sure we're at the last high we're going to have for 4 years? I'm probably going to buy in the midst of Trump's presidency when things are looking awful in the stock market. I'm going to buy as many shares as I can, and then hopefully the next Dem incumbent by the end of their presidency has gotten things looking real nice, and that's when I sell. Genuinely, if you want to make good money off the stock market, you're probably better off selling and buying before and after every election. Genuinely. Did you wait for a year, or are you going to have to pay high taxes on it? I'm probably going to have to pay high taxes on it. Robinhood tells you. Twilight put that money in temporarily. Just try your best to forget it. I don't know. I would not buy anything right now. I would not buy any shares. I think we're at the last high we're going to see for quite some time in the stock market. I would sell now if you can, but it is your money. I won't give you financial advice. I'm just telling you I sold, because that's what I find to be the most smart action.
Both of them, and it's just an interesting thing, and it's obviously something that Democrats need to be doing more of.
And to your point, Jake, Senator-elect Kim, after those results came in, went on a listening tour of that congressional district in New Jersey to figure out what was powering the thought behind supporting him as a member of Congress and Donald Trump at the top of the ticket, and that spillover. And we saw it in 2016 where you had a good number of Bernie Sanders supporters, to Khadijah's point, jump over and support Donald Trump in the general election when he went down. Same with Jamal Bowman.
When they say a good number, it was like 30%, but still a pretty surprising number. This is why, to this day, a lot of liberals do not like Bernie Sanders. Well, there's a variety of reasons. Bernie Sanders he's taken some L's. Do you guys remember when net neutrality got axed? The Dems were short one vote to save net neutrality during Trump's first term, and Bernie Sanders didn't show up to work that day and wasn't present and neglected to be there to save net neutrality. There was another situation. Bernie, a big part of why Bernie had so many supporters bleed over to voting Trump was because he refused to concede to Hillary during the primaries in 2016. Bernie kind of played a little dirty in 2016. He kind of stoked conspiracy and division among his voter base of the DNC. He refused to concede for quite some time to Hillary, suggesting that he didn't truly lose. It was like a lot of people of memory hold this, but it was pretty bad. And so Bernie really did create, and of course a lot of really bad people came from Bernie's campaign as well. Brianna Joy Gray, for example, being a good example of a very pro-Russia, anti-America, anti-voting, pro-China type tanky lefty that came out of Bernie's campaign. A lot of people that we now know as some of the worst representations of the left came from Bernie's campaign in 2016. So yeah, there's a lot of reason why libs do not like Bernie.
Losing in that primary, you saw some of those folks probably go over to the other side and support Donald Trump. It's interesting, these changing dynamics, demographics, things on the ground.
So can we talk about the Senate Majority Leader race right now between John Thune, John Cornyn, and Rick Scott? And it is so interesting. Trump wants recess appointments. I don't know how many he wants. I don't know if this is just, I just want these two because we need to get off and running, or if he wants all of them recess appointments. But if it were to happen willingly, it would be the only time that I can remember of senators just giving up power in Washington, even if for a short term. What do you make of it?
I think it's probably more appropriate on a cabinet level than it would be for a judicial level, because obviously the recess appointment only lasts for a couple of years, and he wants those young judges confirmed so they're there for a lifetime.
Right.
So I have a feeling you'll probably see a combination of both. The vast majority of those.
Worth noting, by the way, Biden is on a fast track of appointing judges, insanely, he's grinding right now. He's about to surpass the amount of judges Trump appointed in his first term. So on the bright side, Biden is fighting the good fight right now to pre-damage control Trump's presidency in regards to his appointments. So that's good.
Those appointments will sail through the Senate, and there might be a couple that might be a little more outsider that he might go as a recess appointment because they're just not going to get confirmed, or the Senate doesn't want to have to vote for it.
My colleague Burgess Everett just wrote something about this, saying it's ironic because there are a lot of hurdles that you have to go through to create this. And at the same time, it actually delays the process even further. So if he wants...
Well, one thing to keep in mind as well, we did a video about this last stream. Yeah, it was last stream. The video should go out tomorrow or tonight, I believe. Basically, there's going to be a lot of mud. There's going to be a lot of mud in Trump's way to getting to his goal. He's going to have to trudge through a lot of, slowdowns, and that might be the only thing keeping our entire democracy from collapsing in 2 years. If we can make it to the midterms, we can put a lot more mud in his way. A lot more. If the American people vote right, we can put a lot more mud in his path. And it'll be a lot harder for the next 2 years for him to achieve his agenda. And we might be able to make it to the next election without him doing as much damage as he could do.
To put forth this 100-day agenda, it kind of flies in the face of that.
What I remember early on in the first Trump administration, I was in the Senate dining room having lunch with somebody, and a very conservative Republican told me that Rudy Giuliani, who wanted to be Secretary of State, he's not getting Secretary of State. There's just way too much in his background, this and that. And it was a stopgap on, they weren't trying to stop Trump. They thought that Rudy Giuliani had too many conflicts of interest. There's a reason for the advice and consent.
Exactly. They took their role of advice and consent very seriously. And what are these individuals that can't get in a 53 GOP Senate?
I'm not going to lie, guys. I'm low-key going to miss Rudy Giuliani a little bit. You know, like I'm low-key going to miss the OG Trump cabinet because they were evil fucks, but there was like a lot of goofballs there. You know, we got a lot of laughs out of those goofballs. Rudy Giuliani and his like dripping hair dye and stuff. Like we had a lot of fun. We had a whole lot of fun. But now it's like Elon and all these. I'm sure we're going to have a lot of fun with these people too. We're going to watch as they get disgraced over the course of the next 4 years. You know, Elon is going to be the new Rudy Giuliani where everyone is making fun of him by the end of the next 4 years. I know we're going to get to that point, but man, I do miss that OG cabinet. You know, we had a lot of fun dunking on those guys back in the day. Now we got a whole new roster of villains. Whole new roster of villains, guys.
This is the largest Senate, leadership gap that we've seen in a long time. Who are these individuals that he thinks can't clear 50, 51, 52, 53 votes and lead a cabinet department? That, I think, speaks volumes. But as you rightly said, within an hour, 2.5 hours, each of these three leading candidates.
People already constantly dunk on Elon. Violet Kasuga, Elon is one of the most beloved people in America. I know you don't see that because you spend a lot of time in my community and lefty communities where he's constantly made fun of. But like broadly, people think Elon is like literally real life Tony Stark. Like they do. Like the normies still fully back Elon. They think he's a genius. He's very good at building his brand. And Elon took a massive tank to his reputation to gain government power. The amount of making fun of that Elon receives now is nothing even close to Rudy Giuliani in 2020, okay? If you don't know what I'm talking about when I talk about Rudy Giuliani getting just bullied in 2020, dude, just bullied. Like, bullied. You don't know. From Sacha Baron Cohen bullied that fucker. The whole internet bullied that fucker when he was sweating off his hair dye. Like, dude, that dude he went from being America's governor, or America's mayor, sorry, to being America's laughingstock. One of my favorite political like story arcs during Trump's first 4 years is the fall of Rudy Giuliani from like one of the most respected conservative politicians ever, though quite controversial after his time in office, to a genuine punching bag and laughingstock. It never has there been a greater fall off than Rudy Giuliani's. It's like actually like if you only knew him as Trump's like lawyer guy, then I understand why you don't get it. But like this guy, Rudy Giuliani was a big political figure back in the day, especially in New York.
Candidates have all acquiesced to what Donald Trump wants for the upper chamber.
I saw on a different cable channel Kash Patel as CIA director. Have you seen that? I don't know if that's real or if that's being floated. But like you're asking who can't get through a 53 Republican
Kash Patel,
Senate?
certainly.
Maybe Kash Patel. I don't know. Maybe he can. But that would certainly be an edgy pick, right?
It'd be out there, yeah.
Nice. So we should hope that Donald Trump that McDonald's takes care of McDonald. I read McDonald's as Donald Trump. We should hope that McDonald's takes care of Trump, or do we want him to last the term? So, when it comes, I think that Trump, man, do I think Trump survived? Trump's actually fairly active. That's the thing. Like, I know Donald Trump has a bad diet and he's not like fit or anything, but Donald Trump is also surprisingly active for a guy his age. Like, he golfs and stuff. Like, he's out there. He's not like, he could very easily just rot away at a desk if he wanted to. But he does choose to stand a lot for like all these engagements he does while he's up on stage and whatnot. It's hard to say if Trump is like internally in bad health or not. one thing I'll say is that he can project his voice. That's something that suggests that he's probably got a while left in him, is that how much he can project his voice. The fact that he's not super low on breath and that he doesn't need to stop and huff and puff all that often, he's still able to yell and rant and go on crazy, like, schizo screeds still, that suggests he's still got a lot of energy left in him. I know we dunked on him and said he was low energy and his rallies were low energy, and they were, but apparently it wasn't what the American people felt. He still won the election. I don't know, man. This whole situation is wild. People voting... I really think the Dems need to learn from this whole situation that, like, we need to lean heavy into populist, pro-worker rhetoric. The policy is already great, but the rhetoric needs to be more overtly relatable. I think that Harris should have ran on lowering grocery prices. I think that would have been a winning point. If she ran on the idea of lowering grocery prices, it would have been massive. But, we'll see what happens in future elections. I'm excited for the midterms, dude. Like, I am so excited for the midterms. I really want to see if the American people experience a change, or if they will not. We'll see. Anyway, guys, if you enjoyed this segment, if you thought my opinions, my takes, my video in general were informative, educational, or entertaining, then consider leaving a like. Consider every thumbs up like a blue ballot cast for YouTube to recommend my content and the algorithm to more people. It really does mean a lot and helps the channel a ton, so I really appreciate it. Oh, and my jawline. You know, you can also leave a like if you like my jawline. Then you can also, of course, comment as well. Commenting boosts the effect of every like, so I really appreciate it if you like and comment. And don't forget to subscribe, ring the bell icon, and turn on all notifications so that YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video, because trust me, otherwise they will not do so. And of course, if you want to see more from me on other platforms, make sure to follow my social medias, linked down below in the description, including my fan Discord, which is totally free to join, and on top of that, I host once a week on Fridays gaming events, call-in streams, or watch parties there. Finally, though, if you want to support me directly, help me keep the lights on and a roof above my head here at the Xander Hall studio, then please consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch to the Streamlabs link down below. Regardless of how you support the channel, though, I really do appreciate it. Y'all are based and pog, and I hope to see you again. Alright, how'd you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Gosh dang liberals. I tell you what. I gotta shave so the mewing form is on point. Unfortunately, I've got too much facial hair to see them. Like, you can't see my top lip very much because it's covered in facial hair. Stupid. Anyway. Claus Wits, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Says, we have a huge court system and bureaucracy. Mud is a great word. He is going to try his best to implement Project 2025, but him gloating about doing it all on day one is just red meat to his base. Yep. We'll see if they buy it, or if they continue to make excuses after he takes office and doesn't keep his promises. I'm gonna have to post my favorite mewing pic in the meme chat when I'm allowed to. I mean, feel free to, Rumpled Milkskin. Or Scrumpled Milkskin, my bad. Appreciate it, Chanman 2019. I mean, I've got like this bald spot here though with my facial hair. See, like if you look closely, you can see like this little bit here, and then on this side, there's another one. You can see it here. So like, I don't know if this will ever connect, or this little area that goes all the way in will ever fill in, and that's the big issue. Maybe it will one day. I don't know if this is like normal or whatever, but I've got like a line that doesn't grow hair through here. I mean, it grows hair, but you can see it's very thin in my facial hair. That's normal? Is there not supposed to be as much hair there? in terms of like your beard? Is it just supposed to go down like that? Because it's like surprisingly smooth all the way down to like roughly here. Facial hair confuses me. Yeah, it's very confusing. I think around 30 I'll probably have this all filled in, because I will admit, like, it used to be more like this. Like, all this was completely bald, literally bald, for years, and it's slowly but surely filling in for sure. So I do think eventually this will all be one just solid thing, but I don't think it looks good. Did I hear an animal outside? What do I gotta shoot? I started electrolysis a few days ago, and I will be free of an unwanted beard when I do. That's dope. Hell yeah. That sounds awesome. No more hair growth, I suppose. I think everything about you looks good. I am your true biggest meat writer. Unlike that faker on YouTube. My biggest meat writer. Thank you for writing my meat. I appreciate it. You always need someone who writes your meat. Otherwise, you know, what are you even doing? You're just like, someone's got to be writing your meat, you know? Not writing your meat. You know, do you think Republicans would care about climate change if we started telling them it's going to affect their hunting? We've been saying this for a long time. They don't care. They don't believe in it. Izzy be studying. Thank you for the $2 super chat. I really appreciate it. Says keep up the good work. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. I hopefully shall. I don't plan on stopping. That's for damn sure. I plan to keep on grinding. Grinding and grinding away until the cows come home. Damn right. What's the flag in the background again? You know what? What better way? What better area to finish off this stream? If you don't know what the flag in the background is from... Wait, not this. This one. It is from this game, one of the best games ever. Helldivers 2. Salute Super Earth.
Super Earth. Our home. Prosperity. Liberty. Hi there. Democracy. Our way of life. Oh, hello.
I'm sorry, but the thing you said about men inherently viewing women as objects or goals or prizes is as unscientific as believing in God. If you say so, guys, or if you say so, Weird Worm Saloon, I will say that from my experience, I've definitely seen that trend pretty constantly true. I would suggest that men flocking to Trump and the Red Pill community suggests that there's maybe a bit of truth to what I said. But if you don't think so, if you think men are completely fine and there's no issue, then, you know, good luck not winning anything, I guess. I don't know what to tell you. I guess men are fine. Nothing to worry about.
But freedom doesn't come free.
No! Sweet liberty! No! I love this intro cinematic. It's so good.
Look familiar? Scenes like these are happening all over the galaxy right now. You could be next. That is, unless you make the most important decision of your life. Prove to yourself that you have the strength and the courage to be
Guys, it's not propaganda. Super Earth is good.
Join
They're the good guys.
the Helldivers. Become part of an elite peacekeeping force. See exotic new life forms. And spread managed democracy throughout the galaxy. Become a hero. Become a legend. Become a Helldiver.
Who said propaganda? Face the wall. I'm calling the Ministry of Truth. True. Sorry, I didn't mean to be dissonant. I love the Ministry of Truth. I love Super Earth. I love managed democracy. For those that don't know, managed democracy is just rigged votes. It is just rigged elections. Managed democracy. Let me tell you how the voting system on Super Earth goes. This is the managed democracy that they die screaming to defend. Like, they scream for managed democracy as they get, like, cut in half. It is a system where you go to a voting machine and it asks you a series of questions about your values in politics. You don't vote on a candidate. You vote. You fill out a list of your values, and then based on your values, an AI determines what candidate you would support. It is heavily implied in the lore that the AI and the whole test thing is just a cover for Super Earth installing new presidents in positions of power, and that it's a completely rigged democracy run by a programmed AI to produce whatever result is best for the bureaucracy of Super Earth. And all the people are so propagandized into loving it that they'll die screaming how much they love managed democracy. Oh, it's so fucking good. I love Helldivers 2 so much. Yep, that's why you're killing the automatons. You're using their brain chips to run the voting machines. And then you're killing the bugs because their blood, well, their whole bodies decompose into light speed fuel. So basically the bugs are oil. So you're invading the bug planets to get oil. And you're invading the automaton planets to get computer chips. It is a great game, guys. It is a great fucking game. Super Earth is also a super restrictive ultra bureaucracy, a bureaucratic dystopia, which is a rare in fiction. What I really love is how conservative Super Earth is, like to the max. Like it's super memey. Do you guys want to know what my ship is called in Helldivers 2? It's called the Hammer of Family Values. No, it's called the Patriot of Family Values. I renamed it to the Patriot of Family Values. That's the name of my warship. The Patriot of Family Values. I don't think so, K-Thone. I don't think that there's any real evidence right now that Donald Trump stole the election. I think that we need to take the L on the chin when it comes to the election results, look at these results for what they are, and try to figure out what went wrong and how we can, do better in the future electorally. Denying the election results is just cope until there's genuinely solid, evidence for it, right? Same thing with, the Trump supporters in 2020. They cope and cope and cope because they lost and they allege fraud and everything. They're never able to prove it. I don't want to jump on that bandwagon unless there are actual accredited agencies providing real hardcore evidence that Trump cheated in the election. If that doesn't happen, then we're just assuming Trump won, because it's completely reasonable that Trump won, even with those margins in hindsight, when you consider what the number one polling issue was, and that's the economy. Yes, we need to take the L. I know it sucks. It does. It sucks to take the L, but at the very least, when you make a mistake, when you fail, you can learn from the mistake and avoid it in the future, Or at least know what's coming in the future if you repeat it. Anyway, Clausewitz, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really do appreciate it. Very kind of you. Let me know if that's a more than 1 monther, by the way, because I do not want to undercredit you. I'll update the dono goal to reflect your kindness and generosity, of course. Thank you, guys. Not a ton of donos today, but it's all good. Not every day can be a super fast day, Some days gotta be slow. Says, thing is, if guys just talk to women IRL, none of the red pill is true. The red pill as an ideology isn't true, but there are tons of women who meet every single standard the right describes about women, and all it takes is a few interactions with women like that for dudes to just see that as representative of women at large. Maybe not as a whole, but at large. And so, yeah, it does take a lot, having a lot of female friends will help a lot of these guys, but, yeah, I don't know, it's just... I plan to do a whole segment talking about young male psychology and getting real down and dirty with the discussions of how fucked up young men are in their mindsets, because there's a lot of this whole like, ah, no, men aren't bad, but like, let's be real, like young boys by default are kind of evil in their views towards women and lacking in any empathy. It has to be learned and taught, and a lot of people don't want to accept that because it feels like such a cruel conclusion. But I think we're gonna have to get real and accept that like the default state of young boys is like genuinely awful, and that we have to change them for them not to end up where young men are going, right? It's really hard to make friends nowadays, too, and this feeds into the incel pipeline. Yep, because less female friends, and so you don't see women as people. You see them as an idea, because it's harder to make friends, period. It's harder to make female friends. And female friends, as a guy, are always harder to make. I wasn't evil when I was younger? Maybe not, but a lot are. You guys can say, oh, but not all men, but look at the Tate movement, right? Like, I'm telling you right now that there are some awful ideas that have to be, like, taught out. Like, they genuinely do. You don't have to agree with me. I'm just saying. Listen, I'm just saying. Get real, dude. Get real. Anyway. With all that said, guys, my head still hurts. So I think here's where I'm going to wrap up the stream for tonight. I really do appreciate all of you guys being so overwhelmingly supportive today. You guys are so kind and based, especially lately. Just all the support you guys have been dropping on the channel is awesome. I really do appreciate it. It means so much. Sorry, no Subnautica today. My head does hurt. I'm not quite feeling up to it tonight. My bad. No stream tomorrow, as it will be my day off, but I will be streaming the day after tomorrow. So I hope to see you guys there. I hope none of you guys have plans for tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. So yeah, I hope to see you guys there. It's going to be a great time. I guess I was too late, lol. I'm sorry you got here too late, Hanamizu. Hanamizuno, sorry. Hanamizuno. Yeah, my head hurts too badly. I'm sorry. I was going to do some Subnautica tonight, but I've got a migraine. So yeah, with all that said, guys, I thank you all for coming out. You are amazing, awesome, beautiful, and lovely people. And as always, I hope you have a good one. Bye. Doo-doo fart.